Hello, everybody. We're waiting for Carolyn to get back from her phone call, so I think we'll give everybody a treat. Not likely Ion will be here tonight, but I've spent the last couple of weeks talking to Ion, got some new knowledge, new information, so I thought I'd play some of it tonight. And in this interval, we can start playing some of it. I have to go to number 65. Or is it 67? Let's see, 67. Start 3120. Okay, I'm going to bring this up. Hope everybody can hear this. I'll be playing excerpts, different fragments, some long, some short, but all relevant to the happy new we're in right this moment. Norway. We get somebody from Norway. It might be Aru coming in. I've never seen her identified on her phone call. Okay, so we got that. So I got to bring in the sound thing, fragments, some long, some short, but all relevant to the happy new we're in right this moment. I got caught on a delay thing there. Okay, that's set. Skype is set. Oh, I think this would work. Maybe I should get the exact spot. 3120. So let this go forward to coming up to the 3120 point. Okay. So let's let this broadcast. So let this go forward to. I got to turn this. I'm on Achieve Radio. I couldn't get on to my regular thing, so I've got to disconnect that. Coming up to the 3120 point. Okay. All right, we got rid of that. Let's see if the sound works here. This is December 31st session.
I was just reading something about Egypt, and they talk about the Middle Kingdom in the history of Egypt, dynasties. I think.
Yes.
Are you referring to Egyptian historiography when we talk about the outer, the inner, and the Middle Kingdom?
No, they copied it from us.
Okay. And they being the pharaohs, the ones that got a reasonable degree of ascension?
Yes. It's the period of reunification, Bob.
Okay. I see. And they knew what that actually referred to. So they applied it to geophysical empire dynamics, and it was a correct definition of what they were applying.
Yeah, it's the 11th, and toward the end of the 11th and toward the middle of the 12th dynasty.
I see. Okay, good.
So that's 1785 if you do time.
Okay, so...
but then that's where you start finding out about the kingdoms. Hold on, you're in a good spot there. Now you got the new kingdom, and you got the old kingdom, and you got the new kingdom. And that's how you start bumping into it. Now you got to bring Chinese. There you go. They say it's from 2000 to 1785 BC. But then that's because that also would include the 18 provinces of China. And two of the mountain.
What did you say? Two of the mountain? What's that mean?
Yeah. Two of those 18 colonies in China were the mountain.
And is the mountain parallel from during the fall to the Moab civilization? They weren't so fallen?
They weren't so fallen, but Menhotep the second is probably where you're going to bump into the best of it.
Okay.
We'll spell it for you so you don't slay it. Mentuhot.
Okay, so who was it? The Samaria was a pretty...
Ancient Samaritan Hebrewites, yes.
Yeah, they were pretty close to... They were like the first notch of fallen. And the Moab...
Yeah, that's right. And see, because this is the whole business of Babylon. That's what the business of Babylon was and was for.
Was Babylon the further fallen or equal to one notch below?
Well, now see, this is where Marshall McLuhan would have a big speech and roll along, talk about how Menippean satire came into play and how it really wasn't though, and then the phatic came into the non-phatic, and the emphatic became the dephatic, and the phatic became pho-phatic, and then D5, pho-phatic, pho-phatic. But you stop all that, and you go, wait a second, this is where we are, this is what we're talking about now, where does it apply? Stop. Just tell me right here where it applies. That's where you do this, trying to get every word. When you soften that a little bit because you're actually communicating now, so it's not such a challenge. Now you can go beyond that and look from the other side, and you'd say, well, if we ask you this same question, you'd say, well, if you look at it from the perspective of from the fallen man of where they fell to or where they're coming from, their position would be very clearly less than where it was before. If we ask you that. No, we're not saying that. We're saying it's the other way. We're saying that level, that's the fulcrum of where fallenness begins.
Awesome.
That middle point in that kingdom is where it ends. But you had between the 11th to the 14th dynasties. That's when they had the new kingdom and the old kingdom. And you can look all this shit up. It's okay, good. You know everything anyway.
Yeah.
But you can figure that out, and it'll line up to what few little words we're saying here.
Okay, so that a little bit about history, Egypt, Moab, China, the mountain, important stuff if you've been listening to Ian for a long time. Now we'll move to another fragment, 37:22, and we'll bring it up. This will be a different topic, I think. Another 7-8 seconds. Okay.
So we did Samaria, we did the Moab.
You did San Martin.
Does he go back? The family go back that far?
Oh, first certainly.
Okay, so then that means the two Jesuses, Saint Germain and Ezekiel, Enoch, the whole gang of them. They're buddies of the Saint Martin Castle house.
We would say
correct?
yes. We would say yes.
Well, that's interesting because they say. Now, LaRouche would say that the royal family in England is the repository, the accepted oligarchic banking for all the old houses that collapsed over the last 100 or 2 years. This is that. So the royal family is the last guy standing, and they represent that historical form of wealth gathering, and that's why they're so significant for all the monarchies.
Oh,
wait. The world.
Wait, not the Chateau de Beauregard.
Okay.
Chateau de Beauregard in the Loire Valley. Get that one, too. That's all you need to know.
Right, but I just wanted to say that the role of the popular role of the historical function of the royal family today in London, that is I don't think they're equal. They could be, but let's just say they're less than the role of the Martin family. For all those that are actually live forever, don't die, their Balmoral is the Saint Martin home, wherever that is. Correct?
Saint Martin, yes.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, they're the real royalty. Now, some of the Queen's family, they know of that, and they might be invited occasionally. Correct?
Well, see, you've hit the Loire Valley, and that's where a lot of this starts bumping into things.
Oh.
So it's a connecting point.
Yeah, I think I recall that one of the Jesuses, I think, lives in the Loire Valley or something like Alsace-Lorraine or something.
Yeah, Chantantu Sonnevé-Nimont.
That's the name of one of the Jesuses?
Well, no, that was a reference to the Il est né le divin enfant.
Is that a person or a place or an address?
It's referring to the French laced Jesus position.
Ah, and is that where the Merovingian mythology comes from?
Somewhat.
Yeah.
That's a bit. That's even a bit glib even for you, Bob. But yeah, you know, one thing. Normally, you won't embrace even that ridiculousness, but it's okay.
Right. But about something in the French history of the period before Charlemagne, they romanticize. It's called the Merovingians. Dan Brown does that in the Holy Grail literature. So they would be reflecting the Loire Valley actuality. The Merovingians is a shadow of that.
Don't get away with the Chateau de Beauregard in the Loire Valley.
Okay. So, all right. So we've got.
That's so exciting. You're getting so good at this, Bob.
Yes. Let's see. What is how were the Hawaiians frequency-wise in relation to the Moabs and the Samaritan Hebrewites? Were they comparable, or they were on their own world, not even here, or were they closer to the unfallen state?
They were closer.
Right. And did anybody know about the islands before Captain Cook, the Hawaiian Islands?
Yes. Everybody did.
Beg your pardon?
Everybody did.
The Chinese, everybody who traveled through the Pacific knew about it. Because, because you look, they're map-wise, there's this little dot in this huge ocean. How could anybody find them? But people weren't finding them through visuality. It was through magnetic frequencies.
Right.
Yeah, you wouldn't even, you didn't even have to know about Hawaiians, and if you were destined or had the correct or the appropriate frequency, you would find them. So they weren't isolated, is your point.
Right.
So did the Hawaiian Islands develop a kind of frequency that is magical to people today, and that's why we're here to do the Islandum work, or it's just another place and we don't want to make it too special?
It won't be that way.
Well, was it that way? Was it special?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, I'm going over to our notes here, going to another topic. Let's see. All right, we're looking at our notes that Carol and I were going through the rewrite sessions. And I have to figure out, so we're talking about, Ian says, you don't have to do a thing because your inner kingdom has moved you with compassion into this complexity. Question, are you saying that the inner kingdom is not your friend because of the complexity that results? That was a question for you. Did you follow that, Ian? Do you want me to do that again?
Ask it. Well, no, we don't want to answer it wrongly. You should re-ask your question.
Yeah. It says here, Ion says, you don't have to do a thing because your inner kingdom has moved you with compassion into this complexity.
Yeah.
And we come up with this question. Are you saying that the inner kingdom is not your friend, to quote, because of the complexity that results?
Now, okay. Is the message the medium?
Is the message the medium? The message is not the medium, but the medium is the message.
That's exactly right. You see how you flip that back? That's the same way here. We can't discount that the veracity of that kingdom of where you are applies, but we can ask if that fits your category or the categorical reference point that you're speaking to, then yes. So you get both answers. If it's where you come from, then the answer is no. If it's where you came to, then likely.
All right. Next point, and this is quoting Ion. Looking at the markers that you left for you to remind you that you individually, one, separate yourself from your power, and two, have the ability to reconnect with yourself because you left a trail of breadcrumbs from the Ark of the Covenant, from Noah's Ark forward, back up to now. That's a statement you made. Question, are the two arks, Noah's Ark and the Ark of the Covenant, the same beginning point?
Yes.
Was New York City, as it is today, there at that beginning point of the arcs.
Yes.
Right. Because everything's always been. So if you always remember that, then you don't make these questions about who, what, when, where, why,
Right.
because they're always here. So what are beginning points? Are they frequency jumps on a spiral? You know, humans make like, oh, the Big Bang happened, and they forget that there was no beginning. But what is this effort of the mind to make a beginning point? And
Well, there really wasn't. It was not like that. It wasn't set like that.
Okay, we stop there, and maybe we do one more. For now, there's a bunch later we're going to do, but Carolyn's back here, and we must attend to her pressing issues. So that was December 31st, 2015, last day of the other day, and we will go back to zero on that one. We will bring up, what, January 1st, 2016, yesterday. I had the good luck, the good fortune to talk to Ian on first day of the rest of our lives. Let's see. What do you think, Carol? I find a point. 1807. Let's see what this topic is. 1807. Just a few seconds, we can start. All right there.
I've been thinking about the last few weeks that when Ian talks to an Ionette and discusses things that are going to happen in their life, in their being, in their eternity, it includes the development when they will be in charge of their own hologram. Technically, that will be offered by default by science, where the kid can grow up in a hologram and have everything be about themselves. They can be William Shakespeare. Have you heard of those kind of ideas? You can.
But you say Lyndon LaRouche says that's already happening.
I don't know if LaRouche says that, but just before we. But I just want you. I don't know about that. But I'm saying that I've created Ion, and when he includes statements to people, to Ionettes about their lives, and you're saying to me that I'm in charge of this, that's because I've made a hologram. In my future self, I live in a hologram where everything happens under my control.
Well, no, we don't like your words, but we would say you have projectile holographic capacity. What that means is that you can skew something that's very obviously sighted. If you don't see it, it's not seen, basically. And that's how you get by with a whole lot of the shit you get away with, which we're very surprised that you get away with it. But that's how you do it, because it's just not there. And no one can argue with it because it's just not there. So, c'est la guerre.
That's interesting. So I was thinking that I decided to be Moses, or then Ophanel, Hobab.
Habab.
And
Habab. Ophanel, Hobab. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Hobab. That's because I've made Ion's including a future condition where I control my whole hologram and I make all of history be about me. Is that what I've created here in this ionic?
Well, we would love to say yes, empirically that's the case. But if we say that, then you're going to take it to chance and to see about it. And when you see about it, you're going to change it. So we're going to say, oh, empirically, no. Please continue the program as you have it going so far. Right. And then you'll say, oh, hell no, I'm not having that, blah, 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 blah. And then you go back and then you all you've done is you perfectly fixed the thing, Bob. All you've done is you have perfectly fixed the thing. That's all that's happened here.
And the thing, what is the thing?
Your challenged positions. You are now no longer challenged. It was the thing that had to be before you could go forward.
Right, because I was just talking to Roxy about McLuhan's use of the word thing and thingness for his spiritual revelation, and Zappa using thingfish. So we were talking about thing.
Well, revolution. Zappa's was a revolution, not a revelation.
Right. So the thing, are you saying thing because of my discussion recently with Roxy about thingness?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Now, what did she take?
Okay, so that was that, and we'll set. I got to turn that sound off. Okay, one more item here, and then we'll talk to Count. Another short one. Isn't that interesting? That whole idea of the hologram. That when Ian addresses you, he's including that part of your fake future where you're living in a hologram where everything is programmed by you. And I guess the situation happens by default. Science will give it to you at some point. So we had a few thoughts there from Ian about that. Okay, so we think right here, 2946. I think we're okay. Here goes.
So, King Francis I, who built Chambord, he built 11 castles in the Loire Valley. You agree with that? Is he the main guy?
No. That's not true. He built 12.
Okay, that includes Chambord.
Yes.
Yeah. And the 12th has not been found. Okay.
Correct.
So he's no. Now, are these the castles that are very important, like Saint Martin and Chateau de Beauregard in the Loire Valley? Are they part of the...
Okay, stop. That's too many words. Slow down. The answer to your question is there are parts in each of those, just like in your diagram, that apply to this mechanical position that you're trying to put together.
You mean they deposit, like Easter egg hunt, they deposit different aspects of the crumbs of what they were, the bigger vision, in different castles?
We're not going to go much further than this, okay? Because you got some more figuring out to do.
So, wasn't that amazing? Let me get rid of that feedback. So you've got 12 castles, one of them hidden by King Frank I, friend of Leonardo da Vinci and important guy. Oh, yeah, I don't know if I played this. No, I don't think so. Leonardo faked his death. I don't know if Leonardo's still around, but apparently that's why he could carry on doing all this stuff. He didn't die, so... Let's hope your minds can handle that. Now, we got all these people here. We'll unmute for a second.
All participants are now unmuted.
I unmuted everybody. What we've heard from Ian. Nothing to say about it? Okay. We will mute everybody.
All participants are now muted.
Comments. See what people have been saying. We played the Cher song. Dave says, "Woohoo! New knowledge, great for the restless brain." Elijah says, "Did Bob say when this recording is from?" Yes, it's from December 31st and then January 1st. First couple are from December 31st. Stories of the Sword and the Stone. Yes, Ian has a lot to say about the Merlin the Magician. So then Yuri says, Hawaiians are parallel to the Okinawan blood. Well, you could ask Ian about that. Elijah goes, just a few nights ago. Well, just yesterday. Then efforts are manifesting, Yuri says, efforts of manifesting fire from non-physical. Yuri says, genetic fraud. Robert says, 2016, Bob, mind you, all of 2016ers. Bob, mind you, all of you 2016ers. Then yours is, thanks, Bob. And then yours is, the false definition is only a perspective, but it's still true, still valid. Okay, so that's that, Carol. We now can start the Carolyn Gorton portion of the show, portion of the program, as Ian say. Let's see. I got everybody muted, and I got to go grab the book. Do I have the book here? I have to go in the other room. Just You can start talking about it.
Yeah, but then you'll yell at me because you don't know where I am. But I think, well, what we ended with last week was me just quickly mentioning that Ridley Scott was highlighted in the book, and I think it was just a mention. So I'll say what he was involved in. What is likely the largest crowdsourcing project to date was sponsored by YouTube and National Geographic. It is director Kevin MacDonald's Life in a Day, a documentary produced by Ridley Scott that premiered at the Sundance Film Festival in 2011. Oscar-winning MacDonald, best known for Last King of Scotland, collected 80,000 entries from around the world, all shot on the same day. The day was June 24, 2010. Along with editor Joe Walker of Steve McQueen's Hunger fame, so this guy Kevin MacDonald and Joe Walker distilled them down into a feature film that runs for just under 95 minutes. And Quirton further comments that using YouTube's upload function, MacDonald's Life in a Day team amassed 4,500 hours of footage from 192 countries. All of the chosen contributors are listed as co-directors. Multilingual film students were hired to sift through the footage, and 25 people were employed full-time for 2.5 months to view the material and sort it into categories, including countries of origin, themes, and to assess it on a 6-star system. So why was she? Well, she was talking about crowdsourcing, basically, and that was an example of the largest crowdsourcing project to date, none of which would have been possible without the Internet and people all over the world being able to communicate by email and Skype and do their filming probably with their little Skype computers or their iPhones. So I thought that was cool. What did you think of it, Bob? And you're muted.
I had no thoughts about it. A lot of work.
Yeah.
What do they produce? What are the conclusions? What is their context for saying this?
Well, you know what it reminds me of? I guess it was it at the millennial year 2000, where on New Year's Day or maybe New Year's Eve, I forget what, they filmed people all over the world and just showed everybody celebrating, not getting blown up by the computer world crashing. So it's just a tribal attempt.
They went around the world, time-wise, showing each area's New Year's Eve celebrations, fireworks. Right. So, but her context, this chapter is called From Karaoke Culture to Vernacular Video. So vernacular video is what these people were making. They were making little videos and sending it someplace. And then they gathered it, and then they, broadcast it?
They made a 95-minute feature film of it. Oh. I haven't seen the film, but I guess it's out there called Life in a Day.
So they're showing all the producer mania of people with their digital media, Web 2.0, that they can spend their time with.
They too can be famous.
Well, not famous. They just do it.
No, well, they did it, but they're all co-producers, co-directors. So that would make somebody in a country where they might not have even seen a feature-length film feel pretty powerful.
that they got shown in the final documentary.
Right.
So that's the hugely participatory nature of Web 2.0, which basic archetypal pattern McLuhan said in the Electric Age, participation mystique and the audience getting in the act is the main dynamic, starting with the Vortices, 1914, and then the poetry, the writings of James Joyce, especially Finnegans Wake, including the audience. So James Joyce is the mimer, the projector of the increasing involvement of everybody and everybody. That's the "Here Comes Everybody" theme that he has as a nodal point in Finnegans Wake. So when people talk about, wow, I can participate, I can be part of this documentary that Ridley Scott's doing. I like Ridley Scott. They say, oh, he does The Good Wife. I like that TV show. I live in Tanzania, so I don't see it for 5 years later, but I eventually saw it. I've seen season 1.
Tanzania?
Bob,
that's not even a country.
Yeah, he's someplace. And then Bob's already watching season 6 on PrimeWire 10 seconds after the broadcast. But Tanzanians, they don't get it for 5 years. But they get there, and so they know who Ridley Scott is. They're glad to be part of his project. Mm-hmm. Well, this participant, no, I didn't.
And then it becomes competitive participatory, because then you have the next guy, Roth's white glove
before you go
tracking.
into that, okay, so Marshall, they say, well, in Marshall's day, mass media was passive. You were broadcast at. You sit and received information from a few channels. What Marshall tried to tell people, no, when you're watching television, you're making the image. So on the basic brain level, you are beginning to participate. You're not looking at a flat page with light bouncing off it. So you're looking and making shapes out of the snow of television. Remember that? They used to call it the snow, the test pattern. Right. So the participatory mandate starts coming in pop culture in the 50s and 60s. You know, the beatniks, the LSD world, the drug world, the happenings world, all across the range of culture and science, the participatory ideal, some people would call it democratic, started to come in. Now, I say that when you get to this level, 2.0, Web 2.0, this ain't no participation for you. This is the Android meme pretending it is participational among its parts.
Obviously, because he amassed 4,500 hours of footage. He got clips from 80,000 people, so no human can do that. So it's absolutely the robot doing it.
Right, and so when people say, well, this is what Tim Leary told me on May 15th, 16th, 1993, when we did that dialogue with him, me and Nelson, in his home, he was trying to say, well, Marshall was good, but he dealt with a one-way broadcasting world. We're here now in a two-way digital situation. And he was trying to say McLuhan failed to understand that. Well, Finnegans Wake includes the analytical participatory brain mechanism that McLuhan was talking about, and includes the Android meme replay of participatory fakery. So you have to say participatory effects in the analog media and participatory effects in the digital media. They're two different kinds. So the Android meme in the digital phase makes media look very participatory, obviously participatory. Oh, look, I can email and they'll post my comment. I can do this. I can make YouTube. I can do all these things. Therefore, I'm participating. But,
therefore, I exist.
Yeah, therefore I am sort of exist when I'm not working at my regular hardware job. I get home and I do my creativity. But that is the final seduction of the Android meme, as I've been warning people for 20 years. They're going to make it seem more and more about you, to the point, and this relates to that excerpt I played from Ion, 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. Eventually you're going to be in a hologram, and you're going to run the show about what's the content of it. You're going to say, okay, today I'm going to be Francis Bacon. And they chip you with that, and then you walk around being Francis Bacon. I don't know how much you change the history of Francis Bacon. Is there a British Encyclopedia version that they give you, standard one that all the scholars agree on, Francis Bacon? did not write Shakespeare's plays. He didn't edit them, no. But or would I have the choice? Oh no, Frank Bacon. Frankie, he did do this. He did edit the Shakespeare. I got it from the Evergreens. I talked to Frank Bacon about it.
Back to Guertin, Bob.
No, but that's how far will it go when you make your own hologram? And so I was asking Ion if this whole Iondom thing that I'm an activator of, is this all within Bob's hologram? and that's why there's not a major event in the 20th century I haven't been part of. Well, did I program that? So that was my question. So you can go back and listen to Ion, what he said about that. It's not complete, but he started to say some things. So the celebration, this is a problem in Carolyn Guertin's thesis. She's looking for democracy or participation or bottom-up something.
And she doesn't know it's the Android meme that's taken it over. It's all machinic. And I wanted to mention the next one.
Okay, but let me respond to that.
Fine.
Yeah, the point
Keep
is...
up, Bob.
I know. About that point, it doesn't matter that it's machinic as far as your brain and perceptual self is. Look at these people all doing their iPhones all day long. They don't care that it's not a human being. So that's the question.
All I'm saying is if Guertin is trying to assuage us and say, oh, we're all participating together, it's all okay. She's
not saying that. She's not saying that.
Are you sure?
She's saying that they are actually going to stop it with the canceling of the fair use thing through the Digital Prohibition Act legislation. That she's worried we can't even participate in the Android meme. So that's a good point. Why would the Android meme be excluding its delusion or its suggestion that you are part of it and they're not, and the Android meme is not in charge? Well, that's because the Android meme will never totally cancel you. They just tease you, bug you. They say, oh, okay, we're going to start canceling out all fair use stuff, which is what she documents. Carolyn Guertin documents the creeping into fair use violation by the corporations. They're saying you violated that and you didn't, but they say you did, and they interrupt your YouTube making for a few months, and then you appeal it, and then you might get back. So the Android meme is making you feel paranoid about it, and therefore hyperactive, like this book that Carolyn Guertin wrote. She's an activist or a hacktivist or an artivist. So that is part of the seduction. What do we got? We got Janet Yellen raising the interest rate. Oh boy, it's big trouble coming, right? A little bit for a few people because the punishment has to go through. That's another part of the Android meme that McLuhan picked up. The punishment factor or contrast that little man requires will continue to be manifested. So there will be huge devastating effects to some lucky people in the Yellen day, whereas others will not. So this is the tetradialectical yin-yang co-anesthesia-synesthesia dialectic that we are witnessing. Mm-hmm. Okay, now your quote.
Yes, the next crowdsourcing, she talks about an artist named Roth, R-O-T-H, and he had a white glove tracking using crowdsourcing as a way of mapping data. On May 4, 2007, Roth asked web users to assist in isolating the white glove in all of the 10,000-plus frames of Michael Jackson's video, Billie Jean. Within 72 hours, 125,000 new versions of the data-tracked glove had been created. Now, how crazy is that? How crazy? What people with lots of time on their hands to do this?
Well, that's part of the Android meme reality is that eventually you're going to have a job. At best, you have a role, but Mark Stallman was interviewed recently, and he said, well, the main thing you have to know is that no one will ever have a job again. But there's no definite finish line. So there will be jobs provided here and there for somebody, and others won't get them. And those that can accept not wanting to have a job or having a job, they'll do other stuff. But so you got a lot of time to do this. So what did they do, Carol? They took the time to find the white glove?
Yeah, and they just spliced together, as I understand it, they spliced together all the images of the white glove and put it in a little video and sent it, hopping off to Roth.
Okay, so Carolyn Guertin says you would be projecting a practical object or purpose is realized. But these people are responding to the conversation that Roth started and participating, and that's the art form. You create a conversation, and people start engaging. It doesn't matter how absurd the product looks. The product's not important. It's the action. It's the engaging of being part of something.
Mm-hmm. Participatory crap.
Now, a person like yourself, a practical, accomplished person, looks for good results in what you do daily and expect results even more than most people. And this kind of behavior you wouldn't participate in. We can't see Dr. Deed going through a Billie Jean looking for the white gloves. You would never even have the time to do it.
Right.
So you're projecting your personality into this situation.
Yes. What else? Whose personality could I project? Or are you saying don't project any personality? Oh, you can't have an emotion. Oh, you can't have a feeling.
No, you put on another personality. You imagine, now, what would Dave Neufeld do this? The band that was supposed to come and see Dave Neufeld got caught in a snowstorm in Oshawa, and they won't make it to Dave. So Dave's got 24 hours to smoke up and diddle around. He could listen to Ion, he could call in here, or he might participate in this stuff, right? You wouldn't. But you could pretend you were Dave Neufeld and act out a Dave Neufeld reality.
Absolutely. Okay, so then on page 132, she makes a couple of, statements where she mentions things being lowbrow. So do you think she's talking about lowbrow versus highbrow in the whole Menippean tradition, or?
No.
Okay.
Lowbrow is the cheap. She agrees with Frank. Cheapness is better. Her temperament, since she's lived in a low-budget lifestyle for years in the fringe cabaret art world and not the super glossy gallery world of Mary Boone and those people in New York City. She's in the almost the amateur world. The people of CKLN. That I knew that are happy to have 20 people to be an audience in some club. That's lowbrow. That's what she means. That's lowbrow art. In the capital A art world. But lowbrow can also be just using cartoon imagery or porn or something that is not sanctioned by President Obama or Michelle Obama or
their daughters.
Or their daughters. They're not known. They're not allowed to be known to be playing around with Larry Flint and Hustler magazine. That's because people require, and the Andrew Amin pretends that there are people who require a sophisticated or civilized or decent protection of morals and lack of invasive and violence. So lowbrow can be that which ignores those decent standards.
Right.
There's different kinds. Now, a Menippean satirist would mix highbrow and lowbrow.
There you go.
So if she finds someone mixing both, and you might look for that, there must be someone in here who's mixing highbrow and lowbrow, because some of the artworks get into the major bicentennials or Vienna centennials, the bienniales and that, which are pretty high-end performances. If you get your art in there.
Yeah, I think she talks about some artists who take a classic film and then mash it up with a cartoon film. So perhaps that's a bit high-low.
No. Anybody can do that. It's where you put the film. Now, if you send it into the Kennedy Center to ask them to consider it as a major art form while they're celebrating Bob Dylan, that would be a Menippean act. You'd be satirizing an operation. But to mix thing, and she calls it a remix culture, which is like the Andrew Amin remixes whatever was mixed during the human analog media phase. So the Andrew Amin replays it, remixes it. That was the old characteristics of Menippean satire, and doesn't apply now. That's not Menippean anymore. You have to be a different setup to be Menippean, and I suggest it's what this show is the actual retrieval of the anti-environmental function of Menippean satire. Because everybody started being Menippean in analog TV in those crazy day shows where people come on with their crazy ideas and crazy lifestyles and start fighting, beating each other up. What was it, Morley somebody? Whatever that guy was in the early 90s had a TV show like that.
Right.
That's the population becoming Menippean, when it's no longer necessary to be Manipian. So the public, though, has no resort than to be Manipian in a post-literate, post-tragic, post-comic world. That's the world of everything's disappeared, as McLuhan's have said. Before Greek literacy, it was an ironic, satirical form of communication. So everybody was a Manipian before Homer.
Cool.
So you're just wondering about the lowbrow world.
Yeah, I wonder how close she's getting to Manipian.
No, I think I've clarified the issue.
Oh, yeah. All right. Then going in a linear fashion, the next thing I have, I think we did talk about it last week. It was a spam bot art. Is really Finnegan's Wake, so we don't have to go over that again.
Wait, you said art. Spam bot art?
Yeah, people who take spam bots and make them into an art form. This artist, she got a spam bot to create a bunch of words and then made those words into a story. So the words are nonsense syllables.
All right, so Finnegan's Wake anticipates that ability, and what would that be? That wouldn't be that could be a Manipian satire for high schoolers or something. It's very rudimentary. It's not sophisticated like the White House. I mean, this whole election around Donald Trump is one big Manipian Veronian operation, right? This whole campaign this year, all the parties involved are doing a major sophisticated Manipian satire on the voters,
themselves,
and the voters, and but that's the only way you can get them involved.
Exactly. I was just going to say that they're finally participating because they think it's such a big joke.
Right. Okay, and they're partly Manipian, the audience, and they say, okay, I'm going to be outrageous, and I'm going to support Trump. You know, so there's naive Manipianism going on there. So
then she, then she says the word highbrow in this paragraph, page 136. She says the democratic urge is now starting to break down some of the most conservative walls up in the art world. In the past couple of years, highbrow institutions have started to jump on the remix bandwagon of this creative surge of energy. The result is festivals that are recognizing and commodifying as art the best digital works. So highbrow institutions are getting into the game because they need to own it. They need to control it.
Right. So that's what I was saying. Now that the establishment is becoming, as a patina, an image of Manipian acknowledgement, how do you satirize that, or how do you provide an anti-environment to that? So I wonder what she's going to say.
Well, she just gives examples. She's got amazing examples of everything, and basically she's just reporting, and she does comment as well. So she says about the YouTube, there was a YouTube biennial held in 2011, sponsored by YouTube and the Guggenheim, for Pete's sakes, and it was done in 4 centers around the world, and the chief curator announced that we are, in a sense, inviting people to raise the standards of YouTube. Not satisfied with the lowly YouTube aesthetic, the Guggenheim sought immediately to make it more respectable. Directly contradictory to YouTube's founding principles, this drive toward commodification, even of the lowbrow, is inevitable in consumer culture.
Right, so there it is. They are the institution of Gutenberg elitism in the creative process, is maintaining the Gutenberg meme, and that's all they can do. All institutions can only be what they apparently were appreciated for, and they're going to make a value out of, okay, you YouTube, you anarchists out there, you, what's that guy, Kiggy.
You get in line.
You Kiggy people out there.
Get in line.
Yeah, you should aspire to a recognition from Senator Clinton or something, some acknowledgement at the Kennedy Center. And, of course, many people see through that or are not interested in that, and then they just get even more combative against the Guggenheim.
Yeah, because as she says, because they disdain the YouTube aesthetic, most of the big fish they caught were professional artists of the caliber that the Guggenheim might have considered for their regular collection anyway.
Right.
So they just, they catch the people. They pretend that they're doing this big outreach to the masses, and then they just focus on the people they want.
Right. So they call it a democratic urge. So is democracy allowing people more and more to express themselves as inventors, as gardeners, as school attenders, all the different things that people think fascism is stopping, and a large part of it would be human expression. That's one form of democracy. Is that the most important ideal of democracy, or is democracy limited to people having access to the bureaucrats that they send to Washington or to their municipal governments, and somehow more and more people have a say in the local government? So the democratic urge as a participatory aesthetic started with jazz, and maybe the whatever that first dance was, the cakewalk or something. I can't remember what the jazz. What were they called? The floozies, the fanniers, or something.
Flappers.
Flappers. Yeah, that whole world of they show it a bit in Downton Abbey when the aristocratic daughters are tempted to go to some clubs where the dancing is not as rigid and formal. So that's the aristocrats starting to adopt the Cockney rhythms or the working classes rhythms, and they start to merge. And that's the effect of electricity. That's McLuhan's point, is that the boundaries between the classes start to fall away in all the institutions, and that includes games and leisure activities. Or is democracy you not participating in a mass game, but having the ability to project as a god your own digital production, your own multimedia production? Is that the pinnacle of democratic something? Democratic.
Mumble.
Bill, change the. Bill's picking up my phone. Come on, Bill. Stop zapping my phone, Bill. Bill phone. Yeah, the people are wonderful. Very wonderful people.
So, do you want me to go on before you self-combust?
Yes, I resort to democratic appreciation, the emotion of multitude. We love you all. Let's all try to get along. But do you have the desire to go out and make a video that's astounding and assert your incredible digital dexterity?
No.
Would you get an identity out of that? Well, Carolyn Guertin represents those people who do want to have that. The old artistic impulse they maybe drew when they were a kid, and they're in the early grade school, and the teacher pointed out their ability to do good drawings, and they thought, oh, that's my identity. So then that probably happened to Sheila Kern. You know, she's probably seen as a great drawer when she was 4 years old, and then she stuck with it as her form of identity. You know, is that where creativity comes from? Because the teacher told you were creative, and someone else is a good athlete, so they become a jock. What will happen when the kids don't have that kind of social social model making?
Well, I can't imagine what it's like in schools these days for so-called guidance counselors or career counselors to guide kids. You know, back in my day, as I've said it many times, with my 99 plus average and vice president of the student council and running the whole school, I was told I could be an executive secretary or a nurse. So I was never modeled to do anything. No, that was your model. It was restricted. Well, I refused the model then. Yeah, well, that's because I was there encouraging that. You may not have done it without my encouragement. Oh, I doubt that very much. Oh, you think that you had the innate ability to resist? Grumble. Okay, back to Wharton. Yeah, the next little bit I have, it's a mashup that. Okay, Carolyn. Okay, back to that. What? You're always interrupting. Yeah, the democratic urge is now starting to break down some of the most conservative walls in the art world.
But then you pointed out that no, Guggenheim did not maintain a real democratic aesthetic. They said, you lowbrow mob people, flash mobs, you got to upgrade your aesthetic standards.
Mm-hmm.
So they
rose the bar. They raised the bar.
Right. So I think Guertin is aware of that, and she discusses these questions about what's her identity as a critic or an artist in relation to these conflicting co-anesthetic and synesthetic tendencies in the android meme. Okay, I just wanted to say that.
This is a mashup. This is jumping to another topic. Somebody did a mashup where a modern warfare soundtrack was combined with game footage. So they used an audio from a U.S. military strike, which ended up being a high-profile attack in which 2 Reuters correspondents and a group of unarmed civilians were killed. And a camera tripod was erroneously assumed to be an automatic weapon. Had you heard of that?
Yes.
Attack?
Yes. What I actually saw it somewhere. What is the name, the artist, so I can look this up?
Call of Duty. It's page 137. Bricker.
Oh yeah, Bricker's post-Newtonianism.
Yes.
Which I discussed in part 2 is a near-perfect mashup. Okay. Yes, I've seen that footage. There's several like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's it's certainly not highbrow and lowbrow, but it's realism with game playing, putting game footage and associating it with warfare footage of people that people knew who was killed. They were Reuters correspondents. Okay, so that was. So
what the point here is, by pointing out
it's not all just comedy, parody, and satire. A lot of the artists are trying to make a point. They're trying to expose various aspects of either the commodification of the world or the politics or
no, maybe isn't this that patriotic warfare is really just like a video game? Aren't they trying to show that the values of being a soldier, defending your country, or stopping terrorism gets reduced to a video game reality?
That's a good point. Maybe she's making that point where they can just point a stealth bomber at this tripod and take it out as if it were a video game.
So she blends the idealized, innocent animation of the hookah-smoking caterpillar from Disney's Alice in Wonderland with 3 6 Mafia's raw.
No, that's the next mashup.
Oh, okay. So what is this? This is the mashup section? You're looking at mashups?
I think
or
so.
Remixes?
Remix, mashup, I forget.
Okay, what's the next one?
It's what you're talking about. Lindsay Scroggins did a mashup where she put the hookah-smoking caterpillar from Alice in Wonderland with 3 6 Mafia's raw, rough, shocking gangsta rap music. And in perhaps the most uncomfortable 1 minute and 44 seconds you have ever heard.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. That she finds it very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
That's what Guertin says. In her director's video, she says that it took her between 200 and 300 hours to make the cuts and synchronize the sound. As an assessment of hip-hop-style drug and sex-laden themes and how uneasily they fall upon childish ears, as the world is so often revealed to the young, the work is disturbing in the extreme. I'm not getting what this disturbance is. Are you?
Well, we haven't seen the film. I mentioned there's a lot of foul language and guns and, gangsta stuff. And it's like, I don't know if it's this one, but several times she's had things where the gangsta rap people are now the new mafia. So this was interesting having this. I don't know what 3 6 Mafia is. That must be a
band.
Hip hop. Yeah.
Yeah. So she's saying that the mafia is gangsta?
I'm saying it. It's interesting how the new mafia is the gangsters, the gangstar.
And where do you have evidence of that?
In my head.
That sounds racist.
Well, they want to take over.
Well, they're domestic terrorists.
Right. I went back to the first the beginning of the chapter. It's part 2, authorship from karaoke culture to vernacular video. So it's just about videos. It seems it's not necessarily mashups, but she's using mashups as examples. Well,
vernacular. The printing press allowed people to see their own language, native language or national language, wasn't even national, but non-Latin, non-Greek in print. And that was called the vernacular. And that was the print world. So now you have people, lowbrow producers, making video with all kinds of chaos or anarchy or aesthetic, pushing the envelope, and that's like a new kind of vernacular. It's vernacular video. I think that's the meaning of that phrase. Vernacular video rather than vernacular books.
Yeah. They have to have a whole new language. Then, I don't know if you want to go into this. It's the digital remixing. She talks about 141, and she has 7 distinct kinds of remixes. I don't know if we want to bother doing that.
Yeah, do that.
Right.
We've only been going for a short while.
Well, nobody's listening on the chat line. They're totally ignoring us.
How do you know?
Because I've been over there.
Let's see. No, they're talking about 3-6 Mafia.
Well, now that we mentioned some hip-hop, they don't care about the topic.
Well, some people think do is Ion. Because Do posts hen deities, Scrabble score 17, and Yuri goes, he's here! And then Yuri comments on his own exclamation, screams like a little schoolgirl. And then Leon, who might know about 3-6 Mafia and Alice in Wonderland, he finds that funny, the combination of 3-6 Mafia and Alice in Wonderland. He's falling for the satire. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's about it, though. Here's Dave saying, by the way, I heard the Pet Shop Boys were successfully sued by Cat Stevens for It's a Sin being too similar to Wild World. I haven't looked at it up to verify it. I like speculating. So, yeah, there's an example of copyright infringement for one generation, the baby boomer Cat Stevens going after Generation X, the Pet Shop Boys. Or maybe even less. A Remax, Priest, the air swells when I hear this song. There's some other... So Yuri and them are yucking it up there. They're mashing away. See, you have the audience typing. There's the example of the participation of this kind of digital media.
Yeah, they're doing exactly these 7 steps. They're sampling us, then they're mashing up a bit of us and a bit of them. They're remaking, adapting, intertexting, they're capturing, they're surveilling, they're archiving, and they're hacking.
Right. And these are the primary forms. Mm-hmm. But these methods are not mutually exclusive. A single work can mix and match two or more different techniques. It is on account of this fluid, promiscuous nature that Paul D. Miller, also known as DJ Spooky. Now, he's the guy who's been accepted by High Art. He was put on the board of C Theory, Croker's World, allowed to mingle with the academics. And Paul Miller calls this cybernetic jazz, this remixing, rhythmic cinema, and sonic sculptures in his book Rhythm Science. Well, he wrote a book that helped him get noticed by the academia, who are the real gatekeepers of culture, the professors. So you got here, they're going to have a whole section on sampling, and it's called atactical aesthetic. There are 7 distinct kinds of remixes, or what I would call atactical aesthetic approaches. And another word is aberrant decoding. So she's coming up with big word talk to put order to the chaos of producer mania.
Yeah.
So there's lots. Let me just scan through here. I have under mashups.
Yeah.
there's this quote from Guy Debord. Okay, he's a...
I love that quote.
You know what I'm going to do?
Yep.
Guy Debord wrote this probably in the 60s or 50s, so he's the French popular version of McLuhan. The lowbrow people think McLuhan is too highbrow for many people. So Guy Debord says, any elements, no matter where they are taken from, can serve in making new combinations. The discoveries of modern poetry regarding the analogical structure of images demonstrate that when two objects are brought together, no matter how far apart their original context may be, a relationship is always formed. Now, I have beside that McLuhan. That's his line from The Medium is the Massage. When information is brushed against information, the results can be startling and effective. So that is what McLuhan called bashing cliches to make new archetypes. So I'm pointing out that what Guy Debord is making a big deal of McLuhan was already discussing in the 50s. Now, this is Debord in 1956, so it's pretty early, same time as McLuhan, but usually they're talking about content, the clashing of symbols and memes from content, whereas McLuhan was talking about the form of TV against the form of radio, against the form of book, against the form of Aboriginal ESP.
This is the quote I thought you were going to give. Guy Debord says in his prescription for methods of détournement, one is not limited to correcting a work or to integrating diverse fragments of out-of-date works into a new one. One can also alter the meaning of those fragments in any appropriate way, leaving the imbeciles to their slavish preservation of citations.
Right, citations and quotes. Mm-hmm. So he then continues that, and he says, restricting oneself to a personal arrangement of words is mere convention. The mutual interference of two worlds of feeling, or the bringing together of two independent expressions, supersedes the original elements and produces a synthetic organization of greater efficacy. Anything can be used. Now, McLuhan used to say when he wrote his books, he'd use anything. So Debord is talking about this, but it's always in an activist context, or a communist context, or an anarchist context. They politicize what they're doing. Debord thinks he's running some kind of revolution or starting one.
Yes.
Whereas McLuhan works on a grander, huger level that in the long run is better for the citizen to know about than to get carried away by Allen Ginsberg or Paul Krasner or Frank Zappa or some revolutionary that comes in, stirs you up, and makes you quit your job, and then you end up homeless and a junkie. Like reading Patti Smith's book. Mm-hmm. They show up in New York City in 1968, and they end up down in East Village, and they're desperate and have no money, so they go to the cheapest hotel there, and it's nothing but junkie garbage. Yeah. And that's 1968. You did not see the junkie world was not told to the kids in high school in 67, 68. They didn't know that existed. They know it once Junkie Chic came in, and whenever that was, the late 80s, early 90s. But, Patti Smith and Robert Mapplethorpe were shocked at this chaotic ghetto world of white kids just being junkies, or people all ages. White people just devastating their lives. Former ballet people, former well-off artists, they just got lost in junkie land, and that was not part of the news world in the 68. It is part of, everybody knows about junkies by now, and they hope their own child is not a junkie, right? And many fail to stop their kids from becoming junkies temporarily. So,
and then the whole Keith Richards biography that highlighted it for me.
Yeah, now Keith Richards popularized it in the early 70s, middle 70s. He popularized the musician as junkie, and he said he was constantly subject to people predicting he would die soon. And he's so proud of himself never having
not
dying.
But Patti, I don't know when she started doing drugs, but she just looked like a junkie, she said, but at an early point she was not doing drugs.
No. Mapplethorpe was starting to, I think, and she found it quite disturbing. Mm-hmm. So, you read the whole book. She doesn't get into drugs in her story?
No, she started smoking, but she would just smoke alone to do her art. Smoking dope, but as far as I can tell, she really never got into it.
Okay, so back to this. DeBoard is celebrating a certain civil rebellion. And McLuhan, being a highbrow artist, because he's including the attitudes of intelligence agencies, he is operating on a wider, broader scale. And so the activists don't like that. They don't like McLuhan's detachment. Walter Board complained about it. Abby Hoffman complained about it.
They just want people to get involved, pick up a placard and start protesting. But, I know firsthand that doesn't work. What I'm doing is working far better than when I was involved with the so-called health freedom movement.
Right. So now the artist has got the romantic aura of being some kind of outsider, and Carolyn Guertin is keeping the outsider mystique going, but knows it has to be updated. She says creativity and the creative product. Well, the creative product is obsolete, is what she says. She says activism is obsolete, but she's trying to find something that maintains the anti-bourgeois.
Well, she may say activism is obsolete, but she's reporting on the activism and giving it cachet.
Well, it seems she supports activism in the image-making world that is reflexive, that is meta, that comments on the irony of the fact they're trying to make something unique, and yet it's hopeless, and they probably will be shut down anyways by YouTube's digital copyright prohibition or something.
Right.
So there's I would call that quadrophenia. That is people aware of different modalities coming at them, different environments, and different memes, different audiences, and everybody you've got many audiences already implied in your life with your different bodies. That's the problem of creativity. How to, I don't know where I was going with that. You got this multi-bodied.
There's so many levels, meta.
Oh, yeah.
And how do you keep up?
So it's normal awareness to have multiple levels. As a matter of fact, McLuhan used to say that in the 50s, students thought in levels. And these levels were them trying to keep their literate framework and fit the different contradictory media experiences into the framework. And then when the baby boomers got into drugs, the framework collapsed. They didn't have a literate framework. And then neoconservatism came along to retrieve the literate framework so that you could think in levels and keep it tidy. Whereas the non-neoconservative artist tends to reestablish mental chaos or categorical chaos, tries to encourage people to note that their retrieved framework isn't working. Then other people like McLuhan say, well, the population's not going to survive this, so we just better turn TV off in general, turn off the environment, the new environment, so people can keep their literate framework or understand why it's being eroded.
Well, what's interesting for me is the next book I'm reading is, what's it called, Freewheeling?
Yeah, Susie Rotolo.
Yeah, she was Dylan's first girlfriend, apparently. And her upbringing was...
First New York girlfriend. He had a girlfriend in Minnesota. But this is the one that's on the cover of Freewheeling Bob Dylan, Susie Rotolo.
So she presents her horrific childhood as a red diaper baby. Her parents were communists, so she talks about growing up as an outcast and growing up through the what's the guy who exposed all the communists?
The McCarthy era.
Growing up in the McCarthy era and finding out that her friends' fathers were in jail and just the horror of waiting for the bomb to fall. So she presents a whole other world. I'm only in her sort of high school days right now. Her father died when she was in high school, and that ruined her life. So anyway, that was a whole other picture being painted of the communist children growing up.
Yeah, they were the activists of the 50s.
They were.
And now LaRouche said that he hung out with the socialist parties in the 50s because they were the most intellectually active. They were critical. Mm-hmm. And so Susie Rotolo grows up in the heart of it in Manhattan.
They were reading books and going to plays, performing in plays, marching. They were doing all that stuff while the young people in the village were just sitting around doing dope and, drawing pictures. Mapplethorpe was trying to get exposure for his art.
Well, that's a few years later. Susie Rotolo is the late 50s. Mapplethorpe is 10 years later. So Susie Rotolo is part of the world that Bob Dylan stumbled into and was swallowed up in for a while. And
it goes into the coffee houses and
right. That was the art movement. You know why coffee houses became artistically self-conscious? They saw if they even knew about rock and roll, they saw the cleaning up of rock and roll, the arrest of Alan Freed in the payola scandal, and it wasn't even illegal to do payola back then. But they saw the mainstreaming of rock and roll, so that it became a bunch of little teenage guys like Fabian and Bobby Vinton and Bobby V. So the teenagers and their parents said, whatever energies that were rebellious and interesting in Elvis and Jerry Lee Lewis and Chuck Berry have been squelched. And so we have to create an anti-environment to the Bobby Vinton thing. And so they grabbed the folk music because you had a bunch of lefties like Alan Lomax and this other guy, I can't remember.
Pete Seeger.
No, they were performers. Yes, you see, Pete Seeger was in the Weavers. And they were blacklisted in the early 50s.
Right, as communists.
Right. So folk music was nowhere through most of the 50s until the record companies ruined the image of rock and roll by putting Elvis in the army. So then the college kids, they need an identity, or some of them need an identity of rebellion. So they said, okay, we're going for non-commercial music. The folk culture, the coal miner music. So they put on and started to celebrate folk music based around Harry Smith's album. He put together an anthology that Bob Dylan and all these kids in their late teens listened to be put on. Now, Bob Dylan was a rock and roller in high school. He played in the school gym and had a band and shocked his English teacher with what he could do, this dirty, lowbrow music. And then two years later, he's doing folk music and not part of the Chuck Berry world. Because it was an artistic, cool stance it was the cabaret culture that Karen Gwerton celebrates.
And is this, you're getting this from Weinstein's book?
No, I knew that. I knew this through
Whereas the Chuck Berry and all of that genre, that was picked up by Keith Richards in
they were British.
London.
See, that's what's funny. Or interesting is that the American kids, it's almost like the British kids didn't know about the Bobby Vinton thing. They were getting the rock and roll a couple years later. So they were going through Chuck Berry and Elvis and all that stuff in 59, 60, 61, 62, and then into blues, whereas the American kids were kicked out of that access and put on the people's music, folk music. And so Pete Seeger came back as the leader of it because he'd been a weaver suppressed in 52 by McCarthy. So that's why Pete Seeger comes back with this gravitas and seniority of outsiderness. And meanwhile, the satellite comes in and starts becoming a cause of the global theater in 62, 63, and Dylan, responding to the president as a sensitive artist, he can't stand being a folk singer anymore. He's sick of it.
There you go.
The reasons for the folk thing died because the Beatles came over and the Stones came over. They brought back the wild music, the rock and roll. Okay, we don't have radio is different now. It's interesting, says the college-age person, and we don't need to be boring, dull, monochromatic folk singers. Let's go electric. And that's what Dylan did.
Wow. And because the venues to perform in, they just had folk folk singers.
It was almost a kind of cultural warfare.
Yeah.
The British got ahead of Dylan, these guys, in 63, 64, 65 with their British invasion, and then Captain Beefheart, Frank Zappa, Dylan said, we got to get back in this game and support the be a patriot, American patriot, and bring back. So that's why Dylan calls his album in 65 Highway 61 Revisited. That is, he's retrieving the blues and underground music of the early 50s, which became partly the Chuck Berry world, the popularization of it. He retrieves that mystique. It's almost like, okay, we know what you're doing, Mick and Keith. You're remarketing our Highway 61 roots back to us. So Jagger never said that. Dylan said it. He says technically as an intellectual saying it's Highway 61 revisited, because you go down Highway 61, that's where a lot of these guys going back to Robert Johnson were born or had dramatic events on Highway 61 from New Orleans up to Winnipeg. So Dylan's very scholarly there with his title, or self-conscious. He had been in a bluesy mood 7 years before. So, and Dylan occasionally comments on this. He said in his Rolling Stone interview in 1969, he said, I wasn't aware as I should have been. And he sometimes acts guilty or repentant about the way he was. Maybe I exploited the folk scene for a while,
Really?
But
because I've read one of the books about Dylan recently, and I did not come away with the impression that he'd been a rock and roller, he switched to folk, and then he came back to rock and roll. And I don't think a lot of people know that. They just think he was a folkie that
he didn't go
defected.
He didn't go back to rock and roll. He invented folk rock. The Byrds popularized his tambourine song, but he definitely moved into a new kind of music with Like a Rolling Stone and Highway 61 Revisited. That book you read is Dylanologist, about the Dylanologist. That might not go into that aspect because it's just about the fans.
Right.
But so you're saying you didn't know that he'd been a rock and roller.
Correct.
Yeah. Let's see, what else to say? So we're saying that's when, in the 60s, when acoustic space was the art form. Carolyn Guertin is dealing with tactility as an art form, the interactive sculpting of imagery on the proprioceptive level. Okay? So the tactile, but she's projecting countercultural ideals on the tactile revolution of digital media, of digital co-creation. So she's
projecting tactile.
She's projecting countercultural Bob Dylan, Rolling Stone ideals that are against the commodification of regular pop music. Carolyn Guertin is all for the she tends to be in favor of the art that satirizes or puts down the commodification that the Guggenheim was going to bring in. When they said, we're going to upgrade your video submissions and make a competition out of it. Now, you were going to say something about a competition? Somebody competed with somebody?
Let me check my list.
Now, Dave would know. Let's see what Dave says here. They got some statements here. Sean from London says, producer mania shows people's urge to create outside of themselves, to see proof or validation. Yes, the desire to translate oneself into another form is Tom Waits' ideal. You don't know the West Coast till you go to the East Coast. So people can use different media to translate their usually literate values. They grow up in the West with literate book values, but they aren't attracted to the book medium. So Yuri says wallet science. Yuri says forest research too, please, using prayer hands. And then he sighs. Then Dave says, amazing angle, Bob, on UK versus US and the British bypassing the lightweight rock stage in the US. Oh, Dave liked that. And McLuhan also said the British had more acoustic heritage than Americans, or at least in the Americans in the North. Yeah, that's really important. First of all, when Kennedy was assassinated, so late 63, just before the Beatles came on, McLuhan is being interviewed. He's starting to get noticed, and he's saying the South is taking over in music. So he saw Elvis and Chuck Berry as the South coming into American culture, which he said in the 50s would come in because the Southern oral culture resonated with the TV effect. Right. So then you get this deeper tactile mood mud caused by the global theater and the new Sputnik satellite environment. And so Dave is right. The British, they had deeper oral society than the kinetic visual American. McLuhan said, never before had British pop culture allowed singing on the Cockney level, on the Porus level, to be part of the vaudeville accepted middle class entertainment theaters. And
and it was really fun reading Keith Richards' book to hear how they were attacked. They go into clubs and sing their stuff and with their long hair, and they'd be called girls, and they get into fights every night because they were changing the whole aesthetic.
Now look at this. Here's a subtle thing. The British students, even though they're more naturally oral, they're oral visual, whereas Americans are visual kinetic and oral a little bit. So the oral visual kids are a bit delayed. They're not getting the global theater technologies that the States are getting in the early 60s. The satellite's going around the whole planet, but you can see that the British kids were a little more conservative, whereas as soon as Jagger and them with the long hair go to America, they are accepted because they're more tactile, low definition, and more hairy and more multisensory in their image than that the American kids are ready for because they've been mutated by the satellite environment.
You've already said a couple of weeks ago that the Beatles were primed to be accepted in America because people were looking for relief from the Kennedy assassination.
Yeah, that's taking a particular emotion from one event, a major event, but that you can't create a musical revolution based on a feeling that would die out.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, the Beatles would kill the remorse, and then what are they going to do next? So there has to be other media dynamics going on that the Beatles are riding more than just being a relief from the Kennedy assassination. Right. But people like Lester Bangs, they would point this out. It was a particular little interesting point, but that's where McLuhan is talking about larger dynamics, and whoever I was saying, Carolyn Guertin and the artists are keeping it smaller. McLuhan was ready to ride all the changes from he commented on the folk, on the Pete Seeger world, the Oscar Brand world, then he commented on the Beatles, and then on the Stones, and then on the psychedelic, and then the country rock, and then just all the movements. They all fit into McLuhan's plan because he was looking at effects over 20-year spans.
He wasn't around for rap, though, was he?
No, rap came in. Rap knocked him out. He got sick every time there's a new technological revolution, and he recovered, but he didn't recover in '79, and that's about when hip hop started to happen in '79 with Flash Jack or somebody. I forget the guy's name. But so Dave is saying, now Dave loves this kind of talk. Dave likes the bigger picture that McLuhan gives, and so his ideas are interesting. So he's saying. You watch the shifting. So the Stones make it big, and they would get beat up if they went down south by the good old boys.
Oh, yeah.
But you don't see the Stones being beat up in a club in L.A. You got this whole thing going on with the Trip and the Whiskey Go-Go, and the kids are being beat up by the police and the shop owners. But Dylan goes and lives in L.A. in that time, hangs out there. So there's a big revolution in '65 in L.A. that Zappa's part of, Insensibility, and that is responding to the beginning of Lemuria sensibilities as you move out of the hardware Atlantis sensibilities I have in my chart. Lemurian is just pure software delusion or fantasy virtual reality. So Dave says, talking about Susie Rotolo, no, this is Jean. I guess she's quoting her. The 60s were an era that spoke a language of inquiry and curiosity and rebelliousness against the stifling and repressive political and social culture of the decade that preceded it. The new generation causing all the fuss was not driven by the market. We had something to say, not something to sell. Because the global theater made everybody be 4 years old, everybody was equally capable of having an opinion. This was redone in Web 1.0 with the Android meme making, hey, here's your computer, you can express your opinion. But it's on the chemical body level, and that's where what Bertolo is saying is very limited. That's not what's happening. The kids are not expressing them. They're having an identity crisis due to the satellite. The kids are having as much identity crisis as their parents are. So Susie Bertolo doesn't see it as an identity crisis. She just sees them against something that happened in the past, in the 50s. So
they never see the bigger picture like you do.
Right. And Yuri, I think he falls for Gene's quote, and he says, that is perfect. No, it isn't, Yuri. Then Dave says, mind you, the lightweight British stuff was pretty lightweight, too. It really was the British interpretation, empire level, epitomized by the Beatles and the Stones and Zeppelin. Yeah, like when Zeppelin comes in the late 60s, we're now into a deeper caveman reality, almost 10 years of satellite implosion, and the hard rock of Led Zeppelin. It creates this new music, heavy metal and all that, which they didn't even call it that for many years. They didn't even know that's what it was. But I remember when we were driving around in Seattle in the fall of '69 with Dave Worster, and we would drive out to this place, and Paul Seibo would have this Led Zeppelin thing on. I'd say, geez, that's fucking rough or something. I remember thinking, that's not better than Frank. That's bad, Frank. Because Frank was the roughest in that period. But he didn't present it.
But he was smooth rough.
Well, that's because his albums were edited for other purposes, and you didn't get the experience the way Frank was in a club. Wow. Go back and read the descriptions of what went on in the Garrick Theater. It was incredible what Frank was doing, and it was heavy metal before heavy metal, plus many other things. But Frank would present a polished, edited, abstract image idea, almost a movie, in his albums. So Led Zeppelin comes along, and they're very, whatever you call it, bone-conducting tactile, and I don't know who responded to that. I didn't like Led Zeppelin when I first heard them. They seemed to be too monotone. They didn't have the variety and shifts of change that Zappa had. But they, if you look back, that was more caveman-like.
Well, why is...
You know what I mean? That the Led Zeppelin 69-70 was caveman music compared to what was being done by Vanilla Fudge or even Love, Arthur Lee. It was a bit nicer. Maybe Dave has something to say about that. So what's Dave saying here? So you
Led
say...
Zeppelin, an English rock band formed in London in 1968. That's with Jimmy Page, Robert Plant.
It's the same people. That's Giorgio Gomelski's people. That's the Yardbirds, who replaced the Rolling Stones at the Crawdaddy Club. So it's the same core musicians.
Yeah, changed their name from the New Yardbirds.
Right. There's several phases of the Yardbirds, New Yardbirds, and then Jimmy Page or one of them, Robert Plant, takes over, and then they become Led Zeppelin. I think they even had a different name in '68. But they're being guided by Gomelski.
Led Zeppelin are widely considered one of the most successful, innovative, and influential rock groups in history.
Well, in the long run, caveman sensibility is what kids grow up into more than the 50s and 60s generations.
Yeah.
I mean, you're just thrown into the bottom of the Android meme. So then Dave says the 60s still had a thriving hardware world versus now. Yeah. There's no hardware world. Well, the kids aren't even into music today. They don't care about music. You know, we went to that New Year's Eve club and down here at the Andes Hotel. That was ridiculous, the music they played. The same inky disco beat. But anyways, I wasn't complaining. Europe was a great seat for that, says Yuri. Who's Afraid of 138? So American Media Banks, thanks. Grandmaster Flash, yes, that was one of the first guys. The breakthroughs never, that was 79. Yuri says, the breakthroughs never faltered. Music families run this planet, my friend. And then Dave says, yes, the Web 1.0 is akin to the so-called summer of 67 in terms of idealism occurring. Yes, information longs to be free. Web 2.0 kills that thing. Dave says Zeppelin cast a spell on the planet. Well, they're responding to the depth of satellite Sputnik World Squared. You have to realize, Dave, go look at Apocalypse Now, Coppola's movie, which is about the late 60s, and the young American soldiers are in the jungle, and they don't know what the hell's going on. There's weird monster gangs with weird sounds. There's weird music. It's all caveman, very well expressed by Coppola. That movie's made in 76, 77, 78, 79. Coppola has a heart attack. But it's showing the jungle, the heart of darkness that was happening in American culture and in Vietnam in 69, 70. That's where the Led Zeppelin would appeal to a soldier experience. And the planet was becoming that. Zepp fused low brow with high brow with low brow with ear brows. White zombie. Okay, Zepp knows best. Now, whatever south they came from is deeper than blood. Okay, that's a good point. I'm saying that the discarnate world of the television, radio, well of loneliness has been squared by the time Zeppelin comes along, and their hard and rough, tactile, abrasive sounds meets that sensibility, at least for young people. What's happening at the time of Led Zeppelin in mainstream American bandstand level or even PBS, respectable TV? It's the depressing guys, James Taylor, Neil Young. They come in with this Carole King, this kind of light, depressing post-Kent State attitude.
Light rock.
Yeah, I don't know what they call that. Light, depressed rock. So that's what people...
Tired and emotional music.
So, yeah, James Taylor and them were the disco, and the Sex Pistols and the Ramones countered the disco effect, in the late 70s.
But James Taylor wasn't disco.
No, I'm saying James Taylor is to Led Zeppelin.
Oh, okay.
Disco is to the Ramones and me and Sex Pistols. But why was that happening? In the bland disco, it wasn't that bland in the late 70s, but it was bland compared to punk. But disco had an upbeat mood because people had gotten through the depressing early 70s. Vietnam had ended in 75, and so there was an upbeat Carter replay of the Kennedy era in the disco frenetic.
Well, disco was... what I vaguely recall when I was in medicine, so I was just happy there was nothing going on when I was in medicine so I wouldn't be distracted.
Right. You were a natural party girl, and you would have gone to the party if there had been one. But you didn't work in the summer, and we went to the parties in New York City in 75, 76, 74, 75, 76, 77, and you got to be at the punk scenes. Mm-hmm. So, yes, thanks to me, we avoided the disco and found CBGBs.
Right.
So we were part of the lowbrow, cabaret, indecent, in-your-face.
And that's
anarchist.
where Patti Smith was.
Well, I met Patti in April 75. Mm-hmm. She was at CBGB's, and that was one of her first runs. Mm-hmm. And I spoke to her and I asked her what does she know about Phineas Wake, and she said yes. And so then, as I've told us before, she stuck that phrase in her second set. Mm-hmm. But she's now being replayed as some kind of icon today because she won the National Book Award for Just Kids. And I'm reading Just Kids, and it ain't National Book Award quality.
Well, they have to prop her up because she survived. I mean, they look at the 1,000 people through those years, and she survived, one of very few.
This is part of the theme last week, the negativity. They have to be negative. They have to survive negativity.
Right.
And they have to be semi-comatose or semi-depressed. Mm-hmm. So, like Stephen Hawking. So then Gene says, Dave says, oh, leave Carole King alone, Bob. That's sacred territory. Almost Patsy Cline level. Well, that's where Dave and I are part, because Carole King was a good songwriter in Tin Pan Alley, but her music was not something. But Dave was young. He didn't know any better. And then Patsy Cline is real. Jean, she says, my brother's platoon in Vietnam was tripping much of the time on the front lines, but he wasn't. Always wondered where the soldiers got the LSD. I don't wonder anymore. And then Dave says, where'd they get it, Jean? Probably the same guys that gave it to Walter Boer, don't you think, says Jean. Kyle, well, look at this. Kyle comes in. Crosby, Nash, Stills, and Young was anti-war music. No, anti-student music. They came in as a result of Kent State. The murdering of, not anti-war, it was the protest, no, the cops who killed the protesters. It was domestic. It was not, the anti-war thing had been done by the Fokies and Jefferson Airplane. I don't know who did anti-war.
Jane Fonda.
No, that's later. And she did it in her movies. But it's interesting to think of Crosby, Stills, and Nash, such flakes, and, you know, the Cherry Vanilla people like Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. And, of course, Frank did great satires on them. They were protesting the murder of college kids. Now, a guy like Kyle, a rambunctious Christian fundamentalist, would be looking at things in black and white and would think it's peace versus war, Christians versus pagans. Right, Kyle? It's not your bag?
Young and Nash released Young Song, War Song, to support George McGovern's presidential campaign.
That's 1972. Crosby, Stills, and Nash are 69.
72.
Woodstock at 69.
Right. Okay, gotcha.
And to go back to what they did then, you got to get back to the garden. Is that? They were just celebrating Laurel Canyon. Now here's Kyle. Kyle, you realize you've got all this capital. You know, you don't have to type in capital letters. Kyle says, did you ever go to a Grand Funk Railroad concert tripping on LSD? They were the bomb, man. Now, we were not impressed with Grand Funk Railroad. What we were impressed with is that they hired Frank Zappa to produce their album in 1976. and Frank, ever the anthropologist, was interested in these guys because he knew the Grand Funk Railroad weren't hip. They weren't popular among the sophisticates. So he purposely went and hung out with them and came out and pronounced, you guys are nuts. These are the greatest kids around. So he promoted their unhipness.
And in April 1970, Young and Crosby were staying at a house in San Francisco when reports of the Kent State shootings arrived, inspiring Young to write the protest song Ohio, recorded and Rush released weeks later, providing another hit.
Yeah, that would not be April. They got that wrong because Kent State is the first week of May, 1970. They say April 70 is Kent State?
Well, they had a few more events, and then they went into Kent State.
So, you know, you have the problem Zappa has. He's saying that Woodstock is the signal that the big corporations are going to go into the all countercultural rock music. They're going to exploit it or turn it, commodify it. All right? Mm-hmm. Yet, in TV body terms, Woodstock is considered a great archetypal garden event, canceled out by Altamont, you know, a few months later. But the iconic meaning of Woodstock, one mind like Zappa's cannot counter the effect of that icon when you're dealing with a TV global environment. Right?
I suppose so, Bob.
Like Frank would just come off as a stick in the mud. I don't know why he didn't go to Woodstock. He broke up the Mothers right after Woodstock, I think. He was probably on the road. So here comes Minimax, the Trontonian scholar. So let's see just a second. Minimax says, now Neufeld and Minimax and Urey, they're all amateur sociologists. They love this kind of pattern recognition. Grand Funk Railroad, says Dave, gets about as much respect as the Dave Clark Five, and they have snazzy hits. All right there, Kyle. Minimax, disco also introduces to the pinnacle of pop the automated machine drummer. Dave says Country Joe and the Fish were anti-war, yes, in 66, 67. Kyle, when he mentions the Grand Funk. Disco, now we're talking, says Dave. Gene says, find the cost of freedom. Gene, here's your answer to the LSD Vietnam experiment. And then Yuri says, believe it myself, Sonic Adventure by Karen Brake. So he starts advocating a song. That's where music becomes a private concern, and people, it's a religion, and people start citing their favorite artists. The chorus speaks the American drug propaganda. Minimax says, Neil Young writes about how quickly they were able to react to Kent State, writing, recording, and releasing a song about it on the radio within 2 weeks, I think. They really got affected by the student protesters being killed. Mm-hmm. That's not anti-war. That's anti-police, which Neil Young would have known about in L.A. because he was there for the Sunset Riots in '66. So it's the domestic hatred of the cops thing that Neil Young had responded. They're anti-police. They're anti-social decency or law and order. Then Yuri says they thought being super high would make them win the war. Minimax, exactly what Dr. D just said. A combat enhancer, so to speak, says Yuri. Dave, disco as much introduces the drum machine as the IC's affordability made tempo-locked beats more and more the norm. I don't know what the IC is, the IC's affordability. Minimax, as if that was the first rapid response topical pop song ever. Well, Kyle, you're up against the experts here, Kyle. I mean, Dave Neufeld, can I take you seriously? You're not allowed to even be on the panel because you mentioned Grand Funk Railroad. Now, Dave Clark 5, they had a couple of good hits. But, yes, they didn't have any staying power. So let's remember, we're not talking about music. These are environmental gestalts that are fighting each other, disguised as music. But I got to take a break. Have we finished the...
I think we're good. We had a good run there. I was just going into gay mashups and whatnot, but we'll pick up where we left off.
Yeah, so what we just did is we ran through the chemical body counterculture versus the establishment multi-bodied beginnings, which are replayed by the Android meme in Web 2.0 with everybody's chip body. So the chip body, the Android meme, replay the themes that we're talking about of Neil Young versus the police. And the folk world and the rock and roll world before that. That's what my chart says goes from 1960 to 1990, and then you have the replay of that. We're almost 30 years after the chart, Carol. 25 years. So Carolyn, I'm addressing Carolyn Guertin. That was what we're making relevant. We're showing what Carolyn Guertin's themes are: chemical body, slight astrobody idealisms within the chip body mechanism. And that's why the kids go to the Led Zeppelin and Bob Dylan. That's what they go to now. The biggest moneymakers is legacy rock. You know, all the ancient bands from the 60s, 70s are big moneymaker touring situation, and keep Dave, away from the money-making world. Dave's been hijacked by legacy rock, which is a larger trend for bigger demographics and bigger media dynamics that the little entrepreneur can't really survive or counter unless you start a movement, Dave. And of course, that movement is us, right, Dave? The ionic movement is the only real, I don't want to say counterculture. What are we? X-ray culture. We are the illusion of success. No. We are success. So we're the illusion of defeat. We represent the illusion of defeat.
So thank you, Bob, for another great session. Appreciate it.
We hope that Carolyn Guertin is hearing these. I've been sending each performance to her, but no response. So Dave says, yes, Joni, she's in rough shape at the moment. My childhood friend is very close to her biological daughter. Kyle says he was there selling LSD to all the freaks. Yuri says, big protest in Ohio during the 60s left 4 students dead on a college campus. Dave says, Grand Funk's version of the locomotion is Carole King done right. So earlier, Sue Bone Sky Goss brought up the outsider poet Joni Mitchell. I see, acronym for Integrated Circuit. Dave says, praise Bob. He paid, Kyle says his acid dealing paid for his college education. Dave says, don't go, Carolyn. And Gene quotes, we represent the illusion of defeat. That's right. So I got to rest my throat a little bit, so we're going to have to play some music. So let's see who's here. Has the Zappa contingent come in? I don't know. Maybe, probably. So I'll unmute. And Carolyn, you talk to the people here.
All participants are now unmuted.
There's Norway. I got to take a break. And OJ.
Hey, people.
Yeah, you can talk to Carolyn.
The lines are open. We got to protect Bob. We're protecting Bob. We're talking without him. Or we'll play music. I suppose that would work, too.
No, someone's going to talk to you.
I don't hear anybody on. Are we on?
Are you on mute?
Nope. Play some music.
No, I want to see if anybody will talk to you.
They don't want to talk to me.
Come on, guys. What's wrong? Nobody here has anything to say? Who's this? Blocked. There's someone trying to, maybe, is that us? No,
Hi, Bob.
I don't know if I should. Hello, Ginny. You can talk. You're used to talking to Carolyn. Go ahead.
Hey, Carolyn.
Hey, Ginny. So, will we just have a business meeting since nobody's listening?
It's tempting. It's very tempting. We do have things to talk about. But I just wanted to say, I thought the part that you were talking about, you didn't really get into it. Have you started reading the book A Freewheeling Time yet by Susie Rotolo?
I just started it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I did.
Yeah, you were talking just a little bit about her parents and communism and stuff. I think that book sounds very interesting. I was reading some of the articles and the reviews about it, and so sorry. So I just wanted to comment on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I found it right from the beginning where, well, maybe after her preface, which I thought. I think a lot of these writers, they try to be too flowery too soon before you get to know them. But then when she just got into the facts about her childhood, we've heard about the McCarthy era and the communism, how that was made out to be the bad guy that we had to fight against. But coming from through the eyes of a young person growing up as a communist red baby or red diaper baby, it was pretty cool. We have no idea what that whole generation went through. So yeah, I think it would be a good read.
Yeah, it says a lot of the people who reviewed the book on Amazon and stuff seem to think that she just wrote with a lot of integrity and clarity, and it was a very clear experience, and they got really great insights to the book. So I'm sitting here thinking, yeah, you know what, I might have ordered this and read it. It looks very interesting.
Do you read paper books or Kindle books?
Well, I don't have a Kindle. I have an iPad, but I mean I can read it on either one because you got it on your Kindle, right?
Oh, yeah, it's so easy. Yeah. I mean, my Kindle is like a couple of ounces. I carry it everywhere, and just start reading anywhere.
Right, like right now.
I do a lot of reading. Yeah.
Like I can just hang up now and start reading. No, I'm just kidding, but yeah, no.
Exactly. Yeah, and what I do, what makes it real easy to do a dialogue with Bob is while I'm reading the book with your finger, black out a section and then note it, and it's clipped onto a clipboard, and then that clipboard you can cut and paste that whole clipboard into a Word file and then read. When I talk to Bob, I'll either read it there or on Amazon, you can click on the book in your account section and say read now, and it'll come up on your computer with all the highlights marked out so that I can just click along the pages and find out what I noted before.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I've never done. Yeah, that's a very nice feature. Yeah, all right.
Very nice.
And who suggested the book to you?
Bob suggested the Sue's book. Her name is Suze. But I got into that kind of era when little Sarah suggested the Patti Smith book, Just Kids, about Patti Smith and Robert Mapplethorpe. So reading them back to back, Patti Smith was in sort of the artist, photography, Andy Warhol crowd. She was like the B team. Andy Warhol, the A team, Patti Smith, the B team. But then, Andy Warhol, I read his biography a little while ago, too. I've been doing a lot of reading. So then there's this artist, young woman, Patti Smith, and what she experiences around the Chelsea Hotel and meeting all the rock and roll people. And then Suze, she's talking about her communist days and how she'll end up meeting Bob Dylan and his folk music career.
Cool. All right. Very good.
Yeah.
Awesome. Of course, as I'm scanning across the bottom of my Amazon page looking for all these features, it's so funny because every book that comes up underneath here is magnesium, iodine, the calcium paradox. I have too many magnesium keyword searches, I think, on my Amazon page. Mm-hmm. It's funny. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How was your vacation?
Oh, gosh, it was just awesome. The kids were here, the foster daughter and her family, 2 teenage boys, excellent young men. And we started with a 2-hour plane ride around the islands, and then we did a zip line in the jungle. We did a sunset reggae whale cruise and danced the whole night. We went up to a farmer's market and then followed the farmer that I support home to his farm and had a tour of the farm. We did a submarine ride. We saw 22 turtles who they kind of beach themselves on a beach because they've got some sort of virus, which was very weird. But we got to saw these neat, great big huge turtles and saw rainbows and people surfing and kite riding.
And what did you buy?
And I bought the cutest little $80,000 tractor for my farmer.
Very nice. Very nice.
That was my Christmas present to myself.
Very cool.
And it's so cute. It's like if you've seen the movie Cars. It's got all rounded edges. It's bright red, and it's really compact. It's the cutest thing, and it's coming from Italy. But yeah, nobody's supporting the farmers. They can't get loans. They can't buy land. They can't get insurance. All the insurers and the loan lenders, they know that farms don't last, or that big agri is taking over, so they won't support small farm businesses. So I've become a patron of a farm.
Very lovely. Oh, that's good. That's a good endeavor. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. So we get excellent food. He's got like over a year of harvesting. He'll have maybe 100 different varieties of vegetables and fruits.
Oh, my goodness
100.
gracious.
I know.
Wow. How big is it?
He's farming. Well, he's got 20 acres to farm, and maybe only 5 acres are really under total cultivation right now. So he's got more work to do, which, if he can get a tractor, he can do stuff that takes a week in a couple of hours.
Right, yeah, definitely. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, that's going to be like the hugest advancement. Wow. Yeah,
and why it's an Italian tractor. They have a lot of hills in Italy, a lot of, really, steep inclines in their farmlands, and so does Maui. So in order that your tractor doesn't fall over on you and kill you, you have to have a type of tractor that's low to the ground, that has a low center of gravity and can pivot so that you don't turn around on a hill. You just pivot the top part of the tractor and turn around that way and go back down.
Wow, very cool. Awesome. Well, it sounds like you had a nice little break.
Yes, yeah, it was exceptional. And, of course, we had fireworks here on New Year's because we're above the hotel, so one of the hotels always busts out the fireworks.
Oh, wow,
so that
fun.
was great. Yeah, and the family just couldn't. I mean, the whole thing was like a total miracle to them. They're going home to 2 feet of snow right now.
Right, because they're up northern Canada, right?
Ontario, north
Ontario,
of
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you were in the snow, though.
Oh, yeah, we were. We had a great time. That was, it was very beautiful. I mean, we've been in the Colorado Rockies. I've been up at Lake Tahoe, wintered up there and stuff like that. I mean, my grandparents lived up there, but Banff was just off the charts. I've just never seen anything like it. I mean, the mountains just look like pictures. It's just unbelievable. Yeah, very, very pretty. But what was I gonna ask you? Shoot, I was just on a little track in my mind. Oh, did you go on a helicopter ride then around the island? Did you get the disc that they give you after you're done with it?
No, we did a plane ride.
Oh, you did a plane. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it seats 4 people, so.
Oh, nice.
I don't know how. I'll have to do a helicopter and see if that's any different, but this plane was awesome, and the kids got to fly the plane.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, exactly. You can't do that in a helicopter.
Right.
So they got to sit in the co-pilot seat. They got to learn the controls, and they got to, pull back on the stick and bring it up and push forward on the stick and land it. It was awesome.
Oh, wow, very nice. Oh, yeah, no, that's nothing like the helicopter. I just love the helicopter ride that we took. We got like a Memento disc or whatever, but it really is so beautiful. It's already, pre-recorded or whatever, but it tells all kinds of legends about the island and all the different, Hawaiian gods and all the different parts of Hawaiian culture, and it has all that beautiful Hawaiian music in it. It's just so pretty. So I didn't know if you got one of those. It was very cool. Yeah.
No, but I'll have to tell Martin, the pilot, that that's what the helicopter guys do. So maybe he'll do that.
Yeah, get a video thing going. Yeah, but it's very, very well done. It's very pretty. Very pretty.
Yeah, I took about 100 pictures.
Very good. Did you use your phone or did you use a real camera?
I used a real camera. The kids use their phones all the time. But we flew off Maui, out of Kahului, flew down to Molokai, which is where the leper colony was, and there's hardly any people living on Molokai, and you're not really invited to go there, but we went there and landed, and then the boys changed seats so that they could, each fly the plane. Then we took off and went over Molokini, which is just a little half-circle island with a big crater in the middle, and boats go out there to do snorkeling with the tourists. And behind it is Kahalawe, which was an old U.S. military bomb site where they did practice bombing on it up until, maybe about 15, 20 years ago. And the place is off limits because there's still a lot of unexploded ordnance on there. And then we flew around the backside of Maui and landed. So, and we saw a whale in the midst, from the air, which was really cool.
Oh, wow, that's neat.
Mhm. Yeah, we've never really done much touristing here. We with the family coming, we just bit the bullet, and it was a nice bullet to bite. Imagine Bob jumping off into the vast wilderness on a zip line. That was funny to see.
No, that's very neat. Yeah, sometimes you have to do the tourist thing just to get a different view of how, the world looks.
Mhm.
I think I broke the record for oldest zip liner. They didn't have many 93-year-olds. They were quite shocked. They were worried about me, but I showed them it's nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about, Bob. You're fit as a fiddle and built like a big great guy. Like, I can't imagine anybody looking at you and being concerned.
Yeah, I'm built like Kyle when he was selling LSD in the 60s.
Well, I don't know what Kyle's built like, so I can't say that. But you're very well built, very muscular, very, athletic looking. So, yeah, I'd let you on a zip line, no problem.
I use my non-physical Ginny to figure out what Kyle did.
No, very good,
I recommend the same for you.
Yeah, very good.
Now, notice that you may not have noticed we played some new Ion, fresh off the mouth, over the last couple of days at the end of the music. Did you happen to hear that?
I heard one or two words, but no, I didn't hear it. We were still having dinner. We had people over this evening, so I didn't get to hear. I heard Ion talking, so I'll have to go back and listen to the archive.
Okay, so we have to go into the Zappa mode.
Okay, so, Zappa mode on. Zappa on.
Yeah, thanks for keeping Carol busy while I...
Yeah, thanks, Jenny. And, yes, we're due for a business meeting because all kinds of exciting things happening.
Yes, very much so. All right, I'm sure we'll talk soon. Okay. Bye, Bob.
I will... bye, Jenny. I'll mute everybody to start this, and then... I don't know what this unavailable. I guess that's us. Not sure what that. I guess that's me. So then, let's just one more time see if anybody commented on what Carol and Ginny were saying. Andrew, new voice, comes in. Well, Dave says, I rented a backhoe last year and it rocked how powerful even a smaller unit is digging up rocks and ground like it was styrofoam. So there's your tractor response, Carol, from Dave. And then Andrew says, Led Zepp, fusion of blues, bluegrass, and Middle Eastern sensibilities. Jean said she seeded a couple of acres with a Kubota, an orange farm tractor. And Jean says, looking for shelter and lots of space on Maui. Yuri is saying something to her. Yuri says, Zappa reference, you got to get your eyes cleaned out before you go near Maui. And then Jean says, you got a link. Okay, there it is. So I guarantee that the Zappa thing will be amazing. We got all that new information. Maybe I should start the Zappa thing with this statement. Okay, so we got... was that you there, Roxy? Are you the anonymous with your hand up?
Hello? Mother?
Yes, okay, that's you, Roxy. Okay. I don't think Bert's going to be here for a little while, so let's start.
Happy New Year, Forsling.
Happy New Year, Forsling.
Eternity.
And And that's important. Forcelings is a word used by Zappa in his script Hutchintoot, I think in 1972. He had the extraterrestrial invaders of the Earth, or the anti-invaders, I can't remember, but they were called forcelings, and Roxy has not been able to let go of the term. She addresses everybody as a forceling, has not stopped since then.
As somebody engaging in your force field.
Right. You have your own. It's Zappa anticipating Iondom. So I just want to say that it was we did a whole bunch of new information on the Loire Valley because Roxy started looking out monster movies in the Zappa mode, and that led to the Chambord Castle and all this new stuff. Did you hear what we broadcast an hour or two ago, Roxy, from Ion? Or were you still sleeping?
Yes, I was sleeping.
Okay,
I woke up around 1, and I said, it's 1. I woke up around 1, and I said, it's 1. I sleep a little more.
Right.
And then I woke up again. No.
Right. Okay, well, you're here for this. So you have a lot of stuff you want to start off, and I will take a cough drop and listen to your beginning points of Zappa Comensis. How do you say his name? Comenius?
John Amos Comenius.
Comenius. Subgenius Comenius. Okay.
Well, in Czech, I think they say Komensky. In German, they use the Latin name as they would call him then Comenius, not Komensky.
Okay. And they're both Slav? The Czechs and the Germans are both Slavs?
No, the Germans are Aryan.
Aryan. So that's why you get the SKY in the Slavs and not in the literate Germans. They still got some Latin part of their German culture. Okay, so did you want to talk about that first, Comenius?
Well, this...
do you want me to play a bit of the video on him?
Not really.
Sent to YouTube. Okay, all right, go ahead then.
No, the YouTube is a film with the whole view of Comenius, just to get the basics.
Oh. Right. So what did he do?
Well, he's supposed to be the first pedagogue, and he wrote the first textbook. And
for school. For school.
Yes. The Gutenberg Galaxy was not an environment yet.
Yeah.
And because not many people were educated, not many people knew how to read. And during this space, we have been doing different types of metanoias and to overlay and understand how the vortices and Zappa, which is our example, work. And we have mentioned many times that Zappa was also a big pedagogue, and all of the artists and scientists that we call vorticists, in a way, are, I would say, teaching people, but in a very non-conventional way. Like Ion said, we're not here to help. We're just presenting the information for people to engage. And I think that's what all vortices do. They do these metanoias and then go out to explore and motivate the forcelings to do their own explorations and be aware of the vortex, make their own pattern recognition, and educate their perception. And they do these. I think there are many similarities in what Lewis, Joyce, McLuhan, and you too, and Zappa in this pedagogic enterprise. But
and ION. You see ION as completing the vorticist.
Yeah, actually, I would say in a way, ION is using the same compositional tools that Zappa defined, all these concepts like the synochrony, the everything, everywhere, all the time for no reason at all, and how he's putting somehow himself from the Genesis, from the Emerald Tablets, the Bible, Nostradamus, Joyce, in McLuhan, in Zappa, in Lewis, in your work. It's like there are subjects that come and come and come and come again and again and again and again in many different formats. And it's like, okay, if you don't get it, here's once more. And it's all about this genesis of man from the fall to the completion. But of course, until now, all this Odyssey was not finished. Is this meme of the trip of going back to the Golden Age, to the Garden of Eden, to the Tree of Life, and I was commenting to you that McLuhan said we put on these technologies, and that is actually what Genesis is all about, how the technologies are created, and we put on all these technologies like clothes. And for me, the metaphor of Adam in the Garden of Eden naked is the ascended that doesn't need to put on any technologies. So this nakedness is when we don't need these extensions anymore because we are completed and reset and the blood has changed. And we don't need these external tools. And so doing this metanoia of pedagogy, I went back to Amos Comenius because I see many of the ideas that McLuhan was talking about, like how you are not taught only by school, but actually by your whole environment, was something that Comenius was saying too. And it's very interesting because he said he wanted to make, in a way, like a logical system to educate the children, but he was worried about their nutrition and their education. And he had a classification of the senses that included the sensus communis, which is somehow this interaction between all the senses. He said the mother of all senses is the touch, so the mother of invasion is tactility. And he also considered fantasy and memory, which now we consider cognition. He considered fantasy and memory also like senses. And it's very interesting that he talks about the sensus communis because, as we said before, the Gutenberg galaxy was not an environment, and somehow these effects that came with the printing press were not yet so affecting all the population in a way. I suppose many people were still somehow more acoustic than visual. So would you like to say something?
No, that's very good, what you said so far. And so he uses the term sensus communis.
Yes.
Well, that's pretty amazing, because that's a major term.
On his first textbook, which is called Orbis Pictus, so they translate it as The World Illustrated. I think it was printed in, let's check before I say something which is not true. In 1658. He starts from the senses, and he divided the senses in the inner and the outer senses. And he thought we perceive the outer kingdom, what we call the outer kingdom, with the perception, but they still believed in this separation in body and soul. And the other type of mystery landscape we will then perceive with the soul. And I think that's an idea that still dominates.
That dominates. That's the title of Eric McClune's new book.
Most people still believe in the physical body and the soul. But you came to say, no, it's not only this division of body-soul, is actually these different bodies being created with each technology, and then the last expansion is the non-physical.
Yeah, no, that's well said. The Eric McClune's new book is called Sensus Communis, Synesthesia and the Soul. And McLuhan, he retrieved the term sensus communis in 1950s and 60s, and nobody was using it for a while. And you're saying that Comenius would be the first educator, the first pedagogue to use that term in the print world.
Yes, the term comes from Aristotle, but he was trying to define this interaction between all the senses, and he thought this is somehow in the fourth part of the head, and they perceive the things from like it makes a synthesis of the outer kingdom, mixing the information of all the senses.
Right. And the inner kingdom is the soul?
I have to study in deep all his different writings, because I think he was not that clear sometimes. But the main idea he had is that there is like the nature, the first nature, the perfect nature created by God, and the second nature, he didn't call it like that. It's like I'm using the McLuhan terms. The second nature that was the nature modified by humans. And he thought children had to be educated so that this modification of the perfection, of the divine perfection of the creation, is not destruction, but something worth of the divine, so that we should be aware that we have this power of changing the first nature and do something that is at that level, not destroy the perfection created by God, which is actually, Ian says, both the first nature and the second nature are all God, man-made. But he still thought there was this divine creation and the man modification of the creation. And he always used the metaphor of the garden, that we should try to recreate the perfection of the Garden of Eden, even if we modify the first nature. And for example, here in Rixdorf, he's a very important character because the Protestants that were accepted by the king are all like fans of Comenius for different reasons. Comenius had to escape because he was a Protestant, and he spent many years escaping, living in trees, and sometimes he will be accepted by some king, but he was escaping most of his life, and he lost his library, I think, twice, all his children, and I think he married also twice, and his family died because that was the time of the Black Plague, after the religion wars. All his children died, but not once, twice. So he had a very hard life. But still he was a big idealist. He had the idea of the Pansophia, that someday there will be this new world order, but he will call it different, where all men are united, and he thought education should be for everybody all the time. And it's not only about going to school, but the children should engage in different types of exploration of their environment, with art and different medias, and going to the places where people work and see how they work and understand how the first nature, the divine nature created by God, and the things that are altering this first nature work.
So he advocated people to go to the factories and see.
Well, there were no factories at the time. There were like
guilds,
hand workers, and that's in the 17th century. But right. Yeah, he said children should go in excursions and engage in plays, in theater. He called the world the labyrinth of the world. He said children should go explore this labyrinth. And
that
but the
included
idea
going to work sites. Because that's what McLuhan advocated in his book, City's Classroom. So it's the same thing.
Yes. Yes. That's why I see many similarities in what he's saying and McLuhan. And I'm surprised that there hasn't been many studies about his some sort of comparisons of the ideas of John Amos Comenius, the first pedagogue, and McLuhan, because they were actually saying education is not only the formal school, that until Comenius was in the convents for monks or aristocrats. And actually his ideas influenced a lot of kings, and they created the first public schools. And he had like a slogan, everything for everybody, all the time. It sounds a little like
that, right?
Yes, yeah. Like everybody should be able to learn everything all the time. Not because it's not only about going to school, but in your whole environment. And he will really inspire the children to go out and explore and learn by themselves. And I think this autodidactic enterprise is something that most of the vorticists promote.
Advocated.
Yes, it's not only about going to an institution and learn by memory and vomit everything you learn. But it's more about being aware of your environment and do your own exploration.
Yeah, now LaRouche wanted everybody to redo all the major experiments, learn and be the scientist, do what Socrates did, do what Lavoisier did. All these different people made major experiments through history. That's what education is. The kids redo them. They act out the discovery. Now, Zappa has the same program. He's telling the kids to go to school. He's trying to get them to use a broader environment and understand what the world they live in, the media that's massaging them. Right? Zappa
right, and he also said it's important not to lose the connection between what he called the divine and the heart, because he thought it was the heart. What Ian says is
right,
called the hypothalamus. Because he saw we were going to become maybe like robots or people. For example, he was accused of heresy, although the Jesuits started to use his ideas and his books for teaching. He was persecuted by the church. And in several occasions, for example, in France and also the Jesuits made some offers for communions to repent and be a Christian again, because he was a Protestant and work with the Vatican or with the church.
Right.
But he refused.
And that was a serious refusal. He had to hide.
Yes. Yes, because even some of the Protestant kings will work with him for a time, but they didn't want to have too much trouble with the Vatican, and or they were themselves in civil wars. So he had to go again somewhere else, and at the end he died in the Netherlands. But he was.
What year? What was happening when he died? What year was that?
I don't remember dates.
I can look it up.
Just wiki him.
Yes. Yeah, because Newton is happening in 1666, 1670, so he's part of Newton's era, but he might be older than Newton.
Yes, and his first textbook goes from the man from the census to the stars, and he thinks he then has the whole knowledge in this book.
What you're saying? You're saying that he wrote a book about the ground and then to the stars?
Yeah, the Orbis Pictus, which means the World Illustrated. So we already see how the visual is dominating with the book. Yeah, it goes from the perception. He defines that we have this, not only 5 senses, but he talks about the sense of communus, memory and fantasy also as type of perception. And he puts everything I think he knows in this book, and like a small encyclopedia with many engravings with little numbers. So what he's talking about, he puts a small number, and then you can see the illustration. And it goes from the senses to the stars. So it's like he's doing the whole visual space.
Right.
He knows about it.
So he is not fragmented. He's an encyclopedist. He's from the rhetorical grammarian tradition, and he's up against the new dialectical tendencies of the printing press. Like, he doesn't foresee the disservices of the printing press as far as you've read so far. Right?
Yes. But because he was saying it's not only the education of the mind, it's the education of perception and the recognition of God. He had the right program. Yeah. He understood his understanding what the book would be, a new environment affecting perception. He had to be educated in that. He had it right. He wasn't hypnotized by dialectical speculation and concepts. But these environments are bigger than any individual thinker, so he couldn't stop the disservices. And in looking at his dates, he is basically the generation before Newton. He's 1592. Let's see, 1592. To 1670. So he dies when Newton is 28. Do they talk about Comenius having any influence on Newton? I suppose he was a big influence in all educated circles of his time. So Comenius is part of the Francis Bacon era, and is it Erasmus? See, McLuhan makes Erasmus the guy using the new technology, using the printing press and creating a new kind of education. And Erasmus, well, he's a generation before, 2 generations before Comenius, but the printing press is nowhere in Erasmus's day. You know, it's not an environment. And you're saying it's not even really an environment in 1650, though McLuhan would say might be starting to be an environment. It's been around for 200 years. But education for kids was not an idea in people's minds until Comenius came in. John Amos Comenius is the one that had the idea that anything, anytime, anywhere, for no reason at all should be taught to all children, not only the aristocrats. No matter what.
Right. Okay, so you have our thesis that Zappa, started by you, that Zappa is a revolution in music as Bach was. And Bach comes a little after Comenius. You got any connection between Bach and Comenius?
Well, there was this idea that the senses somehow perceive the harmony, the proportions, the balance. So for him, the perception, that's another thing that I find similar to McLuhan, the senses, the sensus communis, that we should try to keep it in balance. It's like something composers try to do, to keep the proportions, to create beauty.
Right. So Bach is a next generation after Comenius, so he is dealing with the printing press as an environment. Its effects are starting to happen, and he wants to balance off the...
yes, because in a way they thought there is the dialogue also between you and God.
Right.
And somehow to engage this conversation, you have to seek this beauty, the balance, the perfection that we can see in how things work in nature, in harmony. And they saw it also, this harmony in the theory of the music of the spheres. That
okay,
yeah, he had, because he had to experience all this. The population of Europe was decimated after the religion wars. For example, here in Rixdorf, the king accepted the Bohemians escaping from what now we call the Czech Republic, because most people have died of the pest. So he gave 2 cows and land and a house to the people to repopulate Berlin, Rixdorf. And this situation was everywhere. A lot of people have died. A lot of people were starving. And actually, potatoes were a big thing in Europe then, because somehow the potatoes saved the poor population from starving. And yeah, he saw a lot of destruction and a lot of poverty and sickness. And he had these ideas that the only way to solve this situation was to have a sort of oleophatic education. And he talks about the importance of nutrition and education and perception and recognizing the divine. Like, don't forget the mystery landscape, because when people are only rational, it's like they have no boundaries to their violence, for example.
Yeah.
They don't believe that they're going to be punished, or that there is heaven or hell or whatever, and yeah, they can become like monsters and destroy. But he still had this very old ideas about God and religion. I mean, of course, but in a way, I like that he saw that the environment is what is educating you, and that you should yourself explore it, not only learn by memory.
Yeah, so because he was part of the ascendancy of the visual over the other senses, he was sort of like the Electronic Frontier Foundation, John Barlow and those guys that were determined to bring in the computer world, and it would make information become free. He was an idealist of the printing press, but what's interesting, he comes from a tradition, to be interesting who his teachers were, of comprehensive sensory harmony, and he understood that. And I don't think you get that from other schools of thinkers in his day. So he's advocating a new novelty has come forth, and he says this can be used to free people in some way, enhance their sensory. And then you come to Zappa's world. That would be 300 years later. And I want to read you a description by a McLuhanite of 2016, and think back about what Comenius was up against. He had one new medium, and he was trying to get that to be an art form. And what would a guy like that think of today? So here is the description. This is in a book called McLuhan, subtitled Social Media Between Faith and Culture. And it was a conference on McLuhan's Catholic faith, the religious part of McLuhan, and they're trying to relate it to his sort of schizophrenic lifestyle, where he would be very involved with pagan culture, doing a lot in there, at the same time going to Mass every day. So these different professors try to reconcile their image of McLuhan. So this one guy, Paola Granada, he does an essay called A Return to Magic. But here's what he says. Recording technologies have also affected our approach to words. Now, words become a big deal in Comenius's day. You refine your word knowledge through the book. So he says, nowadays the ancient Latin motto, verba volant, scripta manent, seems to work in reverse. On Twitter, for example, scripta volant, written words fly away, while on YouTube, verba manent, spoken words remain. Mobile phones, tablets, and smartphones enable us to extend, to enhance the magic power of spoken words in order to replace the enchantment of an action, to grasp the moment when something happens. Our Facebook status sounds like a prayer. It is usually expressed as present tense verbs. Hashtags sound like incantations or new magic formulas. Flickr or Instagram provide ways to tell stories visually. Tweets seem to act as new spells. Twitting itself is a new form of storytelling. Story-twitting, they call it, as I like to call it. The enchantment of words in the magic world of the media. So that's his introduction. Then he says, in light of all this, we can say that social media had placed the aesthetic experience within a flow, a multidimensional space of the happening, an event that today is mirrored by the different forms of online communication. Then he says, or communionioncation. He takes the word communication, sticks ion in there. Communionioncation. That Elena Lamberti came up with, that term. The aesthetic condition that can be experienced within this flow, where the sensorial, there's your senses, where the sensorial sphere is submitted to the live, real-time logic, is once again based on the concept of presence, or rather of co-presence of the entire sensorial network. Experiencing one's aesthetics by acting within a flow, an event, or a happening, for example, by participating in the practices of sharing typical of social media, or simply getting in the flow by sharing in others' activities, for example, by watching a live event or scanning the network for real-time personal public information. All that means giving a fully aesthetic meaning to the concept of performances of presence. He's going to make a big deal out of the word presence here. The performances of presence developed in this paper. What is the meaning, for example, of the widespread diffusion of increasingly sophisticated and miniaturized devices capable of storing, recording, and capturing live images, if not that of creating a heightened sense of presence? In this respect, it is interesting to note how in recent years the bloodiest events on the international scene, from the attack on the Twin Towers to the hanging of Saddam Hussein or the capture of Colonel Gaddafi, from the tsunami in southeastern Asia to the earthquake in Japan, or the sinking of the Costa Concordia cruise ship in Italy, to name just a few, all these international bloody events have been projected as powerful media events precisely as evidence to be acquired live in both its visual and object dimensions that, although of often poor technical quality, is capable of generating a shattering emotional impact. Therefore, the term performance becomes both synonymous with identity presence, then he has the quote, I performed, therefore I am, as well as the result of the possibilities of extension and expansion of the sensorial powers currently offered by a multitude of devices. Equally, the perception of one's own presence is shaped, altered, massaged by the same possibilities that actually, in an almost Lacanian approach, take the form of a mirror that provides a confirmation of one's own identity presence. All in all, the performative character that is clearly inherent in the use of the social media may be considered as the reflection of an innate need to share collective forms of rituality that preserve their magic value in the contemporary age. Unlike the mass media that only allowed for a passive participation, the social media fully satisfy this need for rituality and ensure a form of active involvement in the modern ritual of communication. This is a need that is rooted in human nature and that technology, almost like religion, can catalyze precisely because it has a mysterious, sometimes obscure, amazing, all but magical power. McLuhan's magical mind insightfully saw all this. Therefore, read the essay in Mechanical Bride called The Magic That Changes Moods. The ad claims that the jukebox sounds, therefore read today the ad claim, The Magic That Changes Moods, sounds as a serious warning. The new scene created by the social media celebrates nothing but a return to magic. A new technological spell leads us to live in an eternal present. A modern technological wizard, now wearing a mask that looks like a mobile device, that's like McLuhan's image of Lucifer. A modern technological wizard, now wearing a mask that looks like a mobile device, commands us to constantly leave traces of our presence in the present. To leave traces of our presence in the present. Perhaps it is no coincidence that this spell's magic formula is once more an ad claim that laconically states, quote, life is now, unquote. Now, I found this interesting because I've been explaining for the last 3 or 4 years that the social media are in a world where there's no sociality and no existence. So everybody is hyper involved in saying there is a now and creating a now through all the different photographing, taping, and registering and archiving, so to prove that we still exist. And he's getting at that. He doesn't say it as simply as I do, but he's saying that presence is now a constant pressure on people to validate. So the next point is that this writer, Pio Granata, was inspired by this. In 2005, he has a picture of the inauguration, or whatever they call it, of Pope St. Benedict, Cardinal Ratzinger, originally Cardinal Ratzinger. And all these Catholics are in the Vatican front yard, and they're all waiting or watching the Pope being made Pope. And it's 2005, and everybody's just looking forward at where they think the Pope is. So then Pio Granata has a picture from 2013 when they bring in Pope Francis after Pope Benedict. And it's 2013, the same scene of everybody milling around, hundreds of people waiting or watching. You can't see in the distance, but something the inauguration of the Pope, whatever the actual term is. But the difference between 2005 and 2013 is that everybody is holding up a cell phone. Hundreds of people, each one of them is taking a recording of the beginning of the Pope Francis' reign. And it's like nobody trusts anybody else to have the image recorded. Everybody is in a panic of registering that there was a president, that there actually was a Pope that did something. You get what I'm saying here?
Yeah.
So
yes.
It's a really good picture, and millions of people. It's like in rock concerts, people holding up their lighter or smoking lighter, cigarette lighter, and there's a little flame. Well, there's hundreds of little flames, but they're actually the video screen of people recording this. Now,
now, Bob.
You want to see this? Did you see that? Look at that. There's 2005 and there's 2013 in the same place.
Right. Well, now in rock concerts, they don't hold up their lighters. They hold up their cell phones with the either the light app or just the screen lit up.
They don't do the lighter anymore.
No.
Yeah, they probably faded that out a few years ago.
Yeah.
So that's for the same function as the lighter.
Yeah.
For an encore or something. How do you know that? You been there? Is it a rumor, or you pick it up by ESP? Like, you just know.
Ion told me.
Ion told you. Or maybe you've seen it on your TV shows.
Probably.
In Glee and that.
Yeah.
So now this registering of the present as an art form and as a validation and a panic. So it's panic registration of the present. I like to, let's see if we can relate that to what Frank's talking about. Because Frank started, let's say that Frank's a prophet of this condition, this ridiculous registering the present. So Frank starts off very young, recording everything. So he knows he must record everything, tape recording everything. He's got archives back to when he was 15 years old. He's been taping things. And then he's telling kids when he first gets a chance to tell them in 65, 66, to say every 10 seconds, I doubt it. I doubt it.
Well,
remember we talked about that?
I see like a sort of analogy, because people like Comenius thought the book was the tape recorder. Like, we can now really keep in books records of everything, and they had this idea of. He was very influenced by Bacon. That McLuhan also talks about Bacon. How do you call?
You mean VICO? Vico?
Yes, they had this idea of creating a sort of encyclopedia, and he called it the Pansophia.
Yeah.
Like, you shouldn't be fragmented and just limit yourself to learn about one subject. They thought you should learn as much as you could. And this was the book was a way of recording and replay and remixing. It was a type of tape. And yes, it will serve the same function as the taping.
Well, let me check. And Vico, they were grammarians, what McLuhan calls grammarians. They believed in being encyclopedic. So let me
because they thought this recording and replay and remixing was the only way to gain a comprehensive knowledge of your whole environment and of yourself. So
the book was.
Well, no, the encyclopedia, the recording, the studying and replaying of these records and remixing of ideas.
The archive. Okay,
yeah.
So Vico would. It's not that. Vico came later. So Vico was influenced by Comenius, is what you're saying. Comenius. It can't be Vico influenced Comenius. Comenius influenced Vico. Does that sound right?
Okay.
Yeah, because Vico wasn't born till 1668. And Comenius was born.
Well, maybe
1692.
I got confused because they sort of have a lot of similarities also in their program of creating this type of encyclopedia of recording all knowledge available, and they thought it was possible for a man to learn everything that there is.
Right. Now, Vico might have been a bit different in originality than Comenius, because Vico decided that language contained the history. Poetry and language, you look into language, he was like a linguist, and that would contain the knowledge of the race. That I don't know if that's, I guess he means written language, so the value of the book and preserving, but I'm not an expert on Comenius or Vico, but they are both encyclopedic grammarians. They have the same agenda on that level. They're not into specialisms, the grand illusion. Okay, so Zappa is not a specialist. He's an encyclopedic grammarian in what he allows sound-wise to enter his imagination and media-wise. So there's a parallel between Comenius and Zappa. But if Zappa, Comenius is saying, well, if nothing can be present anymore, he might say, well, the book saves something. But people don't see that. They see the book as getting in the way of recording the present. It's not fast enough. So Zappa, he's looking at the registration of the moment and quite cynical about it and not relying on it. He's going to improvise a new thing every night, every concert, and he's exploring digital dust. The nothingness of the present is an aspect of Zappa's themes that makes him prophetic or relevant to today, as this Pale of Granada describes the presencing of presence. Like Zappa would record everything, and then in his concerts replay the day, what happened during the day in the particular concert, in that particular town, adapting whatever happened with the band or other events and changing the lyrics of his songs or the concepts that he was communicating musically. So he was acting out the presencing of the presence. Does that go too far from the Comenius theme?
No.
No?
No, I mean, he was looking for a way of people being aware of their environment, which in his eyes include both the first, the second nature, and God. And he thought
Zappa did the same thing, you know. Remember, Zappa says in his manifesto, awareness of God. He's including God in his concept, but it's not a Catholic God or not the God that theology presents, unless he meant that concept was what he wanted to satirize. He's just quoting who is...
It's the thing that there is this thingness, the thingness that McLuhan also talked about, and the light.
Right.
There are like these aspects of our environment. One is the outer kingdom, and the other is this mystery landscape that men are aware of.
I found the thingness quotes. I made note of them. I wanted to read them to you because we talked a bit about this, and you may have quoted something. But just to repeat them, McLuhan says, and this we're keeping Zappa's thing fish in mind. McLuhan says, the revelation is of thing. The revelation is of thing, not theory. And where revelation reveals actual thingness, you are not dealing with concept. The thingness revealed in Christianity has always been a scandal to the conceptualist. It has always been incredible. This issue is raised in the book of Job, where faith and understanding were put at totally opposite poles. Job was not working on a theory, but on a direct percept. All understanding was against him. All concept was against him. He was directly perceiving a reality, one revealed to him. Excuse me. Then McLuhan says, I can say that I do not think of God as a concept, but as an immediate and ever-present fact, an occasion for continuous dialogue. Well, today, people are dealing with existence as an ever-present fact and an occasion for a dialogue because they keep recording what's going on and texting back to it. Then the third quote, McLuhan says, I don't think concepts have any relevance in religion. Analogy is not a concept. It is resonance, and it is inclusive. And that's before the digital era. So then there's another quote of thingness. Let me see if I can find it. You can speak on while I look for it. Is that the quote you came up with? The one I just said? Yeah, that's a different one.
Yes, I don't have it here.
Right.
Yes, I think I saw it in the medium is the light.
Yes, that's where a lot of this thingness quote, thingness talk is coming from.
Yes, and also the aspect that was not really talked about when McLuhan was like his explorations of the mystery landscape.
Yeah.
He actually did a lot of explorations of the occult and the thingness, because he had a weird experience. I was reading that he was praying for 3 years, and he will just say, speak to me, or say something, or something like that.
Show me a sign.
And then he had this experience, and he said if he had it before, when he was younger, he would have become a priest. Yeah. And I don't know what this experience was, but he did a lot of explorations of this other aspect that we call the non-physical.
That was what his experience was. According to Ion, his parallel worlding is what really shook him up. I don't think a Catholic would like me saying that, but Ion documented 3 times that Marshall got this experience. And if it wasn't the Catholic sign from God, it was another reality that he was enjoying.
Yes, and we are aware of the non-physical and the mystery landscape, but most of the vorticists and scientists, many people have this type of experiences that I say it's normal. It's nothing special. It's part of your normal. So the anomalies are anomalies. It's nothing special, but because until now we could not really understand what is that about, and
well, let me say something.
Maybe it's only fantasy, or that we are crazy or whatever. And
no, here's the division, and McLuhan pointed this out, that the dialectical scientist, the non-grammarian, the non-mystical, the practical empiricist, the laboratory guy, he considered the mystery landscape an anomaly. So they were called anomalous. So they ignored anomalies or tried to disprove anomalies. That's what we call science, as it unfolded 100 years ago. The other side, the guys who accepted anomaly as normal, they were called the analogists, or the analogy meaning something like metaphor. They understand the symbolic nature of experience, so they would incorporate more into it. They'd allow more to be acknowledged because it was, in the end, an analogy of something. So McLuhan was looking for an analogy, a sign, as an analogist, and he was not interested in the anomalous. He'd study them, but it's interesting, Ian talks about anomalies. That's the term for those that are not interested in anomalies or interested in disproving them. So here's the quote from the other quote on thingness, and you may have seen this. It's from The Medium and the Light. McLuhan says, all these terms mean the same thing. They mean that the thingness of things must come through them at you and must not be reported and described. So the anomalous would try to report and do something with anomalies. But what science say? Prove that it can't be. So that would be reporting and describing. McLuhan's saying when you encounter thingness, you must not report and describe. But you've got millions of people now don't know if you can call it reporting. They are registering the present as if it's an anomaly in itself. Now, I think we got Bert here. Are you here, Bert? There's an anonymous here that... No, Bert, yet. Okay, unless he's on mute. So you're welcome to say something, Roxy, about the anomalous versus the analogous.
Yes, also Zappa was mentioned in this mystery landscape with a lot of humor.
Yeah. Zappa pretended to be the scientist. He pretended to be the anomalous, watching what the non-rational were experiencing. He always said that he was advocating people to return to a rationality. But in McLuhan's sense and the Vortis sense, it was a comprehensive rationality, not limiting the irrational, because he is seen as a completely irrational musician. Many times I heard major media commentators. I think of the Canadian talk show host Peter Zosky. He was the Johnny Carson of Canada, a bland Canadian version for many years. And Zappa came up because he interviewed Flo and Eddie, the two ex-Turtles that were in Zappa's band, years later. And he said, what was it like playing for a composer or a musician who was insane? That's what Zosky said. He said, the music is insane. And that was a common perception of Zappa. So here's Zappa advocating, it's just like Finney's Wake. The eyes must be seen, bring the book back, and he makes an unreadable book. So he cancels out the purpose of making a book that would stay and have reading power. Zappa does the same thing. I'm all for returning to a rational understanding of society, and then he is seen as a complete irrationalist.
Yes, but it's interesting that then his last work was the Civilization
Phase 3.
Phase number 3, and there he exposes his ideas of frequency, of the big note, and all coming from
the order, underlying order that but it was not a visually biased order. It was a tactile order. So how would you bring Comenius into this? Is it just because Comenius understood a new medium was an environment, and everybody was subject to it, so why not let the kids be educated?
Also his idea of the senses interacting together, that McLuhan wrote, for example, in The Global Village, that consciousness is sort of a projection to the outside of an inner synesthesia.
Yeah.
That
inner synesthesia.
Because of media, we have the impression that one sense dominates, but it's actually we're perceiving with all senses all the time, and it's this interaction that creates our perception. And the perception is affected by each medium, and somehow what I call the vortices are trying to make you aware of the technologies, the vortex, your environment, and how to keep this perception in balance, not to be sick by all these, not to let
anomalies.
Your mind dominate. Yes, and accept both the left and the side and the right side of the brain, and
not accept, observe them from the middle position, the tactile position.
Yes, because, for example, one of the things I like about the Chambord Castle, on one side, it's like very rational. You have the impression of perfect symmetry, of mathematical order, balance, of beauty. But then when people start studying the castle, there's a lot of anomalies. There is no perfect symmetry. There are many inversions. And it's both very artistic and very fantastic and very rational. And it's like accepting this both sides of your brain and let them work together, not just going to being rational or just being
irrational.
An artist, irrational, and the mystery landscape. And it's this awareness of your complete being, of your complete perception, that you make this concept of the holeopathic.
Holeopathic.
That people like Zappa and you and Joyce and McLuhan and Comenius, they're trying to make people aware of their environment and themselves in a comprehensive way without fragmenting. Like, we need this integration again, because we had been fragmenting, especially.
Listen. I'm reminded this neither right hemisphere nor left hemisphere. You can be in the third position, which can be the corpus callosum in the structure of the brain, the part of the brain that fosters dialogue between the right and left hemisphere. So you take this quote from Twin Peaks, where Mike, the one-armed man, he's been involved with some magical rituals with Bob. And so at a key point, Mike says, through the darkness of future past, the magician longs to see one chance out between two worlds, fire walk with me. So this position about being between two worlds is the, I don't want to say ascended or enlightened, but is the position that the vortices recommend. You're not, and it's almost like a triangulation. But the between two worlds in the gap, in the interval, is the tactile interval, and that's where the vortices in McLuhan's Zappa. And do you see that in Comenius? He's recommending a third position, not in secular pagan education, nor in God, somewhere in between.
Yes, because, for example, he said it is important to engage in gardening. And, for example, here in Richthof, the Bohemians have a garden. On one side is the wild nature, the nature as God created it. It's perfect like this. Yeah. And they leave it to grow as it wants. And on the other side...
That's half the garden. Really?
Yeah, they have different types of... Yes, I'm going to make a video. They have the rational garden with some type of...
human input.
Human input and plants that you can use and eat and like a pergola and some organization of the space.
Did I walk by that garden?
Yes, but because it was being renovated, we didn't...
Oh, that construction blocked it. Right. So you're saying that you can go to the garden, and within your view, you can see the rough anarchy side, and you can see the orderly side within one view. They're quite close to each other.
Yes, and for example, if you walk in that street, you don't see the entrance. And that's done like that on purpose.
Wow, that's neat.
You can go in, but it's like you have to discover the garden and the entrance.
Wow.
It's like you are the key. And
it's like Comenius is at that point before the print becomes too much of an environment, starts to numb everybody, and everybody gets lost in the rabbit hole of print assumptions. He's at that balance point. The retrieve, they know the best of the medieval pre-literate sensibility, and they know the best of the literate. They're in the middle. That's pretty comprehensive.
Yes, and he thought the garden is also one of the classrooms you have to engage. Like there is the school, the garden, the city, the church.
Different environments. Wow, that's
different environments. Yes, and he also, for example, they also have like a small stage, because he also thought everybody should engage in theater, in
theater,
acting, like taking different roles. Because when you take another role, it's like you become other person and you sort of think about the situation of other persons, and this gives you more understanding of your society, for example.
Yeah, you become.
And he went into multimedia.
Fragment into multimedia. That's right. Now, Carol wanted to say something.
Just about the farm that we're supporting. It's very much like that. It's biodynamic, organic. It looks wild, but then when you go in through an area where there's some trees for windbreak, then you'll find plants and gardening. You'll have areas with chickens, areas with rabbits, areas with the goats. So it's not a farm which is just rows and rows of boring plants. And as I was saying earlier, he's got about 100 different plants and fruits and vegetables he grows throughout the year. He's got a pond and the koi, it's tilapia fish in it. And he could farm the fish, but what he does is uses the fish shit, whatever it's called, as fertilizer.
The feces.
Yeah. So Yeah, the wildness is the biodynamic aspect. That's Rudolf Steiner, who probably gets it from these earlier philosophers.
Yeah, what do you think the Bohemians had an influence on Steiner? Do you know anything about that, Roxy?
I suppose yes, because the grandchild of Comenius came to Berlin, and he crowded the science academies and the public schools, and all this had a big influence in all Germany. All the ideas of Comenius were very important.
Right. Now, the new up-to-date fact that you discovered in your email you sent me is that Václav Havel was influenced by Comenius. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, he's from Prague, and in Prague, Comenius is like Jefferson, or this type of person that are like the big men of the Czech Republic, and most people know about him because he's the great pedagogue. And this friend of Zappa lived in Prague, and he thought he could change society by following Zappa's example, by making rock in
orchestrated freakout, doing an orchestrated freakout.
And he called his band the Plastic People of the Universe, inspired by Zappa. And he had a lot of humor, and he really had an influence in the society. He became a politician, and he was both influenced by Amos Comenius and Zappa.
Yeah, that's a really good case closed there, Carolyn. If you want to link Comenius and Zappa, it comes through Havel, who wanted Zappa to be his cultural representative. So that means, and Havel was put in jail for his musical theater and bands. They named it after the song Plastic People on Zappa's second album. Yeah. And so these guys get just, I guess, dribblings of Zappa coming into their culture through the Cold War, and they picked up the idea of plastic people, which is just one of many of Zappa's concepts, but they made a big meme out of it, and were in prison for it. And when the police were trying to interrogate them, they would punch out Václav and his band members and say, "We're going to beat the Zappa out of you." Oh. And so Václav knew they were going to beat the Comenius out of him.
The Comenius idea that you can educate people with theater and music, not only in the school, and it might be more effective to pass these memes, to pass these ideas, not in a classroom or with the traditional activism, but just, for example, making fun music. People engage in a concert, and they demanded also audience participation. He was really influenced by Zappa. And this audience participation changed the society. He became a politician.
And it's interesting. How did they change society? Well, you bring in McLuhan. The technologies came in, made the Soviet bureaucracy irrelevant. So Václav and Havel and those guys didn't have to do anything. They just had to wait it out. And then the society collapsed on its own weakness, and that was called the Velvet Revolution. So you can even bring in McLuhan. Havel, he may not have fully understood McLuhan, but he ended up being a product of McLuhan because the changes in the environment forced Czechoslovakia to be free of the Soviet bureaucracy. They were forced. Soviet bureaucracy was forced to give up their empire. It was making them too inefficient to even be part of the global economy. So you got McLuhan, Zappa, and Comenius coming together in Václav Havel.
Yes, and another thing I see in common is all the vortices that are aware of the fall and the ascension. This is a big thing in the work of all of them, how to use technologies to expand yourself and go back to your place of power. Of course, they don't say it like this, but in a way it's what they're trying to do and motivate people to explore, to to go back to their place of knowing and their place of power.
Yeah, the serious artist, McLuhan says, has to include theology. And there's a lot of theology in Zappa. There's a lot of theology engaged in the vortices, Lewis, Joyce, Pound, and Eliot. I don't know if Andy Warhol was geared into theology, or name a famous artist today. Who's that guy in England, Darius or Damien or somebody? Who's the top pop artist out of Britain? His name begins with D. Is he a theologian? Not that you have to do traditional theology, and that brings in Ion, who is the ultimate theologian. Ion is obsessed with clarifying theology.
Yes, and it's all about, we will call it, like maybe Zappa would, it's a big trip. It's the trip of man, of fallen man, and finally going back to the big no, to the completion, and to the power, the big odyssey.
Yes, the big odyssey. Bert, are you here yet? There's someone in Anonymous, but they're not speaking. Bert usually comes in around this time, but he's not here. Oh, maybe he's one. Is that Bert? Is that you, Bert? No.
And well, I see this as a attempt to deliver the non-physical message in many different formats.
Yes.
Through history. The great artists and scientists are engaging this trip, and they're doing the metanoias and their explorations and presented it to the audience too.
Yeah, you could define art or science or invention is the interplay of art, science, media, and nature. There are four aspects. Anybody who's doing anything has to be involved with art and science and media, meaning new technologies, and nature. Those four environments. So you find the great artists that work on those four levels. Do they teach that in school? I don't think so.
No, actually they fragment you.
Right. Now, I want to just check with Brian. Brian's a long-time Ionette. Brian, you're not usually here. Are you quite bored with our discussion or interested? Do you have anything you want to add to it?
Yeah, hang on a second. Let me, the fuck is the wrong one? Let me turn my other device off.
Since we don't have Bert here, you know Brian, Roxy, right? You've heard of Brian. You've heard him speak. He usually has some interesting point to make. And Brian is not a fan of Zappa. What? Points, plural?
I'm a fan of conspiracy theories, Bob.
Yes. Yes.
And I hit the mother lode on my conspiracy theory world. It's the most fucking ridiculous. Huh?
What is the mother? Are you going to tell us about the mother? Because Zappa was known as a conspiracy theorist.
Oh, Zappa would love this one. I mean, it's the most ridiculous, outrageous conspiracy theory you've ever heard in your life.
Okay, let's hear it.
Are you sitting down? You might want to sit down for this one, Bob.
I'm always sitting down, Brian.
Oh, okay.
I'm always sitting down.
Listen, here's the conspiracy theory. You got these conspiracies out there, and their conspiracy is that they're telling everybody that the world is round, that it's a ball, it's a globe that spins at 1,000 miles an hour and travels around the sun at 67,000 miles an hour and travels around the Milky Way at 500,000 miles an hour. And then they have this Big Bang theory where, like the whole galaxies and the universes running away from the Big Bang at 670 million miles an hour. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. You ever heard anything that ridiculous, Bob?
I'm not that impressed with it. I know it's ridiculous because Ion has spent a lot of time debunking those theories. Ion doesn't agree with them either. And Ionette would have to agree with you that that is a pretty crazy idea. But what's interesting is, and you might want to learn this, is that McClone explained why people were duped by that visual space. Man was flung to the edge of the universe with Copernicus and then, I guess, Galileo. And that center margin effect was what the printing press was doing on all levels of European society. So science adapted the printing press and made themselves be marginalized. And then include the kinetic movement through space and all those different statistics you made. That is totally a product of the printing press. Now, what do you think of that conspiracy? That the printing press made everybody believe what you just thought was ridiculous.
Right. In fact, when you, in fact, they must think it's funny, which it is funny. It's actually kind of fucking embarrassing when you finally come to realize it. But if you look at the numbers that they give you that I just rattled off, you find out that you're actually, being on the Earth, spinning and traveling through space, you're traveling at 671 million miles an hour. If you do the math, well, guess what that is? That's actually the speed of light. They're actually laughing and say, hey, we're telling you you're fucking traveling at the speed of light right now. But yet you're, I don't know, are you traveling at the speed of light or are you still?
Well, the speed of light is immediate perception. I am seeing, therefore I'm traveling at the speed of light. Now, Roxy, we brought in Bach at the beginning. Bach was trying to bounce off these kind of theories. Now, he would take the solar dimensions, right? And he would try to translate them into music? Is that what he's doing?
I think all these efforts of people like you trying to motivate people to get a new type of education by engaging the environment and exploring.
Yeah.
Not only the labyrinth of the mind, but the perception and the mystery landscape. And
well, see, Brian is looking at the figure. Brian, if you look at the figure,
I said you present the information until things start making sensical sense, and I love this phrase because it sort of embodies both the perception and the labyrinth of the mind. The sensical. Right. And it's a way of understanding not only with the labyrinth of the mind, but with something else that is maybe the autonomic or the spiritual gifts or something that is being activated. The interplay between all your senses is changing. And you have a new understanding of things. And, of course, being in the vortex, you start creating patterns. And most people go and create conspiracies because they are only seeing the figure, but they're not seeing the figure on the ground. They're not seeing the whole big picture. And there are many things that, like, for example, I remember at the beginning many people were freaked out by the chemtrails and radiation and all these things. And I was always very cool, just like saying all these things are part of the changes that we need. We need more carbon. We need more radiation. We need to create a new environment, and we have to adapt to this new environment. And on the one side, to adapt to the new environment is like you have to to be able to digest these new ideas, to recognize the non-physical, and accept that things are not as you were told. And there are new explanations by Ion about what is happening, how our bodies functions, our origins, what is going on, we're going back to our place of power, and he's just telling us to accept the mystery landscape instead of going into freaking out and a conspiracy or fighting against or trying to engage some type of activism that is not really going to change anything. We have to have this new position of taking the responsibility of the transformation, of the reset.
That's a very good point. And to take that responsibility, you change once your perception gets changed literally 180 degrees on your entire world, then you see everything is different, your perspective is different, and then the way that you would look at the world, question the world, and even operate in the world will be vastly different than the way it is, let's say, right now or before.
Yes, and you start getting a different understanding of all these metaphors, of all these memes that have been coming back and back about all the time through history, like, for example, the philosophical stone, that it's about the marriage between matter and spirit. But it's actually more the white stone and the icel. The alchemy is the chemistry of the ionic technologies. And then you start completing with this new information and understanding all these memes, all these metaphors, like the cloud. The heaven is not as we thought, but it's a new type of cloud, and like that you start overlaying with all these concepts, and everything starts making sense, and you start just connecting things, which I find it very fascinating how for example, Bob in the chart did all these connections, all this summary of the whole. And for example, just will say, if everything was destroyed, they could recreate the whole universe with the Finnegan's Wake. And maybe that's also true for Bob's chart.
Yeah, I hope so.
It's like your recording, your version of the Zappa Synochrony, of the remixing of many different recordings, many different patterns, many different ideas.
Right.
And you
Brian,
you compose it.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Zappa says in the Bob Marshall interview, he says you need to watch different news sources, C-SPAN, CNN, other things. So wherever he was operating, his methodology was look at different sources. And then McLuhan says, note the effects of different media. So, Brian, are you a conspiracy theorist? Are you missing out on the ground changes?
Say it again about the conspiracy in the ground.
You're pointing out the ridiculous conspiracy idea, and you say you're interested in conspiracy theories, and you're talking about this whole Galilean dynamic view of the solar system, or Newtonian view, is an idea you don't respect. But do you understand how the medium of the day made people accept that idea? That's the ground, the technology of the day. The main
right,
technology.
and you're saying that was the book when it came in with Copernicus and the book did that. Well, see, and now what's happening with the electric environment? It's reversing it. Now the veil is thinning, and the apocalypse is happening.
Right. Now I say that's been most of the 20th century. That's the electric age. The new environment is ion, and we can say symbolized by the eye cell. There are new effects by a new technology, a new ground, which is ion, which you probably accept that idea.
Yeah. And here's the thing. Look, you know how let's say, ion came in, we all asked our questions, and then the big thing was, and you get certain answers, and then you say, well, you got to ask the questions again, and maybe you'll get a different answer. But now my perspective is, well, if you still have the same perspective as you did before, and even though you ask the same question again, but you still have the same perspective, well, it's a little bit insane to think that you're going to get something different. Now, you probably would get maybe a different answer from ion, but it's really not an answer to get you somewhere. It's more of an answer, I mean, for me, and in my opinion, it was more of an answer to fuck you up even worse, because your perspective is so fucked up. Literally, your perspective is so fucked up that no matter what answer he gives you, he ain't going to get you there unless he just comes right out and crams it down your throat hole, which, some he does, but a lot of it he didn't. But once your perspective changes, now I can honestly say that most of the stuff that I've heard Ion say over the years, it's like, holy shit. Especially the stuff that I really didn't get at all. I'm like, I don't get what the hell he's saying. I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about, really. Well, now it's like, holy shit, the lights are going off. It's like, now what he said that I thought was just, some of the stuff he said was ridiculous and I didn't get. Now it absolutely makes perfect sense. Once the paradigms have been shattered and you've done a 180 on your perspective and all this other stuff.
Right, so your perspective has changed now. Was the RNA drops a causative factor in that? A causal factor?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I'd say, they had an effect. But see, in the beginning, let's say the first couple of years on the drops, I really noticed it. But now I've been on the drops for so long that it's I don't know. Everything that was so different before becomes so normal. So you almost think, well, there's nothing going on. I don't think there's nothing going on, but yet I know that there is. That's the reason. I keep taking the drops. I like the drops, but absolutely, I'd say that. And I say the drops are part of it, and I say that because my perspective has changed, I now have even a more profound sense that I think these RNA drops are way more than what I even thought they was before.
Right.
Because Ion had said that to me. He says, you have no fucking idea what you have right now. And I'm like, well, okay, yeah. It's like, okay, I'm taking this great supplement and it's doing this and that. But then when your paradigms get shattered and your perspective changes even more, it's like, yeah, now that has a whole new magnitude. Those words have more magnitude of what he said.
Right, and we're saying here in the Zappa context that Comenius, the Vortices, James Joyce, Wyndham Lewis, McLuhan, and Iondom and Zappa and then Iondom naturally follow together and are anticipating you speaking about yourself this way. They were advocating a citizen, to get to the point where they say what you say.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
right.
what you're saying?
I think
go ahead, Roxy.
that people that want recognition on physical and don't engage in the transformation are going into that direction of thinking evolution is to become a cyborg and get a chip and implants, and they think they're going to be completed and expanded by technology. and they cannot understand how there will be any more evolution in a biological way. And they also get lost into conspiracy.
Which is that they are a victim of an agency. Now, there is an agency.
Yes, because without the explanation of the ionic, nothing makes sense.
But they are victims. I mean, that's the thing. They are victims of the corporations.
Yeah. This comes out in the angel diagram. But the way Ion suggests how you battle it, how you non-battle it, how you bypass it, that's the important part. Ion says there's all kinds of conspiracies, but that's people scheming from their vantage point, and even says that you will meet some of these as you ascend and acquire bigger radiance. These people will note you and confront you. So there is a reason.
But look, it's a logical result of trying to make sensical sense of all the information you have on the internet. Then they don't have the completion of what Ion is saying, and of course they say, oh, there is something which is the other meme that they call the Illuminati, and they think there is something trying to control them, and they see all this terror and the drama and the horror that Matun explained with the electric environment. All these memes of the monsters and horror movies and the possession were so popular because people felt with their loss of identity that they were being possessed by something else, and that now the horror is terror. Now it's even more, and everything is toxic, and yes, there must be some Illuminati trying to conquer planet Earth, like Frank Zappa is making fun in all his plays.
Right. Now, Brian, you were laughing. What were you going to say?
Well, I mean, when I was listening to what Roxana was saying about, I wasn't following exactly, but she's talking about the Illuminati and the control, all of this, that, and the other. And with the electronic environment and the thinning of the veil, and with us being what I'm saying is we're in the throes. What's happening is we're in the throes of the apocalypse, meaning the awakening or the great revealing, and in that, it's like the phrase goes. The simple phrase is, know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. But in the middle of that is, know the truth. And when you find the truth, you will be troubled. You'll be troubled greatly, and then the truth will set you free. So there's that process that you go through, because people have been, they've been blinded, they've been hoodwinked, they've been, the fraud and the deception that's been committed on them is fucking off the charts. But see, now with the electronic environment, that's all coming down. And then what you're going to see the world go through this fucking process of this great awakening. And this is what is fucking laid out in Revelations. This is why when I have this new perspective now, it's like, it's unbelievable how fucking literal this stuff actually is. Because Ion used to say this about the Bible, oh, it's so literal. I'm like, what are you talking about? This stuff ain't even fucking close to being literal. But then once you get these paradigms shattered and your perspective changes, you're like, holy shit, it is fucking literal. It's unbelievable how literal it is. But that's what I was laughing about.
But the thing with conspiracy is that if you stay as a little man, your power is outside yourself, and you still think there is something else controlling your environment. Your outer kingdom is not affected by you and your power of creation, but by bigger powers.
Okay, well let me comment on that right there. Here's what I would say to that. It's like, let's say, I'm running around here and I say, I'm free, right? I'm coming into my power and I'm free and this blah 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 blah. Then something happens and then all of a sudden I realize, well, wait a second. Based on my world and how I live, the fucking opposite is going on. I ain't fucking free. I'm enslaved. I'm a fucking slave. That's what's going on. But see, there has to be, and for me, there has to be that awakening. There has to be that realization. Because if you're a fucking slave and you think you're free, what are you going to do about it? You ain't going to do nothing about it. You're just going to keep going down the fucking rabbit hole. You're going to be running around, keep going around and around in the rat race. But once you realize that you're a slave, that you've been a slave, well, see, now when Ion says, hey, come back into your place of power, now it makes sense. Now I realize I'm a slave, and now that I do realize I'm a slave, I can change it. I can do something about it. You see what I'm saying? And then I can come, and then I know the difference between, I really know the difference between power and authority other than some silly fucking cliche saying about it. You actually know it, and then you start actually living your life knowing and being different in power and authority, coming back into your place of power. You know what it is. In fact, today they had they was replaying Moses' top 10. And when you look at here's what I thought about looking at the top 10, Moses' top 10. You go through the 10 Commandments, and I was like, hey, this is just libertine gospels. But there was always something that got me in the when you go through the Bible, and you talk about these certain individuals like Enoch and some of the others that end up, walking with God. One of the things that was always said was, God says, you kept my commandments, right? You kept them, and so now you're walking with God. But when I'm listening to Ion go through the 10 Commandments, it's like, well, fuck, if you can't do all of this stuff, and it's all, the libertine gospel, so to speak, well, fucking everybody should be, regardless of what they're doing, everybody should be following the 10 Commandments. But the fact is that you're not. Because when you're a fucking slave, you're worshiping false idols. You're committing adultery. You actually start to understand what adultery is. You know when one of the commandments is don't take the Lord's name in vain. You know what that fucking means, because when you're a slave, that's exactly what you're doing. You're taking your own name in vain. And this is what I'm saying. So then, once you realize all this, then you can actually start coming back into your place of power, because now you know where you are, whereas before I didn't. You think, I think, hell, I'm free and I'm doing everything right. But then once you get into it, you realize what's going on. You're like, uh-oh, no, I guess I didn't. Any comments?
Hey, Roxy, I'll say this. Brian is able to say what he said today, just now, because Comenius lived, the Vortices lived, McLuhan lived, and Zappa lived. That made Brian come to this awareness. Oh,
okay,
and
so explain
that. Explain that?
Yeah, just simply explain, because those individuals that you just named lived, I was able to say that. Was it because
because they anticipated iron. They anticipated Iondom, and it's Iondom that changed you. And our thesis as we explore Zappa is to show the prefigurings of Iondom, which I don't think Zappa fans will accept what we're saying, but we're going to say it anyways and do it for many hours, so that we're up to 80 hours now, over 80 hours of this thesis. So it's a recognition of the influence of the non-past. on your future, on your non-future, in the non-present. And you didn't hear me earlier. I was describing the environment. The Android meme qualities today have no present. There's no present happening. That's why everybody's recording everything, hoping that there is a present to be recorded. And those ideas included in Wyndham Lewis and Zappa and McLuhan. Comenius, I'm not sure if I can say Comenius was fully aware of what was coming, but he certainly tried to balance what he had to work with. So he showed the balanced perspective. You want to say add to that, Roxy, or are we finished with that topic? No, Roxy? Roxy went to the bathroom? Let's see. No emails. We're waiting. So, Brian, we normally have Bert here, and Bert is laid up. He can't make it tonight. So we're going to have to move into some other aspects of Zappa. If we get Roxy back, I don't know where she is right now.
Yeah. So who are some of the others? You know, you mentioned Zappa and LaRouche. Is it all your holy offices? Like the
No. I played some recordings that I did with Ion yesterday and the day before, or today and yesterday. At the end of the music, I recommend you listen to them because a good chunk of the topics were evoked by Roxy's searches into some of the interests of Zappa, and it led to this whole new information. And so she brought in Comenius, who I didn't know. And Comenius lived in the, say, 1640s and 50s. And so Comenius was added to what I was already talking about: Wyndham Lewis, James Joyce, Ezra Pound, T.S. Eliot, and W.B. Yeats. And then we added Zappa to that and McLuhan. And then Roxy likes to mention my part here and there. And then we say it's completed by Ion. So your statement tonight is an example of what we haven't done this.
I want to be clear. All the names you just named, you're lumping them into what category now? What's the category you're lumping them into?
People explaining that the apocalypse is a daily act and involves not being aware of the environment you're in, and then creating a counter-environment to the environment that's duping you. That's what's common between Comenius, the Vorticists, and McLuhan, Zappa, and Ion.
Mm-hmm. But it's not limited to those individuals.
Pretty well limited to them. Why emphasize people who weren't as dramatic, weren't as revolutionary, weren't as effective?
Well, what about the founding fathers of the United States, like Jefferson and Washington and Adams, and are they not considered in that category, or is that something different?
No, that's what Ion. Yeah, Ion brought them in. Now, Zappa, we have a video of Zappa trying to retrieve the values that those people represented. He does it in an ironic voice, though. But I would say those characters, Henry VIII, Zappa, Ion has mentioned many people. Ion, Nostradamus, the minor prophets, the major prophets, Ezekiel, Enoch. Ion has mentioned all kinds of people like Marie Henrietta at the beginning of the 20th century. Ion has completed what Zappa and the Vortices were on about. It's just that the Zappa and Vortices were ahead of their time. They were expressing the ionic, decades before. And, what are they about? They're about the making of the environment. So they actually include everybody. The Vortices, the Zappa, the McLuhan, the Comenius, they included the idea of everything, anywhere, all the time, for no reason at all.
So what would you say the process is of creating your environment? What does one do? What did Zappa and all of them that you mentioned, what do they say an individual does to create their own environment?
They explored the new technologies. Remember, Zappa's band was called Mother of Invention. Mm-hmm. And they all look at the present and figure out the limitations that were inherited from the past, that don't acknowledge the changes that the present is bringing forward. The present. They're not science fiction projecting ahead to the future. They do make science fiction art forms. People think they're science fiction, but they're just describing the present. And then Ion comes in to say that they've always been the present of everything so far. And we're in a world now where the present doesn't exist. That's why Ion has come forth to create a non-present vibrancy, or not limited to time, not limited to the past, present, future continuum.
Right. But see, I get that. I remember Ion used to get after me about, because I used to always want to get into the woo-woo stuff, was what he called it,
right.
And yet it's a popular topic on your show, about no time and parallel worlds and other yous and this, that, and the other, and sometimes I don't know. With my new quote perspectives now, I would be able to ask new questions that would, in my opinion, like if it would better pin down exactly what he means when he says these things. Because, you can say certain phrases about time or other worlds or other yous, but unless you pin it down specifically, it could be vague and nebulous. Well, you could go all over the place with it. All I can say is I know what it is for me now in this place. Now, that doesn't mean that's the way it is forever and ever, just right here, right now. That's just, that's where I am. That's what Ion would say all the time. You are where you are. Doesn't mean it's good or bad, because that's a false premise. What matters is you find yourself where you are, and then at that point it's where you go from there.
Well, you say you would like to ask some questions. Do you know that Ion is coming back? Did you know that?
Well, actually, I never even knew he left. Until somebody said, Ion hasn't been on the show for a while. I said, I didn't even know.
Well, you're not tracking our show weekly. You're not keeping up with what's happened in the past 3 months. Okay, well, just thought if you thought that he wasn't around, he wasn't, but it's coming back soon. So I'd be interested in what questions you came up with in your replay, whatever you would like to hear. Now, here's something. What are the lampstands for you, Brian? Have you defined them? Have you come up with a satisfactory meaning?
No. In fact, I would see, going through Revelations, he touched on a lot of it, and Genesis for that matter. But based on my perspective now and what was said then, it's like, okay, well, we would have to develop that way further than where it is currently, so to speak. Like
right,
if somebody gets the Revelation series and the Genesis series, it's like there's a whole lot further you can go and be far more specific on certain things, and also different levels. Because see, it's like what I notice when you can talk about anything. There's different levels to that situation. For example, you can take like when Jesus got crucified on the cross. Well, I always say, well, the cross is chromosome 14. Okay, well, that's on the molecular level, right? Well, there's other levels. That same situation, you can say, okay, that's chromosome 14, but that's a molecular level. Well, you can go on out to, whatever level you want to, and this is what it means based on a different level. So you got molecular, cellular, all the way out to what
we don't need to go into it, Brian. We've got to get back into Zappa. So here's what Ian said. Ian told me the other day that Brian still hasn't figured out the lampstands. So why don't you, when Ian's back, would you come in and start asking? Because it'd be like you asking over again. I invite you to have the microphone and see where you can get with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and to me, it has a very different meaning, especially when you start going through the seven layers of heaven with the seals, trumpets, thunders, and vials. They have a very different.
Let me add to that. You're talking about Genesis. Roxy's been listening to Genesis a lot, and she's been inspired by things said in Genesis to bring in Comenius and Zappa and the Vortices and McLuhan. Is there something, Roxy, you could say about Genesis that might relate to Brian? His interest in Genesis?
No, I don't think I can relate to Brian, but I see how the exegesis, all these metanoias, all these recording, remixing, and using like your environment being like your recording studio where you are composing comes back all the time. And maybe what we called in the last video the 12th thunder is like before all these technologies were thunders, but now ion is the cloud. It's like after the thunder is the cloud.
Yeah. What do you think of that, Brian?
Well, I didn't exactly follow, but she doesn't have to. When you ask Roxana to say something about Genesis, pertaining to me, it's like, well, I would say, well, leave me out of it and just say, if you wanted to, what your perspective on what was laid out in Genesis.
I just said it.
Yeah, I guess I should have. Let me say this, Roxy.
Yes, it's like
I should have said it this way.
For example, the Finnegan's Wake, it's another version of the Genesis. And the work of McLuhan is another version of the Genesis. And you have both the importance of the word, of the logos, and the chemistries, and the division of day and night, and all these things. And I see that the non-physical has been putting these ideas in many different formats so that we finally get it with Ion explaining the real meaning of all these things being said and making us aware of the vortex and of the
theme?
Roxy,
isn't there a theme in Genesis that you see developed in Comenius, Zappa, and Finnegan's Wake and McLuhan? There was some theme in Genesis, some aspect of it. Was it the vortex? What was it in Genesis?
Well, the technologies.
Technologies, right. The thunders.
Yeah, and we speak in thunders, like in antiquity, people believe God speaks with the thundering. And these are all metaphors about the way we create. McLuhan said, the logos is not only the language, the words, but all type of human outerings, objects and technologies are also part of the communication. And they be understood as words. And
spells. Casting spells.
Yeah. The spell casting is part of the effect of the medium. The medium casts a spell and creates a certain distortion, a bias.
Right. Well, we talk about words, we talk about language, and writing words. Right. Writing. When you write words, you spell the words, spelling, casting spells, and I think that's the reason. In the beginning, Ion was big on knowing exactly what the hell you mean based on the words that you say or the words that you write. Now, he never come right out and said anything about casting spells, but from when I've gotten into it, makes perfect sense.
Well,
because actually what
the
you're
thing
doing.
with alchemy is like we forgot when we fell. And there was this sort of remembrance that we create somehow with words.
Right, that could be part of the process of creation. When you create with words, you're part of that creation is casting spells, and you don't know it.
This alchemy was like a distortion of or of the real chemistry that is the I cell and the real power of your logos, of the composing with words, with frequencies.
Well, what's the word you say? Are you saying lotus?
Logos.
Logos, okay.
You know what the Logos is, Brian?
No.
The Logos is in the Bible where it says in the beginning was the Word. Well, back in Greek and Latin times, they called it Logos. So it means word, the big word.
Mm-hmm.
In the beginning was the Logos. That's what Roxy's talking about.
Right, but then you got to figure out what the word is or what the logos is. It's funny. See, the way I think about it now when we talk about revelations, what is revelations? What's revelations when it comes down to it? To me, revelations is the creation of God. Now,
Brian, is singular.
You're eternal.
No, Brian. It's the book of Revelation. It's singular. Don't say Revelations plural. It's singular.
Okay, fine, the revelation. The revelation is the creation of God. Now, you're putting an eye on you're God, I'm God, right? And you're eternal. So you've always been, you are, and you always will be. But we're trying to lay out, this process that we've gotten ourselves into, which I guess would be the fall, right? When we talk about the fall and you don't remember what happened, the separation of power. Okay, so then what Revelations is, it's the creation of God. And then you're going from Revelation, the creation of God, to Genesis. And then in Genesis, so to speak, you get back to God. You create the garden and you create, and then there you go. You're back to creation again. You create, your own universe, your own world, heaven, earth. You form an image of yourself from the dust, and then you breathe life into it.
Okay, that's all fine and dandy. As I was saying, beautiful words, Brian, but it couldn't be hardly further from the truth. Anyways, we got to start bringing Zap in. Now, Roxy, have you got another hour? Is that what it is? An hour and 20 minutes? According to your schedule? Oh, yes. There she is. I think she. Oh, okay, you're here. So you've got another hour. Okay, let me just see if Bert, did you come in, Bert? Bert apparently can't make it, but someone just came in the style of Bert. So I guess that's not Bert. So Brian, thank you for your treasure of wisdom. I'm going to mute you. We're going to go into some Zappa details, which you may not be interested in, but we will try to relate it to what you're saying, because Zappa has a beginning of the universe scenario. He has a genesis in his creations. He's talking about a sofa and a squat the pig.
Right.
That was.
And the only thing I would say is that the beginning is a false premise, but the beginning is only the beginning based upon the fall, the separation. That's all. But it's all.
Do you now, with your expanded awareness, do you see the Bible as actually a document?
Fuck yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is.
No. What was I going to say? Here's what it is. It's a document for the little man. Do you agree with that?
Well, fuck yeah. Hell yeah, that's exactly what it is. And then people, you know, they talk about the Bible and they say, oh, the Bible's all fucked up because it's all about fucking blood and guts and people getting this, that, done to them. That's exactly what fucking happens. They're telling you straight out exactly what happens once you separate yourself from your power and then you go through this process of getting back. It's not fucked up. Those are perfect words, in my opinion, what you just said.
Yeah, it's a documentary of the effects of life as a little man.
Yes.
Okay, well, good. All right, so Frank is updating that, and I'm going to go into some materials from Frank that's for those that are into Zappa. So I have to mute you, Brian, so that we can Yes, Roxy, let's be polite. Brian brought in a couple people.
It was fun engaging with you again. I look forward to it soon.
All right. Well, if you hang out, I don't know if you will be hanging out, but I'll be available in an hour or so after Roxy's gone, and I'm going to play some more Ion. So if you call back or stay here, there's more things that we could get into, but I can't in this context. So I'm going to mute you, and we're going to... Roxy, we're going to do some more of the LP, the list of 179 names, okay?
Yeah, cool.
Okay, so the last one we did was Sacco and Fanzetti. Number 36 is Gene and Eunice, R&B artist, whose hit This Is My Story was a favorite of Zappa and was covered live by him in 1981. I don't know if we might have mentioned this, but This Is My Story, that's an archetypal statement. That's what Brian was telling. That's what I'm doing. That's what you're doing. We're telling our story.
Yes, and this list is very interesting because in a way he's telling you, you get educated everywhere. And when he's presenting all his gurus, all his influence, all the things he had been curating to pass it on to you, like Ian says, you're presenting the information for people to engage it, but that's the only thing you do. You're not telling them you have to do this or that.
Yeah, you're telling your story. Leonard Cohen has a song from way back, and this guy's hanging out with the gods, and he says, could I sing my song before I turn to gold? That's what the little man does. The little man expresses himself. The little man must say his story before he goes into the silence, goes into the anonymity of the ascended. And so you have modern media you now have the function of media. The extension of storytelling itself has come alive. That's the end of a meme. It's storytelling itself. The process of storytelling is now providing the opportunity for you to tell your story. You get that?
Right.
Okay, 37. 37 is Robert Kraft. Do you know anything about Robert Kraft? You recognize the name?
No.
He was an American conductor known for taking on a number of modern and classical works, including the likes of Varese and Pierre Boulez. Frank Zappa appreciated his efforts, even though he publicly complained that the performances by Kraft were sometimes inaccurate. So that's part of the reason Frank exists. He's going to correct somebody. So he lists someone who had the influence of doing inaccurate performances.
Yeah, that's interesting too.
Yeah, that's technical information.
He's going to show us how to be a satellite conductor.
Right.
Like, you're not doing it right.
and so that's an influence on Frank. It's not that Kraft is bad, but that Kraft had set a standard that Frank feels should be corrected. So Frank is motivated by Robert Kraft. And 38 is Carl Greenhouse. It says, unverified personage, thought to be an Los Angeles area club owner. He may have been a partner along with Whiskey A Go-Go owner Elmer Valentine in the Trip Club, at which the mothers opened for Andy Warhol's Exploding Plastic Inevitable show, featuring the Velvet Underground in 1966. Next guy, Dave Aerni, A-E-R-N-I, bass player who worked with Zappa at PAL Recording Studio in Cucamonga. That's the Paul Buff studio. You notice in that documentary of the suburbs around L.A. on Ontario that I sent you the other day, they tried to make this movie interviewing people who knew him before he went to L.A. One of the guys they showed was Paul Buff, who looked like a little dwarf, an amazing-looking character. I spoke to him on the phone back in '99, but he certainly didn't look like what I expected. Do you remember that guy? The one with the weird...
He looks like Rumpelstiltskin.
Yeah, exactly. Now, that's a good point. He could be... He created the environment for Zappa. And he could be the Rumpelstiltskin behind Zappa. You know, that's a very good image of him. Yeah, I think that's what I didn't get. I was looking, I said, what's this guy, a dwarf, a fairy? But I didn't realize he's Rumpelstiltskin. He's actually, if I look like him, I'd be embarrassed. It'd be tough to walk around looking like him, considering the way people judge your appearance. And that he was a genius in the recording studio. He trained Frank a lot. And he made a nice statement. He said, I influenced Frank, and Frank influenced me.
Yes,
so
and
Dave,
that's the thing with Zappa. It's amazing how he wanted to share what he discovered, not like a more than teacher, but just to create with everybody, to compose with everybody. And there's another video which I found very interesting, how he will ask this guitarist and percussionist, I always forget the names, and to come over and play with him, and he will tell him, I'm going to teach you a song. And he will start playing, and he will learn that part. And after 2 years, he will then say, oh, do you remember that song? Yes. and Frank will say, not really, I forgot, but this is the next part. And he will teach him the next part. And that will go on and on and on for years. This dialogue.
That was Steve. The musician was Steve Vai, V-A-I. Steve Vai.
And he was doing that with everybody. Like, his interaction was also a type of learning and teaching. He will learn from everybody and teach everybody. And that's how you engage.
I agree. Yeah, it's like he had something to teach you, in 1975, and if you show it in 1985, it's something to teach you, but it wasn't necessarily connected to that period 10 years before, though it could be connected because there was the conceptual continuity. But so Frank was always had something to engage you with.
Yes, and actually he also saw that he had to intervene the most environments he could, and he will see his interviews and his broadcasting in any type, in any form, as part of his pedagogical efforts to make you understand the vortex.
Yeah, that's why he was outraged in Rolling Stone magazine. He said, "You guys are presenting me as an entertainer. I'm not an entertainer." That proves your pedagogical point.
His television appearances, his interviews, his performances, all his recordings, he always records all his concerts to remix, but also as part of his pedagogic enterprise. All
Project
his
Object.
All his writings. Yeah.
Right. The Project Object, so he's got the word object there. Carolyn Guertin says object is obsolete, but I think Frank knew that. He also had another term, event/organism. An event, but it also was an organism. It's a project, it's ongoing, but it's an object. It's both. He's in the interval. Again. So Dave Airney was a bass player who worked with Zappa at the PAL recording studio in Cucamonga. He co-wrote Love of My Life with Zappa. That was recorded by the Mothers for the Cruising with Rubin and the Jets album. Number 40, Bob Keane, Keane, president of the Delphi record label, producer and manager of the late, great Richie Valens. Misspelled Keane by Zappa. I guess Zappa on the album had it as Keene. Nick Vinay, producer at Capitol Records, based in Hollywood, would later sign Frank to an ill-fated deal to produce the Lumpy Gravy album. Jim Economides, producer at Capitol Records, through whom Zappa was able to release the 1963 PAL studio track, The Big Surfer. So he and Paul Buff probably made that. I don't know, well, Frank did. I don't know if Paul Buff was, but he probably was. That same year, 1963, Zappa pitched some of his more standard commercial tracks to Jim Economides, who rejected them. So this guy, he turned Frank down, and he makes the famous list. Number 43, Alois Haba. That's Alois, second name Haba, a Czechoslovakian composer. Maybe you've heard of him. Sound familiar to you?
Again, what was the name?
Haba, Alois, Alois, second name Haba, Haba.
Yes, actually, when I was researching the Plastic People of the Universe, I saw that name.
Yeah, see, he's Czechoslovakian, and Frank is talking about him before he knows about the Plastic People and Václav Havel. So he may have influenced Václav Havel.
Of course,
Havel might have.
All these environments are always very, very small, and in a city like Prague, people must hear about each other and know each other. You know, you get to you hear about the studios or the people playing, and most composers also want to know what others are doing, and I suppose, of course, they must know each other or heard each other.
Well, here's what it says about him. Czechoslovakian composer, a pioneer in the field of microtonal compositions, which use the smallest intervals possible between notes to create some very interesting harmonic relationships, not unlike the effect of a tape being subtly sped up or slowed down. He was possibly an influence on the tape collage experiments that Zappa would piece together over the next couple of years. That would be 67, 68, 69. Did you take any courses or do any tape collages or tape collage experiment? Did you work with microtonal compositions?
Yes, in Mexico there's a very famous microtonal composer. He's called Julian Carrillo, and he makes very interesting music. I really like what he was doing, and I think this going into the microtone, trying to divide the intervals between the notes, and the interval concept is very interesting because McLuhan talks about the interval being the interval between figure and ground being where the action is.
Right.
And composers start living the tonality, the idea of the central sun, and like in quantum physics, they're trying to go micro, to go into the little intervals. I suppose it's a reflection, a mirroring of the quantum, trying to go into these micro tonalities.
The non-visual, going into the non-visual.
Yes.
Even though it sounds, it's still visual. It's just tiny visual. The Mexican guy, were you talking about the guy who does the player piano?
No, that's Konrad Nakarov. That's actually American.
Nankaro. What was the name you said?
Julian Carrillo.
Oh, okay, Julian Carrillo. Okay, number 44, Leo Ornstein, American composer and pianist, a major player in the early avant-garde musical movement. His use of the tone cluster, a dense-sounding chord made up of 3 or more consecutive notes in a scale. That was a huge influence on Zappa, notably in his piano compositions. The tone cluster would go on to become an important part of Zappa's compositional insignia. Have you noticed the tone cluster in Zappa?
Yes. He would, for example, there were moments where everybody in the band would play like a big, amazing chord. Like in this second, everybody plays this big chord, like very complex harmony. Like he will make a sign and everybody will have to be there. Boom! And he will make this in the middle of the solo. He will make this. No. It's like a chord is different tones played at the same time.
Okay.
So usually,
what's the category?
You have 3 notes in a chord, but there are more complex types of chords. And he will create chords like everybody here, boom.
Right.
Designs.
So this guy, what did he do? Let's read that again. Leo Ornstein, his use of the tone cluster. So what you're calling a dense-sounding chord made of 3 or more consecutive notes.
It's a cluster. That's the way they're called, clusters.
So Frank would get the band individually to do clusters.
Well, the whole band was doing a mega cluster. You know, instead of just, for example, the keyboard playing this chord of 3 notes, he will make everybody to play a note to make a mega cluster chord.
It has to be 3, but it can be way more. A dense sounding chord or 3.
Like many notes at the same time. So as much as you can. It's a cluster. It's like a very complex chord.
Have you ever heard of Leo Ornstein?
Maybe. The name sounds familiar.
Right. I mean, you might have had it in your studies, right? A teacher might have mentioned him.
Yeah, so it's like you heard so many people. It's like,
So, number 45 is Elvis Presley.
says the first major white rock and roll singer to rise to prominence, and one of the most important and influential figures in the history of popular music, now commonly referred to as the King of Rock and Roll. That's Elvis Presley. 46, Barry McGuire, American folk singer who had a number one hit the previous year, that would be 1965, with the doom and gloom anthem Eve of Destruction, written by P.F.
I wanted to interrupt and go back to Elvis, because in the media it was like it was not about the music and Elvis, but it was mostly about his pelvis and his dancing.
Yes.
That made him famous or prominent.
So that's, McLuhan says, teenage music, which in his day would be rock and roll, and then rock, was an environment, not music. So you're just proving it. They made a big deal out of his body language, not his music. It was more than the music.
For example, my mother used to tell me that in Mexico they will not show Elvis from the waist down because they found it too sexual or too aggressive. They would just show the face, and she was curious to see how he danced. What was the big deal about his dancing? They would not show it.
And she would be a young girl at that time. Did she ever get to see it?
Yes, after a while they had to. But at the beginning, they would not show it. But everybody was talking about it. But they would not show it.
That's what rock and roll is. It's mixed media. That's the thing. It's not... Everything since World War II or since rock and roll is not music per se. That's why McLuhan said rock is not meant for listening to. It's for pressing up against. For what Zappa calls bone conduction.
Well, that's the name, rock and roll. It's actually engaging in coitus and sex.
Yeah. Right. Rock and roll. So the teenagers insisted that they were engaging in music. They wanted their parents to like music, to like their music, and say, we've got talent. But the teenagers didn't listen to the only adult who corrected them, McLuhan. You guys aren't
Yes, and we have to think that for many centuries, dancing was the only way young people had to approach each other. It was forbidden to be close. And I was watching a documentary about dancing in the Renaissance, and they were saying, you have to be aware of the smell of the person. Maybe you can see if this person is clean or not, of their conversation, if he's educated. And, dancing served like a dating chat line. In this moment of dance, you have to be aware of many things and see if this person was worth of further engagement.
Right. So that would be not just for moving about. It was a form of spying. So that they actually were using music for more than listening to.
Yes, it was the only way people could approach each other until very, very recently.
Right. All right, that's a good point. So we retrieve medieval communication there in rock and roll. At number 46, we were doing Barry McGuire, American folk singer who had a number one hit the previous year with the doom and gloom anthem, Eve of Destruction, written by P.F. Sloan, a songwriter who is pictured on the inside of the Freak Out album cover. So this friend of Barry McGuire was a friend of Frank's and was on the album cover. He went on to become a successful Christian singer-songwriter.
So Christian musicians understand that music is not to be listened to. It's to be a form of propaganda. Or they don't get that, and they think the message that you're actually supposed to listen to modern music and have a Christian message. So hard to tell which side they're on there.
Mm.
If they understood that rock, and this Christian rock, was not a message-generating thing. Maybe that's why people don't like Christian rock. It's defeating what rock is about. Rock is not a verbal semantic message. It's an environment.
Yes, and somehow McLuhan had this idea that it's not possible to be religious in the electric environment.
Right. Well, he said you couldn't be ethical. You couldn't have ethics. Now, he said we were moving into a great religious age, moving out of rational, print-oriented attitudes or sacredness, a different kind of sacredness. And it varies what he meant by a great religious age. Actually, Malcolm Muggeridge, Norm Mailer says, what, do you mean in numbers? And he goes, yes, in numbers. More and more people will be engaging religion. And he predicted holy wars. Now
yes, because I see New Age as another type of conspiracy. Like you have all this information and you're trying to make sensical sense of all this information presented to you. And some people try to make this sensical sense going into what they think is spiritual. And there is a lot of this retrieval of New Age and mystic and spiritual thinking. Like McLuhan said, we went east, but at the same time, it's not what McLuhan will consider real religion, the connection. Religion in Latin means to connect, religare, to reconnect. But the real reconnection is the eye cell.
It's the what? The eye cell?
The eye. Yeah.
The eye? Or are you saying the eye? Or
eye cell.
Yes, eye cell.
Connect.
Yeah, I was just reading today, McLuhan didn't consider Buddhism or any of these other religions in the world as religions. Christianity was the only religion. So he was up against the global village tendency to merge and have an ecumenical movement. He actually was not impressed, and that would include New Age philosophies. So that
one of the reasons I was reading in the Medium and the Light is that he thought the Pentecost was the most important part of the Catholic religion, which is the transmutation, the resurrection, and the transmutation of the body of Christ, which is actually the ISO.
Right. Now, the Pentecost, is that part of Easter, or when is the Pentecost? What is the Pentecost?
It's all about the resurrection. And
okay. It's about Easter Sunday.
Yes, the whole meme of the Mass is what happened in the last dinner.
Right. Last Supper.
The Last Supper. Jesus said, "Here is my blood, here is my flesh," and you take it to be transmuted into this and be reborn as Christ.
Are you saying the Last Supper is part of the Pentecost?
Well, the Pentecost celebrates this whole thing about the Last Supper, the crucifixion, and the resurrection.
The whole bunch of it.
Yeah, and all these ideas of the transmutation and the ascension is what McLuhan saw as the most important. And for humans, that he was aware that it was all about, he was doing this exegesis from the fall to the ascension.
Right. It says here, in Christianity, Pentecost is celebrated 50 days after Easter Sunday, inclusively, i.e. 49 days with the first day counted, 7 weeks, hence its name. In Judaism, it goes into that. Pentecost falls on the 10th day after Ascension Thursday, 40 days after Easter. So, in the New Testament, Pentecost was the occasion of the descent of the Holy Spirit upon the apostles. So, the thing that Ion talks about, the period after the crucifixion, the ascension period, that's, Ion says, very important. So, the Pentecost is about that, right? About the important part.
Yes, and I would see that as a metaphor of the non-physical reappearing and talking again.
Right.
And the possibility to engage the ISO to really get this transformation experience for real. It's not some type of belief or metaphysical idea, but it's true. It's real, this transformation.
Yeah, it's an engagement. So, yeah, Ion does say that engaging non-physical the way we are able with Ion has never happened to humanity before. Very significant event, according to Ion. I mean, it's not channeling.
And that's what we're saying. Everything humans have been doing is about this moment. That's the metanoia, the exegesis, and the things that were put in many different formats and remixed.
Yes, and I hope the listeners are not interpreting us to sound like a cult. We refute this idea daily when we talk to the Spirit, Holy Spirit.
But that's the thing. McLuhan helped us to understand how this genesis of technologies appearing and expanding on it's part of this evolution. It's not a religion.
Evolution of communication. Yeah.
Yes, it's going. I was thinking when Ian says in the beginning, maybe the beginning, the real genesis is the non-physical talking, the beginning of the creation of the new environment.
Yeah, that's March 18th in terms of calendar. That's March 18th, 2009, when Ian started to talk. That's when Ian had arrived. The guff had maybe emptied or was really well on to emptying on that day. And then Ian spent a couple
the Android name is trying to imitate God or humans.
Right. We
were trying to imitate this process of creation of the Genesis that is taking part now. That this is the real beginning.
Yeah, I'm laughing at the image of all these preachers, lecturers, professors. They get up and they start talking to a group of humans. They're trying to be as great as Ion, and they're pretty puny compared to Ion's talking. They go for 30 minutes, and then they give up, and then they don't do it for another week. And then they try another 30 minutes. They take a stab at being Ion.
Yes, because the thing is, what I like is it's not a cult, because it's not like you're saying, yeah, someday we'll arrive someday. No, it's like, okay, here it is, here are the technologies, and here is the thing. You can engage this information, you can engage this substance, and you will see it yourself. And here it is. It's a fact. It's not fiction.
We don't have to do much. Okay, so that was a good statement. Don Julian, number 47, vocalist for the first integrated doo-wop combo. I didn't know that. Doo-wop combo, the Meadowlarks, later known as the Larks. Their single, The Jerk, was a favorite of Zappa. So their first integrated doo-wop combo. He was a vocalist for it. Tiny Tim, American vocalist known for his ukulele playing and distinctive soprano vocal range, would become a household name in a... What, you're laughing at the fact, distinctive soprano vocal range?
Yes, he's a ukulele player that sings soprano.
Right. Cool. Do you know him?
No, but I have to check it out.
Yeah, Tiny Tim would become a household name in America and elsewhere a few years later. He was acquaintance, if not friend, of Frank Zappa.
Yeah.
Cord Wainer Smith, number 49, American science fiction and political writer. Frank Zappa once said that he would take his complete works, Cord Wainer Smith's works, to a desert island. Theodore Sturgeon, American science fiction writer, had many short stories published in sci-fi magazines in the 40s and 50s, magazines of which Frank Zappa was a fan. 51, Robert Sheckley, another American science fiction writer, whose work was a staple of sci-fi magazines in the 1950s.
Yes, I find it very interesting that he will engage science fiction. That is this extension of science with the fantasy.
Right.
And many of the things that are presented as science fiction have become reality. So it's very interesting how maybe some conspiracy theories say when there is in public, it's because these technologies are already there.
I would say a lot of them are already here. And in right beside us, like you can say, oh, it's right here. Somebody in the Pentagon has stored a bunch of good stuff for the next 30 years. I am saying no.
Another thing, I was saying that Ulysses is the day and the night is the wake and the dream.
Yeah.
And all the thunders are coming from the nighttime, from the dream, from the parallel worlds. But you say it's not a dream. I don't remember what was the word you say.
James Joyce, through the Evergreens, when I talked to him, through the channel Michael Blake Reed, channeling 6,500 to 7,000 entities called the Evergreen, you could talk to various people. The Evergreens would bring people in. So he brought in James Joyce. And all the way through it, James Joyce expressed that Finney's Wake was not about a dream. And it was not a dream. And the way, what we did find out it was about the interplay of different media environments, how they ate the previous media environment. They were monsters. And each new media environment was a monster that was eating the previous environment. So he was talking about technology and the effects and the unfolding of them. That's what he said Finney's Wake was about. It was not a dream.
Yes, and that's the Finney's Wake is the greatest science nonfiction ever.
Right. Science nonfiction and science fiction, it's in the interval.
Yeah.
The postmodern term that Croker popularized is theory fiction, or maybe even Baudrillard did it. A theory fiction rather than science fiction, because science maybe was weak. It was hardware, and it was being obsolesced by software. So you moved to theory fiction or meme fiction. That was just for your information. In case anybody brings it up, you'll know what that means. All right?
Yes, and in many ideas of science fiction actually help us to digest better the new environments and the changes that are happening.
Yes.
Like they open
the present
our minds to accept the possibilities that otherwise will be too absurd, like alien life or teleportation or many multi-dimensions. the idea of the matrix, the hologram, and all these things somehow were easier to digest thanks to science fiction. And I think someday science fiction will be considered a major genre because there are big works of art there, and until now it hasn't been really recognized. But
not in the populace. It is recognized in universities. There are many courses on science fiction. Don Thiel.
Some of the works will become textbooks where we could start engaging this expansion or new possibilities of, for example, of the non-physical or the transmutation of man and new technology.
Well, we're science fiction. We're a science fiction show. For most people, 9%, we sound like science fiction. And Don Thiel, his good friend Darko Suvin, S-U-V-I-N, I have some of his books. He was one of the first academics talking about science fiction as an academic field. Darko Suvin, S-U-V-I-N, I think he was Yugoslavian. I think I got the first name right. But look at us. This is a science fiction situation, and Frank is always said his works, many of them were science fictions. He wanted to do a science fiction Broadway musical, so he began with science fiction. I don't know if Stockhausen did that. Did Stockhausen ever talk about science fiction?
Not really. He was more into the metaphysical and engaging technologies in the now.
Okay, so moving on. We did Robert Sheckley, American science fiction writer whose work was a staple of sci-fi magazines in the 50s. Randy DeWeese, friend of Frank Zappa during the period when he lived in Lancaster, California. Misspelled DeWeese on the list. D-E-W-E-E-S. It should be D-E-W-E-E-S-E. Maybe DeWeese is one of these guys who passed the test of listening to Ionization by Edgar Varese, and he was interested in it, so Frank let him stay around. Right? Why would he name anybody as a friend? Unless he helped him punch out somebody or pull off a trick at school. Frank's brother writes about that kind of situation, the different interpersonal problems they had at school. So, Dick Barber, another Lancaster friend, later became road manager for the Mothers, contributed his patented snorks to several Mothers albums and live performances. Sounds like they were patented. Can you patent snorks? Maybe it's just a phrase. Eberhard Kronhausen, American writer, author with his wife Phyllis of the 1964 best-selling book, The Sexually Responsive Woman, one of the first major influences on Frank Zappa's theories about sexual expressiveness. So Eberhard Kronhausen, his book on the sexually responsive woman, big influence on Zappa, who had theories about sexual expressiveness. Number 55, Yves Tanguy, French artist, prominent figure in the Surrealist art movement. 56, Lenny Bruce, comedian, hero, martyr, a huge influence on Zappa. He died for your sins. So says the writer Scott Parker. Lenny Bruce died for your sins. 57, Ravi Shankar, Indian composer and sitar player. Possibly the most famous and legendary sitar player in history. At the time,
I can say something about...
Yeah, go ahead. You do that. You do that kind of music.
Well, there are like two types of classical music in India. One is called the Carnatic, it's from the south, and the Hindustani in the north. And Ravi Shankar was actually into the Hindustani, but the Hindustani has more influence from Tibet and Muslim cultures. And the Carnatic is really, I think, the most ancient tradition that hasn't been somehow stopped or destroyed. And Ravi Shankar was the first teacher to teach people that were outside the caste or their system, because before it was forbidden and this knowledge was not allowed to go out. You have to be born in a family, in a lineage, and teachers may take 15 years before they start teaching you, and you will have to serve him almost as a slave before they thought you were worth of him wasting his time on you. Like, you really had to show you have a really big interest and to keep this tradition. And, for example, my teacher told me when he was a child, they will sit very close together, and the teacher will teach you, he will say everything in your ear. It was so secret. It was really... And Ravi Shankar was the first one to open this
He broke the secrecy. He broke the secrecy. Wow.
Yes. And
is this well known, or do you have to be a musician? You know, do you have to be a musician like you were?
No, in India it's well known because before, really, because they have this division of the society in castes. Not everybody could engage wherever they wanted. It's like you have to be a Brahman. Like they think there are different types of people for different types of functions in society, and all are needed. Some are more in the lower chakras. That's like very basic people that just think about reproducing and they do the lower tasks. And then there are other people that have like higher aspirations because they believe in reincarnation, and the Brahmins are the ones that engage like the higher culture, the art, the philosophy, and they also have the responsibility to keep this knowledge alive. And they start learning very, very young, and they have to learn everything by memory. And they really see as their responsibility to keep this knowledge alive. And for example, Ravi Shankar was called a pandit. A pandit is a teacher of teachers, because a guru is just like a teacher, but a pandit it's like the highest level of knowledge and they have like different types of sciences, like for example the medicine, the nutrition, the Ayurveda, these Vedas, this knowledge, the music, and like that, different types of. And Ravi Shankar was a pandit, and he was the first one to share with the world and with all types of people.
Right. So if a young person is going to be a musician and they got to memorize all this stuff, they don't do physics, chemistry, and science courses. They only do the music memory.
Yes, and for example, my teacher told me he had to learn everything, and if he didn't learn it, he will be hit with the bamboo.
Right.
And he will be taken to a temple to practice the whole day, and they will not give him any food.
Wow.
So with this very extreme system of learning, they, of course, become very, very virtuosic, virtuosos of their instruments. And before, the musicians will also dance and sing for the entertainment of the kings. And all this was made in small rooms. in front of the king. It was like a very private, only for the high society, for the king. And now it's like it's for everybody, but for many centuries it was just like that.
Well, okay, that's so Zappa is honoring Mr. Shankar.
Yes, and actually Ravi Shankar also learned dance before. I think he was better known when he was younger as a dancer than as a sitar player.
Well, it says here, Ravi Shankar, Indian composer and sitar player, possibly the most famous and legendary sitar player in history. At the time Zappa compiled this list, Shankar's music was just beginning to creep into prominence in the Western world. Was it already prominent in Asia by 10 years?
Yes.
He's born.
Yes, he was already famous when he was young.
Right.
The film industry was starting, and it was also about musicians exploring other types of musical environments that many went into exploring the Indian scales and other types of microtonality and other systems that I think made them so attractive for composers like Zappa that were looking for new things.
Yeah. So number 58 is Shatur Lal, Indian tabla or hand drums player, was Ravi Shankar's primary table player, but I think they mean tabla player, until his death in October 1965, at which point his position was taken by the better-known Ala Raka. 1965, Ravi lives till 2012. That's like another 50 years beyond Shatur Lal. Ravi Shankar is, I assume, playing. Then there's another guy, N.C. Mullick, M-U-L-L-I-C-K, Indian tambura, which is a bass-related drone instrument. He's an Indian tambura player. Worked extensively with Ravi Shankar.
The tambura is a very interesting instrument because you just have 3 or 4 strings. Mm-hmm. And in India, a song can last like 3 hours because everybody's improvising and they make shorter versions for the West that may last 1 hour. But the tambura, it's only these 3 notes or the 4 notes that are played all the time on the background. This resonating, very psychedelic type of sound that you hear on the background. Down, 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 down. And it's very hard to play because you have to keep in rhythm and just do these 3 or 4 notes. The whole composition.
For 3 hours.
Yes, and for example, one of the parts of my training is like I had to do that for my teacher for his concerts, and we will play for an hour. For example, at the Indian Embassy. Yeah. I may have some videos of that, and it's very hard after like 3 minutes to concentrate and just.
Wow.
It's a type of meditation, like just to do that, and
a kind of yoga.
Yes,
so it
keep
hurts
the rhythm and do this monotonous. But that represents the frequency that is always there in the universe. They have the permanent. Yeah.
I wonder.
And then
no,
the music is like a cycle. Every time they turn around. There is a variation, improvisation, but it's like the things that are going on with the energy. I don't know how I will call it, with the cycles, with the vortex. But there is a frequency that is always there, and that's the thing with the tambura that represents the eternal background frequency, the big notes.
Right. So. So the playing of it, it hurt you to do it, right? You had to do it for an hour. It must have been agony.
Yes, after a while it somehow becomes autonomic. Like I will just be lost in the music and what they were playing because we sat very close together and they're so good playing that I didn't feel it was an hour, but of course physically you get tired. And for example, once he said, "Okay, we're finished," and I could not stand up because my feet were asleep.
Right. Yeah.
And we were at the Indian embassy, and he was like, "Okay, stand up." They're clapping. And I was like, "I can't. I don't feel my feet."
So you didn't do yoga. If you did yoga, you'd be a bit used to it. So how many times did you not stand up? That only happened once?
Yeah, it only happened once, but because of your position, like holding the instrument, there are small tambourines, but I had a big one, a big tambourine. Yes, after a while you get tired and you start feeling pain everywhere in the back and in your feet and in your arm.
But you're swept along by the music, right?
Yes, of course. It's like you have to put your thoughts somewhere else. Otherwise, if you start thinking, "Oh, my feet, oh, this and that," this. Yes, but
okay,
it was a very nice experience. That's the tambura, and it's. I find it very interesting that Zappa mentions this instrument, which is just very repetitive.
Right.
It's not like a solo or virtuous thing. That's a big thing.
That's his idea of rates, sound cycles, sound rates.
Yes, and he was aware of the big note, that this,
yes,
what the Indians see as the eternal frequencies of the universe was something he knew about that.
It'd be interesting what Ian says about putting your divinity outside of yourself in sound.
Well, I think it's just the fact that everything is frequency.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have some new information on that, but Ian told me to hold it back for a while. Frequencies. So just another teaser.
Yes,
okay.
That's how Frank Zappa started, with the freak out.
Right, good point.
And
yes.
Ian makes this fun with the frequency.
Right, frequency. And then you have McLuhan writing Harold Innis talking about it's not amplitude modulation, it's frequency modulation. That's what he told Harold Innis.
Mm.
So number 59 is N.C. Mullick, Indian tambura player, which is a bass-related drone instrument. He worked extensively with Ravi Shankar and Shetar Lal. Number 60, Jules Pfeiffer, cartoonist for the New York newspaper The Village Voice, known for scathing condemnations of governmental policies in the 1960s. Also testified for Lenny Bruce at one of his inexcusable obscenity trials. So, that's 60 names. We're getting close to halfway there. But I'm going to move on. Like, you got to go by what time? 20?
I will say be here 10 more minutes. Like
okay,
until half.
What? To half?
It's almost 8:20, so 10 more minutes.
You can only go till 8:30.
Yeah.
All right, so I was going to do the rest of that Life magazine article, but maybe Bert's not here. So Bert should be part of it, so he'll be here next week. So what could we do? Is there, if I look at the emails that you sent. Let's see if you covered everything you wanted to do.
Well, maybe you can play the song of the plastic people of the universe, the Czech politician.
Right, plastic people.
Right. Influenced both by Komenius, Komensky, as they call him in Prague, and Zappa.
Yes, that's a good point. This was for, what's his name? Václav Havel. Okay, Plastic People. We have two versions. One, 1969. Well, it's on the later album. You can't do that on stage anymore, which features a public performance from 1969, but originally was on Absolutely Free 1967. So let's play that. Bring up the sound thing.
Well, I don't know how long that is, but maybe I'll say Happy New. Happy New Now.
No. It's only 3 minutes and 42 seconds. So you're going to have to hear it and comment on it. So let's see. I got that there. I got sound effects. That one is blocked. That's good. Okay, so let's hope this works. Okay, with 2 minutes left.
Yeah, cool.
Pretty neat. Have you ever heard that before? You think you ever heard that?
I like it.
Okay.
Some of your people, you have to go. Little people, you have to go.
Well, okay, so you're saying that to us. You're not leaving, we're leaving. So you don't want to be a plastic person, and you have to go. You're telling us we have to go. All right.
No, I have to go. And all the plastic people, all the little people that don't want to accept this education of perception, of resetting of yourself, and the non-physicality, had to go.
Yes, we should get Ion to sing this. Yes, I think this would resonate with Ion.
This is a song about get happy or get out.
Yes, that's right.
Plastic people,
awesome.
You have to go. Yes.
Again, Zappa anticipating Iondom. Once again.
Of course.
Okay, so maybe I'll play one more song while we get ready to transition into other portions of the program. I'll see you here. Maybe someone will want to talk.
Other frequencies.
Yeah, frequencies. Okay, man. Thanks a lot for helping us get through the last few hours. Your treasury of your wisdom was well worth it, especially the Shankar knowledge. And we'll talk to you soon.
Yes.
Right, thank you.
Happy New.
Oh, yes. Happy New You. Well, that's new.
Happy New Now.
Yes, that's a good one. I just say Happy New. But, yes, New You, New Now. Okay, I will try to come up with an interesting thing. Frank Zappa. Now you see it, now you don't. I don't know what that is. Let's see. Okay, we got a few people here. Unmute you, see if you have anything to say. Anybody want to say anything before we go on to the next item? Nothing? All asleep? Okay. I think we will play the rewrite. Or maybe finish up the words of knowledge and wisdom that Ion presented yesterday, January 1st. Or, yes, yesterday. So let me just organize that. Okay, they're continuing the session from January 1st, 2016. this short excerpt.
Did Saint Martin build their own castles, or they were included with the King Francis network?
Well, you can't tell the difference.
Okay.
But,
all right.
yeah, they're connected.
All right.
Okay.
Right. Okay. And that's about as far as you'll talk about it now. Right? Unless I come up with something. Let's see.
Well, you're going to have to okay. Now wait. Now we'll help you. We're not against you, Bob, as you well know. Even though you fight us tooth and nail most of the time.
So that's the end of that sequence. Then you go to 3726. Oh, I should mute you guys just in case you wake up and interrupt the recording.
All participants are now muted.
Okay, here's the next short segment.
So, yesterday I was trying to remember where one of the Jesus lived, and I went Alsace-Lorraine, and you said Loire Valley. I looked up, and Alsace-Lorraine is nowhere near Loire Valley. So
right.
the first or second Jesus, whichever one was, he's more in the Loire Valley than Alsace-Lorraine, correct? Forget about Alsace-Lorraine.
See, it doesn't really work that way. That's the rub. If you overlay these things, and then
my memory's accurate. You did say Alsace-Lorraine or something like that years ago.
Sure. It is. But if you and we're saying if you overlap them, they're identical.
Right.
That's the end of that fragment. Move it forward. Okay, here we go.
Okay, look how, okay, no, stop. Oh, yeah. Look at the movie show Mad Men. Remember that Mad Men?
Yeah. I know the women are suppressed there. Yeah.
Right, okay. Look how they portray history. Look how they say it was. Look how they portray it. That's what they're trying to convince you that it was. Well, it was nowhere even close to that, per se, other than just the juxtaposed position of that's the way folks liked it. See, they liked having a television set on a rolling cart that they rolled into the dining room, and they could watch I Love Lucy on the TV while they were eating their dinner and, consuming mass quantities and that stuff. That's how they laid it out and try to convince you that it was. That's not how it is or was, but that's how they laid it out. So what you're saying right now, 1,000 years ago, 1,000,000 years ago, day before tomorrow, same thing.
Yeah.
It's how they lay it out to say this is what was or going to be. That's the point.
But Peggy's generation thought that was happening, but they were told that they were suppressed or something.
Well, she had to be, because otherwise what would she ever overcome? She was trying to overcome, and she couldn't overcome because she couldn't figure out why she would already. Even when she won, she couldn't win. See?
Right. Okay, so then
there was never enough money. There was never enough family. There was never enough scope. There was never enough position. There was never enough because what it was, there was someone else who did more, had more, could do more, could control more, could push more, could handle more, and the mores always take it for her.
Right. So we were saying Mad Men presented it. Is Mad Men partly influenced by feminist baby boomer or Generation X producers who want young women to believe that's the way it was in 1965? Is that the cause of the show being presented with women being in the less than position? Is that modern women producers doing that?
Yeah.
Yeah. The Ellen DeGeneres and Oprah Winfrey meme.
We really don't embrace that, but we'll take it. We acquiesce. We don't like it, but we acquiesce.
Okay, that's the end of that fragment.
another one here. I do 15 seconds before we get to it.
You say, "Blessed are they which are called unto the marriage supper of the Lamb." Okay,
yep.
so
the rabbinical order of Papa Justify.
Well, the secret marriage supper of the Lamb is interacting with Ion, what Carol and I have evoked here in JW. That's the esoteric supper of the Lamb. Would you agree?
Well, yeah, it's all good, and now we.
Okay, there's that one.
It says here, Ion says that ring that's protecting the outer angle that's closest to the intercross is the rings, arms and rings of chromosome 14. So we're talking about the angel diagram.
Yes.
And then
yes,
we ask, are the first 5 rings of the angel diagram chromosome 14?
Yes.
Okay, with the outer angle at ring 5. And you had just said...
Correct. Well, remember now, you got that. When you put that in movement, you're setting all those marks as this is the end-all,
right.
be-all, all. But when your people are putting those into 8 flows of motion, those motions are going to change some of your perceptions of what you're calling inside ring 3 and outside ring 5 and up to the valence. And it's going to change that. So don't get all fucked up when you get into it and you go, oh, Christ, I've just figured this all out. Now it's all changed. It's all upside down, bro. Don't blow your brains out, Bob. It's going to be all right. You're just going to have to know that your positions, as you juxtapose your own place, those are the things that are going to shift a bit. The words are still the same, but they're going to shift.
And what you're saying, this wisdom you're saying, I don't think any wisdom oracle in any religion has ever said what you're saying.
No, of course not.
Right.
That's why this time it's real. That's why this time you're going to see it. That's why this time it's different than other times when you're going to quit playing church and you're going to start be church, subgenius or otherwise.
Right. So the okay, what was that? And this is what Joyce was trying to show in Finnegan's Wake.
Yeah, and Katie Lang.
K.D. Lang, the singer from Canada?
Yeah.
K.D. Lang, okay.
Okay, one more excerpt. Okay, here you go.
Right. Now, re-listening to Sasha, and this is part of what you've just been talking about, is chromosome 14, the cross in the center of the angel diagram, is that part of ring 1, or it's looping ring 1 and ring 14?
Looping ring 1 and 14. If you ever open the lotus flower, that'll be very obvious.
Right. So the first thing in ring 1, I think, is the 4 winds. They are in ring 1, not ring 2. Correct?
Well, that's what it blows to. Yeah, that's what it blows to.
Right. It blows to chromosome 14, you mean? Or it blows to the winds blowing?
No, the winds blow to chromosome 14.
Right. And
or less,
so it's blowing through the diagram. When the winds start to blow, it's blowing through the whole diagram, all 14 rings.
It's just like when you open up. It's like when you open up everything in your house, and the gale starts blowing through. It blows through your house. Same way.
Right. Okay.
And there you have it. Fragments of interesting stuff. I'm going to put that. So we will check one more time, see if anybody wants to speak.
All participants are now unmuted.
Recording. Anything? Nothing? Well, what is it? 3 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. Maybe everybody went to sleep. So now we go to rewrite number 35. So we're going to hear rewrite number 35, recorded on July 6, 2011, and it's about 6 hours long. We've listened to the first 2 hours. So we'll go back just slightly and pick it up here.
All participants are now muted.
Hey, Bill, I thought it was playing. I'm listening to it in my headphones, so what do you want me to do? How do we get it going?
If you're trying to play Skype, did something wrong because it's been dead air for 5 minutes.
Right, what did I block? Oh, yeah, I didn't put it up in Soundflower. Sorry. So I will just pick it up where we were, do it again. Okay, well, thanks for warning me, Bill. Thanks for being on the ball. Okay.
It's almost Hanukkah.
They usually find to stand out on the planet like the yarmulke on a head.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's so cool. Why isn't anybody else saying, wow, that's so cool?
Well, they're hardly here.
You're rewriting it, that's why.
Are you writing this stuff down, Deborah? We never hear from Deborah. Is Deborah even here?
He's Bob.
What?
Bob. It's also in the keys. Ion laid it out in the first and second and the third key on the supplement B.
Do.
It's laid out there, Ginny?
Yes, it's laid out in the first, second, and third key on supplement B. And
what is laid out, Ginny? Ginny, what is laid out?
The Garden of Eden is, where it sits on the parallel, why it was the original landmass, how it came to be. It's also in...
Can you read the words to show that?
Can I read the words to show that?
Can you find the words in supplement B or whatever you're saying where it says that?
Yes, I can. Hold on just a second. Well, keep going because it'll take me a minute to find it in my knapsack.
So I came up with the answer and didn't even know what we're talking about.
Just hold on just a second. We got some new folks that have joined in. Now, I want to be clear about this. Clear. Has everybody shared notes with everybody so that they got the same change in opportunity that y'all got?
No.
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 Well, get after it.
That's one of the things I wanted to ask you is how to go about approaching studying this or, jumping in and being sort of newbies.
Well, it's all right. They got a little bit of a benefit because they got to sort of plow through it, and some of it was very tedious. But there's been voluminous, good notes, and they're not identical because different folks get different things from it, okay? So the conversation went like everybody was going to get everybody's addresses and share everybody's notes so they could compare, and then questions could ensue from those previous thorough discussions that bring us to new places. And we know it ain't been going on. That's the reason we asked, has there been good note sharing yet?
I would like to propose then that perhaps if that would be the case, just for ease, that perhaps we create a living document that we can all access and edit.
Sounds like you're hired.
A Wikipedia of Revelations?
Yeah, we could just, I don't know if everybody has like Google Docs or something. This is really easy because we can all share and all add to the same document, and then anyone that comes in that's new can access it as well. And
great idea.
Good. So you're in charge of that, darling?
Sure.
Good. Now we're getting somewhere. Now, this isn't for the folks in like Sue. This isn't so you catch up. This is so you jump in. This allows you to jump in. That's the point. See, it gives you the heads up of what's sort of been discussed, but you may have new insights because you heard the revelation for yourself.
Right.
All right?
Okay.
And so your take on it might be even more rich than some of the other points that have been beat to death. So it's not a more or less than, it's an inclusive position. The only time it becomes more or less is when they ain't sharing. And then
also,
that gives you easy opportunity to jump in at every level.
Fresh perspective.
Also, Brian and Joyce and I often talk on Thursdays or Fridays at some point just to kind of catch up a little bit. So to go over notes and fill in holes in notes. I'm not sure. Brian's got a name for it. What is it, Brian? Not the what's the name for it?
I call it the debrief.
Debrief.
Debrief. Or rebrief.
Right, debriefing.
Something. I have a thought pattern I'd like to throw out there.
Okay, Brian.
Earlier you were talking. Go ahead, Virginia.
The only reason why is I just want to come back to this point about the Garden of Eden and this thing about the notes. Okay, the thing about the Garden of Eden being in the 33rd parallel and the living water coming from the 33rd parallel that's coming out of the garden is in the 5th key. And that's information that everybody has. And that was clearly a Bob and Ion. So that's not anything that we have. That was developed by Bob and Ion through the rewrite thing. I mean, through
we talked about the 33rd degree parallel?
Yes, Bob, and I'm going to tell you what you said.
Talked about getting a foot in the south.
Yes, so I'll go over that with you, Bob, fresh your memory. But then I will also say Sue, Barb, and Steve.
Steve's not here.
Paul tonight.
And Sue.
I did ask Bob for your email addresses so I could send some of the charts and the stuff that we had, and quite frankly, I totally forgot about it. So I will do that and shoot that to you right now. But as far as I know, everybody else has gotten whatever, notes I have. So.
All right. Now, who sent you notes, Virginia?
Nobody sent me anything.
That's what we're talking about.
Oh, well, Chad sent me, James sent me the chart, and Bob sent me something. Well,
that's right. And see, this seamless sharing is what is the benefit for all. See, that's the point. And so, Sasha's got a great idea. If you want to put it in some master document, something, that's fine. So she's in charge of that. So I guess now everybody send it all to Sasha, and then you have the ability and the capacity to look at it. Hey, Bart, you can't blog no more. Maybe you can edit and redact.
This will give something for Sasha to do on every other Wednesday when she's bored, because there's no rewrite.
Okay, well, Bob, okay, good. We'll stop my stuff so then, Sasha, you can send it on. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, well, what I was thinking, Joyce actually started formatting her notes, and what she's been doing, which is rather clever, is trying to organize it into to categories rather than per rewrite. So
that's why she gets called on. That's why she gets called on so much.
Mm-hmm. So
it's always very orchestratedly organized.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we could do it that way, and then it doesn't really need to be any pressure, but certainly I think it would help all of us or new people. So you guys can just go find the category and post a note in there if you have one, and you go.
Okay.
Well, Rowan, rewrite Wikipedia.
Cool. Okay, and it has access is only within the invited members.
Yeah.
Only.
Yeah.
Don't think we won't know.
And also, and you'll know the hackers that are able to get in, who get in. You'll know them too.
It won't be no hacking. Well, they might be some hacking, but then they might be some smoking too.
Who's that? Kelly. Hey, Kelly. Kelly. Hey, you're a member of Rewrite right now for 5 seconds. Welcome. Bye. Well, that was just someone waving at me as they drew by. I didn't know who it was. Okay, sorry to interrupt.
Do that after what I just...
What did Ion say? What did Ion say, Sasha?
He said that he had to be smoked. And then you say, Kelly, you're a member of Rewrite.
Okay, good.
I'm just good running good interference. That's a good attaboy, Bob. Attaboy, Bob.
So what, great document.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, don't ask the question. Nobody say the words. Can I ask a question? Never hear that again.
I'm asking a question.
Don't even say that. Just fucking ask the question.
Bob, I got to get out of the way in order to ask the question.
Ask the goddamn, just say the question. There's no other word.
Well, when you shut up, I will. Okay.
You can't say that. Just ask the question.
So I'm asking how is, what's the best way for me to prepare so that I'm able to make the best use of the time here on Rewrite?
Okay, don't. That's the thing. This ain't a worky job, baby. It ain't a worky job. No. Here's how they set it up. And if it's ending in tears, change it up. What was supposed to happen is you come together an hour before and talk about whatever topics that are interesting within the context of Revelation that are interesting to you. And different ones spoke up and said, I'm interested in this, and I'm interested in this, and we still haven't got the triangulation yet, but we will, darling, don't worry. They bring these points up, and then that's a good focus or a platform for the discussion. But there's no rhyme or reason or regulation that's required. And then as topics come up, and Margarita's good at this, she'll hear things and that she maybe didn't get or got but didn't get it that way, and it'll make a point of a context, and she'll dig into that then. If we give 200 scripture references most weeks. Make a little notation of it. You don't have to do it right this hot second, but then when you go back, you can look at those things and see how it reflects on the tree of life from Revelations when we're talking about Ezekiel or Isaiah or Habakkuk, as Bob mispronounces so eloquently. Then you can have those points of reference that will pique new insights of interest regarding the next time you're together, so that it becomes by rote, meaning it becomes normal. See, we talk about things here, and it's like, everybody knows that. Well, not necessarily everybody, you see, but you all have been privy to information that the average bear or creator hadn't gotten to, or gotten back to, as Brian would say, and he would be correct. You see, and if chemical aspects get into it, then of course we'll whip off more chemical formulas than Carter ever made liver pills. Fine. Then you can go into that. Whatever that's interesting to you, that's what you develop. See, Chad's all about, he started in numbers, about the significance of numbers, just because that sort of bumped into him as far as trying to get some kind of clarity regarding it. It was very wonderful. Do you see? So, and that blending then may perk something up that you're interested in.
Yeah, so there's no actual curriculum.
And then it goes on and on.
No curriculum.
Curriculum.
No, just involvement and learning how to speak and have material to speak with and of.
And if it's interesting, ask. That's how you set it.
Okay.
That's your parameters, because there's no limitation in this at all, less than except the asking.
Okay.
That's the only thing. That's the only limitation is, but to ask.
So I'd like to point out to Brian. He came in 20 minutes ago and said, "We're doing the Garden of Eden," and it sounded like he had done it. So if that's the tone you meant, Brian, that it was a done deal for you. No. I'm addressing Brian. If it was a done deal, if it was tone implied, it was a done deal. What do you think of what we come up with now, Brian?
He didn't ask that. What he asked was, are you looking for the geographic location?
No, he didn't say. He just said, we're doing the Garden of Eden? He just said a few words.
What I said was, are you looking for the Garden of Eden now? Right now.
And what did your question mean?
Well, it's my whole thought pattern that's, as I've been listening. The first thing was, when I come in, you was already into the tree of knowledge, the tree of life. Then we got into seeing, and it's, with your eyes and the lying and this, that, and the other. And I just been listening, and I'm thinking now, so it seems to me, and I'll just speak for myself, it seems to me that I am looking for something with lying eyes. So, and for me that means I'm looking for something with lying eyes because I'm not running on 144,000 active double helix strands. Now, when we're describing all of this that we're reading, it sounds as if it's this geographic place out there somewhere, and I'll get to that. But what I see is, as we engage, we go through the ascension process, and we know what the 3 stages are, and we engage with the extensions of the non-physical, and we activate those 144,000, and then we engage and from what I know, the 144,000 will feed you, and then it will lead you to the living water. So once I have the 144,000 activated, that's a condition. The condition I'm in now, the things that I see are, in my mind, okay, that's my lying eyes. So once I have my 144,000 fully activated, and I'm running on 144,000 double helix strands, then what I see is something totally different. And then in my mind, this outside geographic world will respond in kind to me. In other words, when I have the perfect cell, when my cells are perfect, then my outside world is going to be perfect. And then I'm going to see what is being described, what we've been reading in the Bible. I'll see the Garden of Eden. I'll see all of these things because it will be a direct, in my mind, it will be a reflection of me, my perfect cell, my perfect body.
Good.
Okay.
Now that's a becoming place. That's a becoming place. That's not a problem. However, so much of your world is already perfecting that you're astounded already. See? So
what part of our world do you mean the Iron Dome people it's perfecting? That's what you mean.
That's the only one that's the only ones we're speaking to right now.
Okay.
So it doesn't have to be. It can be a Damascus road, Brian, but it doesn't have to be. It can most certainly be an Emmaus road, where you look at your world and go, "Wow, I'm a million times better than where I was, okay? And yet I'm still not there, because Bob will jump right quick and say you never get it done. But that's not what you're saying. What you're saying is the perfection that you're looking for is already there. You, except for your sightedness, you would already be engaged in enjoying this perfection that you're speaking about. And what's happened in this interaction with non-physical, finally, is that you have outside ability now to engage this very manna that you have longed for, which is the essence of creation, regardless of your sightedness, or some would say short-sightedness. So when you start playing that victrola just a little bit, all of a sudden you're exactly right. It becomes sighted. But now you look, we can take Rejoice. You can take Rejoice's notes right now and go through some of these bill of particulars, and she can change your world. Just on what fell off the damn table changed her world. What climbed up under the bed made her world different, you see. So without even getting to the big stuff, Sue, the little stuff, the little ahas start stacking up. We could say right now, Brian, we'll do it right now, it's fine. Brian, what are the foundations of the temple made of?
The temples of the foundation are made up of silicon dioxide.
There you go. Now Margarita perked up. Silicon dioxide. Wait, I know that. Wait, and she see, that would perk her because that's her background. So that's interesting. You see? Now, Sue, that's what we're talking about. Now, see, Brian, he don't think that. He knows that. Bob, what's Ezekiel 1:22 a boot?
Silicon dioxide.
No, it is not.
Well, this is postgraduate. We know what it refers to, Taylor Crystal. I'm improvising now. I know the basics. I can improvise.
We're not interested in your improvisation. We're interested in your knowing.
Oh, well, I understand something called the Taylor Crystal. Well, something's going to happen on April 5th, 2012, that the little man will see is terrible. That's all I know. And the Bible calls it terrible crystal.
Now, and now even Bob knows shit. That ought to be the clue, everybody. When Bob...
Oh, wait, I know it, and Brian knows it based on what you're saying. Whether we believe you is another question.
Don't believe us. Do not believe us.
I don't know about April 5th. I personally don't know anything about it, and I can recite what I've learned here if I choose to, but I'm not going to say I know it.
Well, then don't say it.
Okay. I have to say, though, that definitely, but Brian and I were talking about this the other day, and because I went to a party and been to out socially for ages, and we were talking about this afterwards and saying that, you actually, what I've noticed anyways, is that you don't notice your knowing until you're in the outside world, and then it creeps up so slowly. So then, only then when you have a little bit of cast, do you really realize, where you're at and what has shifted.
Well, was it you met some people and Bible kind of information or themes that could relate to the Bible were brought up in the group?
No, not at all. Not at all. No Bible stuff. Just, God, there's...
You're talking about your mellowing excitement and your sense of confidence. You noticed everybody else was...
No.
Okay, then what was it? What was
mellowing excitement.
Yeah, what was it that made you think you had achieved something compared to the others at the party?
A sense of shifting. Just shifting, and that what, like we discussed earlier, it's a little bit difficult to relate to when after, as I have said, we've been privy to information that most people aren't.
Yeah, we know that. What was your experience at the party that you're saying was confirmed something?
Well, precisely that. I mean, it's...
What is that? You're not describing what you thought, felt, or did in the party.
Privy to information or inside knowing.
So you went around the party with a sense of knowing?
No, it's not saying that. Just you can't. I mean, it's not shit that you can discuss.
Okay, you went to the party. You went to the party, found that you couldn't discuss. Yeah. In other words, themes came up at the party. that you realize I can't even comment on because of the level they're at. It's not interesting.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's what you meant. So it's kind of a confidence, a kind of snobbish knowing in relation to the themes that came up.
Well, no, I wouldn't even say it's a snobbish knowing. It's not a snobbish knowing at all. I don't take it like that. It's just a difference. It's a shift. It's a change. It's not
right.
It's not
and we talked after the party, and I gave you the Holy Office tools to say a bunch of crap from McLuhan, Zappa, LaRouche, something that you could say and engage, not give away the ion stuff, and that would give you a way to approximate what you knew. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, okay, can I go back?
How about Brian? Now, what I heard her say, it was a gauge. Sasha, when her interaction with others, it was a gauge. She was observing, listening, engaging with some of these others, and she noticed the disconnection. The more, how more they're disconnected compared.
You had a kind of poise. Nothing could shake you, Sasha.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's that, I guess, as well. But it's also just, as I said, it makes it's a little bit difficult, like Brian said, to, it's a shift. I mean, that's all I could say. It's a shift in myself. Being in this group and engaging with ION and learning all the stuff that we've been learning about, it's completely different. It changes everything.
We're trying to register how you could articulate the change within the social context. So just say a few words, approximate, like what was going on.
Well, it's a bunch of phatic people are engaged in, a bunch of less than bullshit. So, sometimes it's interesting to observe one's own responses to like, we're going to have Alzheimer's, and it's going to be there, it's the end, and the wars, and the, rumors of the wars, and all, that kind of stuff. That's what I'm talking about in terms of the shift.
Yeah.
I don't care about anymore.
Yeah, it's like the quality that you're used to quality discussion, and you were surprised at the endless non-quality discussion going on.
Well, it takes the, like as Ion says, it takes the heat and stuff out. There's no drama, and so therefore it becomes a little bit nebulous and a little bit disinteresting. Yeah. I don't mean that in a snobbish way at all.
Yeah. It's just that with Ion lurking in a conversation, it puts a different atmosphere to it, a different tension.
Absolutely. Yeah, but not one that you can discuss.
Among us we can, but not with others.
Yeah,
exactly. It'd be impossible. So, yeah, okay. It's almost like you were dead. You were a ghost, and you were an angel. You could see through everything.
That would be a. That would be.
And yet, here's what's interesting. And here we go. Now let's get out of the woo-woo. Now, at this engagement, at this party, where you were kind of above it, or out of the fray, or not, you were there but not in it.
Yeah.
Everyone wanted to engage and have conversation with you. It's not like you were some barfly somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, don't you find that odd where you can't relate in a group socially, where the topic you listen and they sound like Bob speaking, you don't know what in the hell they're talking about, and they're going, thank you for chatting with me, but I have no clue what you are babbling on about. And yet they still wanted to have succinct conversation with you. And you found yourself in a position where you knew the answer. They'd start opening their mouth, and you kind of knew the answer.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
And then you had to be careful so you didn't take over, as it were, and be the star, the bright and shining star. But yet it was very engaging because everybody was interested in your opinion regarding whatever the topic of conversation was.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, what Brian was talking about is in your lying eyes, you can't see your reflection, but others can see you clearer than you. So therefore, you become very, very interesting because there's something about you. Same thing happens to Sue on airplanes all the time. Somebody has an issue or something, and nobody else on that damn box can solve it but Sue. Well, any of them could solve it, but until she says that's it ain't it.
Yep, which airline do you fly with, Sue, and we line that up?
What'd you say, Sasha?
Oh, I just said let's line up so we all fly with Sue in future.
Wait, what do you mean by that? We have a Sue in the future. What's that mean?
No, I said let's line it up so we all fly with Sue in the future.
Oh, okay, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, I had a big problem. Well, not a big problem, but with my crew on the last flight that I did, a girl started talking to me about some terrible thing that happened to a kid. I said, I don't want to hear about it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to go there. I don't want to put that in my brain. She got really offended. And all of them at the back of the plane are talking about bitching, moaning, whining, and complaining, and I'm out of there. I just go out, talk to my friendly passengers, and, I'm looking for positive engagement. I'm not looking to go into that vortex or that downward spiral that they all seem to be very happy to engage and, talking about all kinds of crap, and just seems to not elevate anything. I'll go out for dinner with the crew, and they don't really have interesting things to talk about. So
exactly.
I'm feeling,
that's right. And yet they still want to talk to you. They want to drag all their dead cats to your door, always, because you're the only one that can get rid of their dead cats.
Why do they think that?
Because you're shining like a beacon of refreshing light.
Oh.
Margarita goes in the office and the whole damn thing's blowing up till she walks in the door, and then everything's all right. The bitch gonna blow till she walks in the door, and then everything's all right. 2 documents, 2 phone calls, crisis averted. Next. Well, you get in that perspective just a little bit, darling, and it won't take you long to notice that you don't want to be harboring the world's dead cats.
Exactly.
So, here's how you do it.
I was going to ask you.
No, Sasha, let's hear this. He's going to tell us how, finally. It's 35-second fucking session.
Just a second. We'll get there. So, when you have that conversation, and this is specifically in Revelation Rewrite, when that comes up, rather than chide them and saying, I don't want to hear what you have to say, you turn that around just a little bit. And you'd say, well, that sounds very interesting or sounds very delightful. And then you immediately go into another conversation. And they go, no, Sue, I'm talking about some death and degradation and pedophilia and dead cheering and blood and guts and blah, 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 blah. And then you say, you would say something like, fantastic, but however, and then you just move the subject to something else. And after a little while, they're kind of like going, well, wow, Sue was very kind and very gentle and very easy with me, but she won't put up with my shit, and yet I still must have engagement with her. Do you realize they fight over shifts to fly with you?
No, I didn't realize that.
Well, obviously. And yet they do. Because flights you're on go well.
Yeah. Always.
That's not always the case, darling.
Yeah.
Sue, I can definitely, for what Ion said, I learned how to acknowledge what they were saying or agree and then quickly change the subject. And the more that or the quicker that I caught, less and less and less I got that stuff coming out of their mouths.
And then people would say, but Greg, you're having conversation with Greg, he'll cut you off at the knees and change the subject so quick that you can't, he's very different now. And that's good. No problem. But they notice, you see. They notice. When you come into a contract,
I don't change the topic. I don't change the subject. I give them the figure ground and give them a fantastic pattern of recognition about the situation and get them fucking laughing.
Yeah. And then you pull it back around, and all of a sudden, this abyss that they're trying to present to you to solve is now enlightened. Well, once it's enlightened, now you don't have to overcome it. Now you don't have to deal with it, and now you don't have to listen to it, and now they don't discuss it. And after a little while, you'll find, just as you know, Greg, what happens now is they bring you stuff, and they offer solutions. They bring you stuff, and if there's no answer, if it can't get got, if it can't get fixed, if it can't get straightened out, if the motherfucker won't play, get it out. We're not dealing with that at all. Okay? That's the point. Is that solution orientation is key to this ascension knowing. You see? Because Brian hit it on the head. He's there. He's just trying to figure out where. That's the same thing with your Animaniacs version of Magellan. He knew he was going to find it. He just didn't know where.
That was on Cash Flow today, right? Magellan.
Animaniacs. Dude.
And I welcome problems. I love a day of problems because it's, and I won't have it unless the solution is 1/billionth of a second right behind. So,
that knowingness sometimes will create problems that you can instantly solve, and that's okay. No problem. That's what makes the paper readable. You see? Because it's not the problem and it's not the solution, it's the sidedness that allows the solution to find the sidedness of the issue at bay.
Because so many of the problems that read, people talk about are just red herrings as to what's really going on. Is that?
Or a very poorly regulation deed IPO.
IPO?
IPO.
You know, when you go public with your company?
I don't get that.
When a company...
a red herring, and we said if they have a very poor formulated regulation D, that will surmount to a weak initial public offering of a stock.
Yeah, Red Herring had that situation right around the crash in 2000, that particular company, I think. They're citing the Red Herring company in particular?
No, Bob, a red herring is a...
No, I know what a red herring is, but it was in 2000. I remember the guy was moving into Park Avenue, a new billionaire, and he had to move out 3 weeks later because the crash came. And I'm just thinking of red herring, if you were being particular about that company.
Not the company, the aspect of a poorly formed Regulation D.
What's that? Regulation D.
How you go, Reg D is what's required before you can have an IPO.
You have to fill that out properly.
Well, you don't fill it out, you formulate it. Reed Joyce could tear you up a Reg D. She showed you how the milk got in the coconut.
Right.
So I guess people just want connection, right? They want connection.
Yep. No, they want God.
They want matching.
God is. No, they don't even want matching. They want God.
Oh, they don't know about that.
God.
Yeah. Matching is the rabbit hole version of that.
They
think you're God, Sue. They want themselves, but they think you're it. So they want to match and connect with you.
Whatever you want to call it.
And they want you to date them.
What's the verb?
Want you to what?
Want you to validate them.
Validate.
That's matching. That's the original Rai, the separateness. You get that, Sue? Now you know what Rai is, Sue. Sue, validate. The Rai, you say you didn't ever know what it is. Told you about it for 40 years. To match, to validate oneself is the beginning of conversation. That's a Rai action based on separateness.
Oh, yeah.
I like that.
What'd you say, Sasha?
I like that.
You like that?
Yeah.
I think she's blipping out.
Well, I did have to...
Blipping out because you're in the wind, Bob.
Yeah, you sound like you're on a boat, Bob.
I am.
If everyone's okay, I wouldn't mind changing topics and let's go.
Just do it. Don't tell anybody anything. Do it.
Right. I wanted to bring up the Epic of Gilgamesh, and you said that you'd rather go into it on rewrite rather than on flow. Now, I haven't actually read it.
We won't go into it on cash flow because the answers are not to that caliber and level.
Okay.
I mean, for Pete's sake, you talk about, we've also spoken a great deal about the knackered pearl being cast before the swine, so don't bank on that there, darling. The dynamic of our vibrational frequency can hardly align with that particular dynamic.
Right.
Yeah, that's what makes it difficult. It's not totally a problem, but it seems it could be a problem. We have to keep the show interesting, and there's those who listen for a long time, and they want meat, but they're not going to pay for it, and they'll notice that we aren't going to give them the meat, yet we have to talk about something. So if anybody has any criticism of our show, that's the dilemma we're in.
Uh-huh.
Well, and it's not even about paying for it. It's about the engagement that gets them somewhere. We're not paying for it. I mean, you've got more on your website now for free than lots have done in a 30-year history. So it's not about that, but they have to own it.
Just emailing a question and waiting to be heard is not much engagement.
Well, okay. Now you're asking about a subject you don't know anything about, and you want to ask us to clean it up for you. So this ought to be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It does lead to humor, though, so in the end, it's just entertainment. Yeah, Tina said today.
We want to figure out how to get Fatic pregnant, and then we can really enjoy it.
Tina said today on Tailgate that she told me the show was extremely messy and that we required James, Jones and Blyveny James, and she didn't know that we thought it was very orderly, wonderful, straightforward, and one of the best. So it is a matter of perspective, but it wasn't a mess. It was the entertainment loops and bloops we had to go through to avoid telling them anything serious.
Can we do that in Rewrite Tailgate, Bob?
Do what?
Get into Gilgamesh?
Not on Tailgate. No, it's impossible on Tailgate.
No, I said Rewrite Tailgate.
Can we rewrite Tailgate?
Can we go into the analysis of cash flow on the Rewrite Tailgate, then get into Gilgamesh right now?
I'm missing the meaning of the phrase rewrite tailgate. What's that mean?
Well, our chat off when Ion leaves rewrite when we go and talk for hours.
Oh yeah. You call that rewrite? Yeah, you call that rewrite tailgate. What about it? Now I know what the now means. What's the point you're making?
Okay, can we talk about the cash fat and get into Gilgamesh?
Talk about
now?
You want to stop talking about cash flow, right?
Yeah, I do want to stop talking about cash flow.
Okay, good. Well, Ion went into it. Ion went into it, I think.
Okay. Well, you're carrying it on. Ion, when I was looking into into genealogy and way back to Sumeria. Now, I have not read the whole Epic of Gilgamesh, but I did look it up on the wiki.
Oh, you mean like the blue gin? You mean like the blue gin?
Hey. What's the blue gin?
We will, if you'd like us to. The beginning of genealogy.
Right.
He's punning on genealogy.
Yeah, the blue gin. So now I'm deliberately not trying to think of this in terms of linear sense of time, but there are so many parallels between some of the stories in the Epic of Gilgamesh in the Bible. So I was just wondering if you could go into that a little bit, like the serpent.
Okay, Sasha, I have something to say about that. The emerald tablets apparently are the archetype for everything. So maybe we could ask if the stories are in the... Okay.
Can you repeat that because I couldn't hear you because of the wind?
Yeah, the archetype for all these stories, religious stories, is the Emerald Tablets. So the question would be, is the Epic of Gilgamesh influenced by the Emerald Tablets, Ion?
There's reference there.
Okay, I just want to check with that. It's interesting. Everything is in the Emerald Tablets. The whole situation of Rai and a student, or Rai and the masses as a less than. So the Epic of Gilgamesh might be a variation of that.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was the first Ion, wasn't it? The Emerald Tablets are the first written kind of in clay, Emerald Tablets, kind of solid, stuck statements. Is the Emerald Tablets the first?
Reference. We don't like first, but we don't mind reference.
The first reference, okay. That's interesting to note, Sue. And when you get William Irwin Thompson's book, he's going to talk about all these texts. Those early texts, probably, he doesn't know it, are referencing the Emerald Tablets. That's the interesting part.
So the point, therefore, to refer to the Emerald Tablets. So not to exclude from a degree of separation, but then why would we be going into Revelations? Just because it's specifically sort of an explanation / declaration of the
No, see, that's the difference.
Now?
No, that's the difference. What's different about Christianity in the book of Revelations is it deals with the media and the printing press and a global manufactured media hologram that's created. The Emerald Tablets did not do that. It was passed on orally.
Right.
That's the difference.
Okay, you did actually describe that, I think, in Revelations. But what I'm thinking about now is but obviously I haven't ever read or encountered are the themes similar? Aside from the printing press element, is there else that's different about them?
Same themes. That's why it's amazing. McLuhan's analysis of media is the first beginning of figuring out why Christianity happened and what is different about Christianity versus the other religions and oral traditions that came from the Emerald Tablets. That's the neat thing about Christianity. That's why McLuhan's the key to it. It's pretty amazing, and then Finney's Wake into it,
Again, I'm trying not to make this go into some sort of chronological sense of timing, but so the Epic of Gilgamesh was written before John wrote Revelations, before any of the other elements of the Bible, and so these were all extracted from that epic, and then from the Emerald Tablets. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I mean, you could direct these to Ion.
The Indigo Girls got it best with the song Galileo.
Now, you can bring that up when there's no origins, right? I mean, none of it's happened, or...
Call on the resting soul of Galileo till your soul gets it right.
Right, so the Epic of Gilgamesh has not happened. What it refers to, we could see it as having not happened yet.
Has not happened, exactly. That's why I was trying,
The essence of it is you're asking the question, how long till your soul gets it right?
Huh?
Is that the issue in that epic, Sasha?
She doesn't know. She hadn't looked at it.
I'm talking about the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Were you asking me a question, Bob, or Ion?
Yeah, you. I'm asking you what you know.
Your sound. What I know about the Epic of Gilgamesh, well, just what I said, that I know that I shouldn't be getting this caught up in some sense, chronological sense of time, but it was just really interesting to me that there are so many of these stories that seem to be running similar themes.
Yeah, that's those themes come from, it's the themes of the Emerald Tablets. It's the whole meme of religion comes from the Emerald Tablets.
Which is the me, the little man.
Yeah, you, and you. Difference between you and you, or Thoth and the little man.
Right. So what's let's going back into chronology now and get down that rabbit hole.
Like, we're doing the book, in large part we're doing the Emerald Tablets and those themes in this revelations.
Yeah.
But there's an extra element which is unique and makes Christianity a world religion for a media reason. That's the extra interesting part, and that's what John saw, and that's what Nostradamus saw. I mean, the Emerald Tablets does not discuss the Twin Towers. They don't discuss 911.
No, and so therefore why this we've come together here is because it's a discussion of our current environment as opposed to the reason why we're not going through the Emerald Tablets or other Mesopotamian text or so on.
The Bible is the best one to leap from. You can include the Emerald Tablet themes or Buddhist and Tibetan and all that, but it's the media dimensions. And that gets into Israel being the chosen land, and it's the phonetic alphabet, or the chosen people. All that is them unconsciously knowing we're carrying the problem around. We're carrying the phonetic alphabet. So anti-Semitism has an interesting understanding when you know the media dynamics. It's a grievance.
Well, the anti-Semitism that come from the Christians blaming the Jews for killing Jesus.
Right, but the Jews created the motive for Christianity by creating the phoneticized writing, which the Greeks took.
What was that Thompson going into? Because you mentioned to me that if you'd known it was me, Sasha, not the other Sasha, that you would have expressed some of the Thompson opinions on Gilgamesh. What was Thompson?
I would have done what with the Thompson opinions?
You said you would have, if you'd known it was asking the question and not the other Sasha, you would have expressed. You mentioned that Thompson was into it and wrote about it about Gilgamesh. What was his insight?
Am I there? I seem to have got disconnected. You hear me?
No, echo.
Yeah, you're there. I just went on mute because my dog was barking.
Oh, okay. I got bit. The thing about Thompson is that he uses McLuhan in his analysis. That's the difference. That makes him better than Ken Wilber, Krishnamurti, or anybody else. He takes the Thompson quadrant themes, universal government themes, and looks at it with a McLuhan filter. Does that answer your question? Is that what your question was? Why Thompson?
No, I said you mentioned to me that Thompson wrote or spoke about Gilgamesh. So I was asking what were his insights on it, if we're speaking about our particular current environment.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yeah, I hear myself too.
Yeah, it's odd. I can't hear you listening to the speakerphone. So I think I might have changed my phone in a second. I'm not sure. I don't know what you said. I don't want to waste time on it. Let's try it again in 20 minutes or something.
So is the Bible the first book?
Oh, God.
If it was the desire to pass on oral tradition, it wasn't the printing press that was the death blow, but man's idea of wanting to keep his ideas perpetrated beyond his verbal ability to communicate it.
Were you talking about Jesus?
No, I'm talking about was the Bible the first book? Are we?
No.
Was it It was not. Okay.
If you mean manuscript, it was not. It could be considered the first printing press product, as we know history. It was the first thing published. That's what Gutenberg's Bible. It was all about Gutenberg putting the Bible out. So it was the first religious manuscript propagated as an assembly line book effect, printed book effect. Would you agree with that, Ion?
Started with the monkeys.
You mean the musical monkeys?
No. Well, maybe. No. The monks who were doing...
Oh, the monkeys, right. But that's manuscript culture. So, Greg, the Bible is the first thing
without
spread.
Manuscript culture, there'd be no printing press outcome.
That's right. No, it's the background. But there's many manuscript religions in manuscript form, but the Bible is the first religion or religious manuscript spread by the printing press. Isn't that what you're asking, Greg?
Well, are you asking the first scribblings, or you asked if that was, and we said no, and that's that, or go ahead.
Look, we're not talking scribblings. The printing press is the first assembly line. It takes manuscripts, puts them through movable type, and the same thing is sent out to millions of people. The Bible was the first to experience that.
Okay, got it. But But if we stayed with manuscripts and not gone to the mass printing press of a book like the Bible, then
you'd have to go to Mass to learn the Scriptures.
The people would not be involved in Christianity. They'd be involved in a dramatic ritual in the church, like a theater. They'd be going to the theater.
And if Henry VIII wasn't horny, you wouldn't have the printed Bible anyway.
Right. There's another factor. So yes, the manuscript culture, which McLuhan considered way more balanced society than the printing press society, but the people were not engaged visually with the manuscript. They only heard and engaged with the Mass, and they conducted morality plays.
And what you forfeited in that interaction and expression is the oral tradition. And if you maintain the oral tradition, you wouldn't have all this goddamn blowed up, messed up mess that you're dealing with, trying to sift out of now.
Yeah, and that's what John and Nostradamus saw. They saw the inevitable mess coming once you had the printing press and the setting up of America. You see, that's what they saw.
You got rabbit holes. You're right, Bob. Rabbit hole.
And that's what McLuhan means when he says Western man's been a robot for 500 years. Once we had the printing press, the past 500 years was inevitable. And that's why you could foresee it.
You never had slavery in this country until you abolished it. Now,
so you were a literate country.
Now you have a slavery that's unsurmountable.
That John and Nostradamus predicted due to the printing press and the building of America. This is the amazing breakthrough of Revelations, which points back to the breakthrough of Phineas Wake and McLuhan.
Massa, can you activate my IP address so I can access your chip body?
And the oral tradition is the passing on, and it's like the Emerald Tablets was the first writing down of the oral tradition, because the oral tradition was.
Will you loan me some money checks so I can buy a car, so I can go to work, so I can make some monies to pay you back for your car that you loaned me the money checks for in the first place?
Was the printing press required to correct the contrast?
Well, it's about time.
Wait, JJ. To correct the contrast of what?
Sorry, Bob?
To correct the contrast of what?
No, to get us into the contrast so we could...
Yes, the printing press was required. That's what Ian's just been saying. You wouldn't have done it in the manuscript culture. It would be a different kind of disservice, but on a whole smaller scale.
So it's like the
Yeah, we turned you loose for a few minutes and you created the Dark Ages.
Yeah, and the Dark Ages are from 1603 on until 1900, 20 the Electric Age. That's what Ion defines the Dark Ages. What we call the Enlightenment phase is the Dark Ages, because the printing press. See, that's why McLuhan, at some points he would talk about the printing press as the fall of man, but you didn't run around waving that flag all the time in a literate society which was prone to value judgments and would have made a cult out of the idea of the printing press was the fall of man. So he was very understanding and careful on how he talked about the devastating effects of print.
But I guess from this position, we can call it as it is.
Yeah, because we're freed from it. There's no more Rai.
Cotton
you missed that. You just came in, James.
Cotton in the ditch. They all picked the cotton, but none of them got rich.
Yeah, James, you just arrived, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about Rai in the first gossip hour, and that's a reference back to that.
We've been pining for you.
Oh, hello, everyone. There's a full house. We've got 13 people. Hello.
Well, you got to share your notes, and you're in charge of helping Sasha work out the new Wikipedia Revelation rewrite shit. So good and thanks for that.
So Ginny wanted to talk about the phonetic alphabet. Sasha was talking about Gilgamesh. Well, let's talk more. What do you want to say about it, Ginny? The oral tradition is what the Gilgamesh is about. The Emerald Tablets is a solidifying of the oral tradition.
And the Indigo Girls.
Well, I went to a box party on the weekend, and as I was coming home, it was, 2 hours away. I was driving home, and I was like, shit, I'm in a different world, fuck, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And two black cats on the same road run across me, and the name of the song that I'm listening to is Parallel Universe by Gilgamesh. And I was like, okay, fair enough. so here we are.
And Sue gets lots of dead pussy dumped on her.
Oh, boy.
Well, we just caught up on what's been. All right, cool. Let's move on.
Well, maybe we haven't been missing you. Maybe you've been right along all along, James.
Well, my pussy woke me up, so that's my cat.
Yeah. So what do we want to talk about, Sasha, about the Epic of Gilgamesh?
Well, you just kind of cleaned that up by saying it's from the Emerald Tablets. So I guess probably it would be more apt to talk tablets. So I don't really.
But we're doing the Emerald Tablets, because the key thing with the Emerald Tablets is understanding the capitalization and the non-capitalization. That's what we learned 2 years ago. So we get that here, and then we're doing it. So we're doing the Emerald Tablets plus the media thing. So this is a better book or the last book to do.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Bob knows more he's got more insight of all the tablets probably than anybody else on the planet. He won't even go into it.
That's old school.
That's old school. That's dark age material. That's done. We moved on. Come on. That's the best you got. Let's go to the beach.
Yeah. So, Ginny, did we ever get your phonetic alphabet points done?
Is that who fell away?
I guess.
You going into the Syro-Phoenicians, Bob?
Yeah, I guess if you mean by that, the Phoenicians are part of the evolution of the phonetic alphabet.
Babylon, yes.
Okay, so we go on to Deborah. I don't know if Deborah exists. She hasn't spoken yet. Do you want to say something, Deborah?
Go, Sheila.
Yeah, you got to be closer to Sheila. You're very low.
Am I still low?
Yeah, could you get off speakerphone and put it up to your mouth?
I have it right on my mouth.
Well, that's a weird echo, like you're on a speakerphone.
Carpet in my apartment.
Oh, it's your apartment. Okay.
Echoey.
Okay.
What is the significance of the Sphinx?
Okay, you gotta compare it now. This is where the notes would help you. If you compare the beast, the shape and the form in Revelation and in Ezekiel, you'll get the difference between the calf and the ox. And if you marry those shapes and take them through Moses' interpretation of that aspect, that's from whence the shape of the Sphinx was emerged.
Did you ask about the Sphinx, Sheila, just a second ago?
Yeah, that's what I just asked. Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't hear your words. Anyway, that's great. So you wondered about that. You wondered about the calf and the ox and how does it, you say it's not in there. But you're saying the eagle, the man, the lion, and the calf ox are in the Sphinx image.
It was merged into it, you see, because it had to be filtered through Moses' version of Pharaoh's vision for the always watching Sphinx. Now, Sheila, if you're really interested in your own this, you'd notice which direction the Sphinx is pointed. And if you really got to looking, you'd notice that what the Sphinx is looking away from.
Isn't it looking away from the pyramid?
Giza, yes, it is. And it's faced in a specific direction.
I think Graham, whatever his name is, has done a lot of books on it the last few years. Graham somebody. I went to a lecture. Did he say he was looking at the North Star or Sirius, one of those stars?
They're above, so, no? Like Osiris and Isis are above.
Okay, I'll start over again. I don't know. Is it pointed toward the North Star, Ion?
You'll have to call on the resting soul of Galileo, King of Night.
Right.
Indigo.
Okay, so we can't, Galileo will decide, so what would be the other thing it's looking at?
I always said was what geographic direction is the damn Sphinx pointing, Bob.
Oh, the Garden of Eden?
East.
The point of the Garden of Eden?
33rd degree.
Please form your answer in the form of a question.
Is it looking north, Ion?
Look it up. You won't believe us. Then you'd say, well, if you believe Ion, you believe anything. By God, look it up for yourself, and then we'll discuss it. Brian, you hold it in the road. You hold it in the road. You get to laugh and you fall off the wagon there.
The pyramids of Giza are on the 33rd parallel.
Okay, that's interesting, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. So is Atlanta, Georgia, and Long Beach, California.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Did you notice Carol saying at Castro Day that Jodan Sloan, where Huntington Parrot, where he made the D cell, that's on the 33rd parallel?
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah. Really pump up that shit. That's great. On the race to the bottom.
Where did the eye cell come, Bob? What parallel did the eye cell come from?
The eye cell hasn't shown up yet.
Oh.
I thought it was an RNA.
Oh, that's bullshit. That's just advertising. That's just bullshit.
Certainly is.
That's more lying from Ion.
No, we've been pontificating your
If you believe Ion, then you believe Bob. And the good news to believe in Bob is he won't remember what he's supposed to remember, so it's all right.
No, the eye cell was made where Ion is. And that ion is everywhere, so we all made the eye cell. We wanted it, we got it.
Toyota.
Okay, well, Wikipedia says the Sphinx it stands on the Giza Plaza on the west bank of the Giza. It is the largest monolith. Hold on. All right.
We got a hold of it, honey. We're holding on.
Standing 73.5 meters, which is 241 feet long, meters, it's 20 feet wide, and 20.22 it's 66.34 feet high. Is the oldest known monumental sculpture and is commonly believed to have been built by ancient Egyptians of the Old Kingdom during the reign of the Pharaoh Khufu. That's between 2558 to 2532 BC. It doesn't say which one's pointing.
Interesting.
It's pointing east, according to what I've read.
East is right.
And what's the...
What?
And, okay, so 29 degrees,
Describe
58
any of the geographical interests
north and 31
that are east of the Sphinx.
What's that?
Greg, say it again. You were muffled up against.
I was getting the coordinates. It's 29 degrees, 58, I guess it's 0.31 degrees north, and then 30 degrees, 08.16 east. So it's near the
are there any geographical...
Which is on the 33rd degree.
Got it. Go ahead, Greg.
Are there any geographical points of interest in which that structure is facing east of it?
Yes. Drink your gin and tonica on the edge of the yarmulke.
Right. That's to do with me.
I love this game.
So can you tell us the significance of that ion?
Alex, can I have ascension for 1,000, please?
Okay. Does it assist ascension going to these areas?
If you're looking for a monolithic view, now Bob will jump in. He can't stand it, but he wants to. If you take a monolithic view and it requires you to engage those parameters, if it brings you to a new peripheral view, then yes. Is it required? Not at all.
Okay.
See, if you have an unction to go lay in one of those sarcophagus tombs, JW has. If you have this urge to go do that, go tear it up. It will be euphoric.
Is there anything of significance underneath that structure, Ion?
Yes, but we're not sure how far we're going to go with this, just so you know. But yeah.
Well, I'm not referring to something that was placed there. First question would be, is that structure placed there because of something already underneath the surface?
Okay. Okay. No. It was okay. Can we go at this way? Maybe this will help. If there were foundational markers laid out that told Moses that this was a really cool place to build the damn pyramids in the first place, or at least to start them, they're not completed yet. They will be soon. To complete the pyramids, don't you think that it stands to reason that that same abjective, there's that word again, or an abject clue might be able to pinpoint a triangulatable position? Now, that didn't answer your question, but that was a bunch of words. Bob would nail us on that if he was not asleep. But you get into a place...
Sorry. I would say, is that structure within a triangulation, or is it part of a triangulation, or both?
It would be a pair.
Explain what you mean by pair.
Oh, a point of triangulation.
So would the pyramids of Giza be another point?
No.
Is there a structure where another point of the triangulation is that we know of, Ion? Like a common sort of...
Well, there are many. There are many. It depends on the degree you want to triangulate or exactly your triangulatable position. Okay? So you notice how vague and nebulous we were there without being specific at all. We're not trying to tell you something. We're trying to answer your question. And your question is, that is a point, and it is significant, and what's under the Sphinx would be certainly key in setting that triangulatable position. What's under the Sphinx is more important than the Sphinx itself.
Alan, a long time ago you mentioned on Cash Flow that there was a black box buried beneath Sphinx. Is that what you're describing? Right.
Do. Boy, it ain't your first rodeo, huh?
Mm-mm.
Good.
Question, Sasha. Come on.
Is that from a plane?
No, it is not.
It's that we placed in our future for now. Mm-hmm.
The same thing we said on the same show, talking about the accurate descriptions of the capstones that haven't been placed on the, what do you call those, pyramid-y thingy things?
Can you describe the contents of the box, Ion?
We can.
Will you?
Please.
We will.
Hey, Ion,
the contents
in the Emerald tablets, didn't Thoth say that he left his spaceship under the Sphinx?
No, well, no. You mean vehicle or means of transport?
Yeah.
That was said and it was developed. Are you pulling that down into the 8th century? Or the 8th tablet? Is that the one you're referring to?
I don't remember exactly which tablet it was in, but it was talking about beside the pyramid and underneath.
So you're like Bob. You're just slinging words now.
No, I don't remember which tablet it was in, but I remember it was said that it was under the
8th tablet.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So I go back to the black box. Describe the contents of the black box, please.
Repeat your question, please, darling.
Please will you describe the contents of the black book?
No, you can't get there yet. No, let's say it this way. You can't get there from here.
Mm-hmm. Ion, can you give us dimensions of the box, the dimensions of the box, or the volume of the box?
Okay. Okay, we can say it this way. It's exactly half the size of the Sphinx that supposedly is guarding it.
Oh, God.
It's exactly half the size of which it flipped out.
I'm sorry, it's exactly half the size of the Sphinx that's guarding it.
Okay.
That's a big effing box.
Is there in it?
Now, Sheila, look at here now. Don't miss this, darling. This is perspective. Now, you go to Revelation and you find out about the beast and how they're described. And then you go to Ezekiel and you find out how they are described there. And you notice the semblances, the sameness, and the difference. And then you listen real close and you get the notes of exactly how those chemical formulas are applied within the confines of the thunders.
And we cook them with gas.
Yeah, this is something I can actually do.
Well, okay. Well, let's just do it this way. Are you pretty quick-witted?
Generally.
The actual formula is Al2SO4-3NH2O. And that's the thunders. Now, they'll be applied in the new atmosphere, which is NaSO4KMG4HE6Ne2XE5 RN3KR6GE1 TH3ZR1 TI5 SIDO2. That may give you a clue.
Okay, I lost probably 4 of those again. This may
So you're three-quarter witted then, yes?
Apparently.
Well, we've only done it about 1 million times. Somebody ought to have some notes regarding that, do you think, folks?
I was going to say, I think I do. Did you start with NaSO4HE6Ne2XE5?
NaSO4K MG4 HE6 Ne2 XE5.
Okay.
But now if you're talking about the thunders in Revelation 10, that's Al2SO4-3NH2O.
Yeah, aluminum was key with that, yeah.
Aluminium, or in the Old South, if JW's vernacular were to kick in, they'd call it lumyum.
Lumyum. Nobody talks like that.
Yeah, where top prices are paid for your lumyum cans.
How does this relate to me? Because chemical formulas don't really rock my world. And you're saying that
Okay, Then we'll pick up right where we stopped. 47, Ezekiel, verse 9. And it shall come to pass that everything that liveth, which moveth, whithersoever the river shall come, shall live. And there shall be a very great multitude of fish, because these waters shall come thither. For they shall be healed, and everything shall live whither the river cometh. That's what you need to know, darling.
Everything will liveth, even the river don't cometh? Did I get that right?
No. Liveth whither the river cometh.
Wherever the river cometh. Okay. Thank you.
And this relates to the beast that's written of in Revelation and Ezekiel and the differences in the sameness of them?
Well, yeah, and so Numbers 34:3 will help you with that. Talking about the Great Sea. And if you want to go on down to the mirror places, that'll be Deuteronomy 29:23. And you keep on bumping along, you'll get into the boundaries, and then you'll find out the west side of the Great Sea from the border till a man come over against Hamath. That's the end of the west side. That's in 20, Ezekiel 47:20. See, Sue, we're giving you a curriculum to work with, Sugar Love.
That's great.
Mm-hmm.
This website
Did that help you, Sheila?
No.
Okay, then you got one shot to redefine it a bit.
Okay. So, I've been drawn to the Sphinx and the thunders in the last few days.
Then paint it. You're visual. You have developed a visual bias, and there's no words or any autonomic responses that we can give that will change that subjugated position that you've already developed. So there you go. You hit it right. It'll be found once you see it because of your perspective. So paint the bitch, and then it'll tell you.
Well, I was planning on painting the Sphinx, but how does that relate to the thunders?
Al2, SO4, 3, NH2O.
Okay.
Revelations 10, 1 through 4. Look at the seven thunders as layered blessings of the covenant. And if you actually painted the covenant and the blessings thereof, it would explain the I am that you're trying to find. It's a new landscape.
For the new people on Rewrite, I haven't gotten this in the notes yet, but there are blessings, covenant blessings to the thunders. And one of them is that you receive a new body, you receive a new heart, you have no mind, you get a new name. And there's also gold in that. So did I say them all? I think I did.
Also, you'll have a new life.
And you have, yes, and you have a new life. Life or life?
Life.
So what are they again, Ginny? New body, new heart, new life?
New life, no mind, new name.
That's 5.
And the
new body, new heart, new life. You coming up with 5, Ginny?
Right. New heart, new life, new name, no mind.
And new body. And new body, making 5.
Yes. And gold that goes for your throne.
And what? Gold? And gold, did you say? The 6th thing is gold?
Yeah, and the gold that goes to your throne. And then deck the altar where the showbread is.
And the altar, that's 7? The altar where the showbread is 7.
Well,
right?
gold for the altar. No, ion is the altar 7 then? Ion?
Yes, darling.
Is the altar, because we went through and there were 7 thunders, but we got five blessings, and you said there were others to be developed, and you said new life tonight.
Do.
But we're including new life in the 5, so what's the 5 we got before?
No, listen, Bob. The new heart, the new body, new name, no mind, and the gold were 5.
New heart? Did you say new heart? There's 3 news, Jenny. New body, new heart, new name. Right? 3, with the word new in front of them.
Correct.
Oh, and then new life. New life is 4. Then you add no mind. There's your 5.
No, stop. No mind and the gold of 5. Ion just added new life tonight. We haven't developed that yet, Bob.
Oh, I see. So you're saying the old one, the 5, the no mind is 4, and the gold is... The no mind is 4, and the gold is 5. In the old days. Right, Jenny?
That's
you ain't gonna sneak it by Jenny Bell, Bob.
And she ain't gonna sneak it by me. So, gold. So before it was new body, new heart, new name, no mind, and gold. Now the 6th thing is new life, and then we're wondering if altar is included in the previous 5, making it 6, or is it part of the gold? Ion, is gold and altar go together as a category?
Gold, and you're speaking gibberish again, Bob. Gold and what?
Altar.
Altar.
No, it does not.
I'm not in the wind, so maybe it's my connection on the speaker or something. But the gold and altar are separate. That would mean before, months ago, we got new body, new heart, no mind, new name, gold, and altar. That's 6 things.
No, Bob. The altar is not included. It's just gold for your altar.
That's right. Very good.
It's 5.
Brian's
It's 5. Shut up, Ion. Go on nonsense. Listen, new body, new heart, new name, no mind, and gold for your altar. Those are the 5 categories.
Gold for your throne.
Gold for your throne. No altar 2 months ago.
Okay, gold for your altar.
Oh, Carol's got down here gold for your throne. So it's gold for your altar.
It's gold for the altar where the candlesticks go and the shred go. That's correct.
The shred? What's the shred? Where the shred goes?
The thread.
The thread. Now thread. What do you get, Carol? Come on.
Shoe bread.
Oh, shoe bread. Okay. You're blipping out, Ginny. A lot of blipping. Okay. So before, many months ago, it was new body, new heart, new name, and no mind, and the 5th category, gold for your altar where the candlesticks and shoe bread goes, right? That's the 5th from before.
Throne. That's correct.
For your throne.
Gold for your altar?
It's for your altar, correct, Zion?
For your altar, we did that. We did that all the way.
Hey, Ion, is the word throne in the 5th category? We have gold for your altar where the candlesticks and shoe bread go. Do you want to stick the word throne in there for this 5th category?
Nope.
So is the word throne going to be included in the 5 categories?
No. Nope. It's no.
No.
Throne is
no throne. You get that, Ginny? No throne 3 months ago.
Bob, I didn't ever say throne. I said altar. It's
okay, here we go.
Throne.
Here we go.
Huh?
The 5, 3 months ago.
Okay.
3 months ago, it was new body, new heart, new name, no mind, and gold for your altar where the candlesticks and shoe bread go. That's what we had before today, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, so what's been added today?
What
a new life.
Ion said was new life. New life. And not develop that. So I think Barb and those guys, or Chad or anybody throw in, but haven't developed this yet. So this is brand new.
Yeah, Bart. Is Bart still here? Did Bart leave?
Who?
Yeah, who? That's right. Bart.
He got a better deal.
Bart, did you go to bed? Man, these guys, I don't think he said one word when Ian was here.
Yeah, he did. We did about the blobbing stuff. It was good.
So, this new life, does it have to do new heavens and the new earth that is coming because people are sensing?
Well, see, from our perspective, darling, if you ask us, we'd say it's already here. But maybe we have a limited perspective because, see, we see it as here. We see the New Jerusalem has come down. We see the eastern sky is already split. We see the Mississippi River already flowing in reverse. But y'all hadn't caught up to that yet, apparently. But we don't want to add a limitation. We're just saying you're asking us this question, and we see it as already is. So if you want to develop it a bit and say, in the process of is there a possibility to see this New Jerusalem, or at least, as Brian says, get your invitation to the marriage supper of the Lamb, it would serve you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, does this have something to do with the cities that are, the Mirage cities being seen in China?
Not just China. That's just the only place they're able to see them so far. But there are many.
Okay.
Many.
And
let me ask this. What world number is that thing you see in China, that Mirage? What world number is that?
Oh, 9,200.
9,200.
But y'all don't even have to use your moments for this. You can just watch Morgan Freeman on Through the Wormhole, and he'll explain every dab of this shit right now. This is chip body stuff.
Yeah, and he's really listening to us. So Morgan gets that stuff from us.
Bob, Carolyn's going to smack the shit out of you. You can't be talking about client shit. You know better than this.
Yeah, fuck that shit, man.
Like it.
The end times, man. No holds barred.
We don't care, but Dr. Dean ain't going to pump this foolishness now.
She's asleep. It wouldn't matter.
Well, you just try that and see how it works out for you.
Are you validating a good portion of I watched the other day in the wormhole, Ion? 9 levels of... sorry, go on, please.
No, your floor. We're just sweeping.
Hey, Karen, check. Let me watch this. See if it gets wormhole, whatever Ion's talking about.
On the Through the Wormhole on Science Channel.
Okay. Thank you, James.
Talking about 9 dimensions, not like 3 and 4 dimensions, but they're up to 9 inches. Is that?
Well, no. The thing that's significant about that thing is they tear the fuck up about string theory. That's the good part. They undo string theory. That's what's not been said before.
Very cool.
Through particle acceleration, they're trying to create dark matter. And what they're finding out is that the dark matter is already here. The light matter is what's exposing the dark matter. You can't make dark darker. You can remove light, but you can't make dark darker. But hell, Kernville been doing that forever.
What about those miniature black holes they're trying to observe?
Well, that's what they say. That's what they say. CERN, Switzerland's supposed to create.
Did you say Kernville, referring to Sheila, or CERNville in Switzerland?
Kernville, and it was quite ingenious of us, wasn't it? But
yeah. Sheila's Kernville. Okay, I caught that first. Give me credit for 3 points.
But I'm going to Zurich next week. Anybody want me to take any pictures of anything?
My brother.
Take pictures of yourself without any clothes on, Sue, and post them on our archive.
No, go see my brother and talk some sense into his head.
Okay. But wasn't there a special street or a number or something that...
Yeah, that's a good one to look up. What was that street? Buzz Coaston's mission.
Would you like me to take a picture of?
Yeah, what was that street?
Rue de Gloucestershire.
Yeah, get him to spell it, Sue. It'll take a couple of years, but give it a go. Begin now.
Glos. T-E-R-S-H-I-R-E.
Did you say T-E-R? Can you do it again, Ian? We missed some of the letters.
L-O-S-T-E-R.
You're going to have to get another new phone, Bob, because yours ain't doing it tonight, baby.
No, it is a switch. There is something screwed up here.
So
T-E-R-S-H-I-R?
E.
So you said G-L-O-S-T-E-R, Gloucestershire, S-H-I-R-E. Is that correct, Ion? Rue de la or Rue de Gloucester?
Rue de la Gloucestershire.
De la Gloucestershire. Is there a number?
We did a number a long time ago.
Oh. Does it still
Probably
have the same
22.
number? Pardon me?
Probably 22.
Probably 22.
No, well, we're sure Buzz Custon has a boob tube on it.
That's why, Sue, Buzz, and Buzz may be visiting Buzz. Sue may be visiting Buzz in the fall, but Buzz quit Ion when he couldn't find Gloucestershire on the Internet or Depot Street.
Google Maps.
And 121 Depot Street, that about did him in.
Oh, yeah, in New York.
Yeah. So Gloucester, that's it. So it'd be great if you could show it to him when you visit him.
You don't know the number, Bob?
No, I'm not interested. I'm ascended. I'm not interested in these issues.
Okay, I'll check
So, Ion, I was in this on this woo-woo
We didn't say it was
website
3740. We didn't say that.
It didn't say it was 3740, Sue.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Ion, getting back to the 33rd parallel, I'm just on this woo-woo site, and it says that the White Pyramid in Xi'an in China's Shenxi province is also located on the 33rd parallel. And it was made famous for the discovery nearby of the terracotta warriors.
Who just came in?
Barbara, I got knocked off. I had to.
All right. You might want to lock Ion.
What?
If I get...
Everybody, there's lots of falling in and out, Bob. We don't want to lock anything away.
All right. I already dropped off twice accidentally. But...
Okay. So what were you saying? Sasha was reading about the terracotta?
Yeah, I was reading here. It says, traveling along the 33rd parallel from the Middle East to the Far East, we encountered the fabulous White Pyramid located 60 miles southwest of Xi'an in the Lingshan Mountains of China's Shenxi province. The city was made famous by the discovery of the terracotta warriors.
Hey, Ian, there's the word mountain in the Dobbs quadrant. Are you laughing at the fact the word mountain is in the Dobbs quadrant?
No, we're just listening to Carolyn typing.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Ion, a couple of weeks ago, you were saying that the Ark of the Covenant was in China. Was this region?
Now?
We time.
No, I mean this second.
Yeah, sure, this second.
No.
It moves around a lot, does it?
What was your question, Sasha, about moving around?
Reading.
Well, what was the last sentence?
Well,
it's
a couple
moving?
of weeks ago, Ion mentioned that the Ark of the Covenant, China. So, and he started laughing when I mentioned the mountains. So I just came with that question, but.
So that might be where the Ark is right now.
You said
well,
no.
she asked if it was in this geographic location, and we said now, and she said sure, and we said no.
Okay.
She said then it moves around a bit, Sue did. And then it went on a little further, and it's just amazing the conversation that goes on in Rewrite. Bob, you should join.
Yeah, I try to.
So the White Pyramid is supposedly built after the old emperors known as the Sons of Heaven descended to Earth in their 3 metallic dragons and began to rule China. Its interior is rumored to be a model of this empire with a jeweled roof in the constellations and rivers of flowing mercury. And it's also apparently the current parts of the country that thus far prevented any detailed study of the structure, but it's thought to be 4.5 to 5,000 years old, the approximate age of the pyramids of Giza.
Ion, which empire symbol is that in the angel diagram?
None.
It also says it also contains up to 100 more pyramids.
Yeah.
And then there's
Actually, 144 more pyramids.
The White Pyramid does? I missed that.
Yeah.
And this is located where? Oh.
It's in
just east of the mountain.
There's that weird mountain in Dobbs Quadrant.
On the 33rd parallel?
Yeah,
on the 33rd proverb.
On the 33rd degree parallel?
Yeah, just outside the 122nd Psalm.
Yeah, north of 122 Ezekiel.
This website would actually be interesting.
Oh, it must be getting the witching hour, Bob. They're actually waking up now. We must be getting somewhere.
Yeah, well, Bart's left. It gets good when Bart leaves.
This website would actually be kind of fun to go through with Ion.
So you're getting limbered up now. Go ahead, darling, ask it.
I was just going to say this website would actually be kind of interesting to go through with Ion. They go through all of the different sites along the 33rd parallel.
Which website?
Indian sites. The
Send
URL.
it to everybody. Send it to everybody. Or give it to them.
Stonehenge is on there, Nazca in Peru, the Bermuda Triangle,
What's the website?
Roswell, Ayers Rock in Australia. Taos, Glastonbury, Core.
And they don't know about Dobbstown.
What is the name of the website? Anyway, those are the power lines, the electromagnetic lines.
I'll send. It's
also Disneyland.
I'll send it to you.
Rat World, and that's Marty Mouse.
So what is your email address?
Yeah.
Can't you just tell us right now what it is?
The URL? No, well, it has a long extension, so it'd be easier if I can.
Okay.
If you guys want to take it, it's redicecreations.com /2006 /10OCT, standing for 10th of October, /33.html.
Did you say / special report in the middle there?
Yeah, redicecreations.com /special report /2006 /10th oct /33.html.
And what's this going to point us to?
It's just the website Ion that I should.
On the 33rd parallel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did people notice that some of Sasha's words blipped out? Did you guys?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not just my phone. All right.
No. And something about Latitude 3 keys to the kingdom. Walter Bosley wrote about it.
So do you agree, Ion? We've established for a while that the outer rim of the Yamaka, which was the original continent, the Yamaka on the Earth, on the waters, that outer rim of that continent is now the 33rd parallel. Do you agree with that statement, Ion?
It always has been.
Always has been what? The rim from the original continent.
Yes.
Okay.
Just because you move the world around doesn't mean you change the boundaries, Bob.
And this is, in that boundary that was around the outer ring of this continent, this original continent, does he have a special vibration?
For many, it is very serendipitous, yes. Now, that's not a rule, darling, but that's the answer to your question.
So if we all were to move somewhere within the 33rd parallel, would it be a favorable thing for us?
Yeah, anything other than Canada would be favorable, yes.
That means you, Sasha. You'd have to leave.
I'm Canadian.
Born in that area.
And the islands of Hawaii were original from this outer ring of the continent. Because I heard.
If you go to where Hawaii's moving, but if you actually got to the base of Hawaii, it would be center of the 31st parallel.
Right now, but how does Hawaii relate to the original continent? Where was it in the original continent?
Well, it would be on the edge of the yarmulke.
Because on the 33rd parallel, but right now it's on the 31st parallel is what you're saying.
Well, you would gauge it at 19 to 21, but if you take the mountain you're on, Bob, and go to its base, which would be under the water, obviously now, well, for a minute, then you'd find that you actually were on the 31st parallel.
Because the base would be touching the 31st parallel.
That's exactly correct.
Even though we're at 19 and 21.
Well, that's just what you recognize as not submerged under the water.
19 to 21. Yeah. 19 to 21 is where we are now, Ion.
No, you're on the 31st now, but you'd have to go underwater to achieve that.
Right. If we don't go underwater, are we at the 19 to 21, above water?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Ion, I'm just looking further down in this article, and I was just reflecting on what Bob was about, the lights above Maui, or Hawaii, rather, the day that they announced called...
Well, that's just because Bob got to shooting his damn mouth off, and he liked the little fireworks. That's all that was about.
Yeah, it actually was a shot taken at me. They tried to nuke me. It was a ballistic missile, but I blew it up before it hit me.
No, he didn't blow it up. He gobbled it up. RNA drop. And then he sucked it up, and then guess what he did? He washed his hands.
And then they washed the water with the hands.
Was it similar to the Phoenix Lights at all, Ion?
The Phoenix Lights are March 97, is that what you mean?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's similar.
Yeah, no, it was more like the Tucson dust. Have you seen that video today? The dust over Phoenix or Tucson or someplace?
Sorry, we didn't mean to really screw things up, but...
Yeah, incredible. A big cloud of dust. Is it Tucson or Phoenix? Anybody know?
Arizona.
What? Yeah, what city? Phoenix. But Sasha, no. If you haven't seen the video, it's just a little burst. It's a burst with a ring. It becomes the perfect cell. That's what the thing is. It's nothing like the lights.
It made me think about. It made me think about Davis's Kahuna ring.
Yeah.
When you were talking about it.
Can we?
Well, if you want to know the details of that, we'll help you with that just a little bit. We don't normally, but we will here. There was a little shipment that JW was supposed to receive, okay? And there was a bit of subjugation regarding when it would arrive. He never waits more than a day, regardless of wherever anything's coming from, to get it. Well, he got a bit of a runaround regarding it arriving or not arriving, or being picked up or not being picked up, or making the train or not making the train, and it made him cross. So he thought, well, if it ain't going to get here, might as well have a reason for it to not get here. And guess what? It happened, and the packages arrived precisely on time when they were supposed to.
You're saying the ring happened, the burst happened.
The sandstorm.
Oh, you're talking about Phoenix, okay, not the June 22nd.
Correct.
We're talking about June 22nd for now, Ion. You got any explanation? Neon. Can you explain June 22nd? The ring?
Did. You got to shooting your mouth off when we were trying to slow it down.
Yeah.
You wanted some fireworks about it, and you sucked it up, and then you washed your hands. What more you want us to say about it?
So it's symbolic. It was a burst symbolizing how I was bursting off the party line and announcing this stuff.
Yeah, you're hardwired now. You don't have to pick out your ring on the party line anymore.
Right. So it was all part of the day, Sasha. It was part of the event of the announcement. I guess
it was something for y'all's lying eyes to actually see.
And James has not heard about it. Well, I sent him a video, but I wanted to talk to him about it today, but he wasn't there. So by the time next week if he shows up, it will turn into an assassination attempt on me.
Hey, James, you ought to go. The waves are going to be good and choppy since the tsunami warning. You could have some fun. It's a good surfing day.
Hey. Tsunami. That's from the earthquake. That's on the other side of the continent, mate.
And?
Oh, it's wrapped around. Good. I'll go check it out.
A really big one, James.
I can check on my lookie box already.
People are trying to be logical with us now. This is ridiculous, isn't it?
So, Bob, about the announcement of the confusion, does this make happy, or that this is in the best interest of the empires or the principalities? Or they will be happy for this to be released?
I don't think so.
It makes no difference. It makes no difference, Margarita. That's a fabulous question. But you see, we won't even go into the empires as they apply to the diagram. So they apparently are either it's where men are men and the girls are nervous. Mm-hmm. So apparently those empires are, if they like it and they embrace it, wonderful. If they don't, then you won't have to worry. You won't worry about their opinion because it won't last long. That's right.
Yeah.
That's just Dobbstown. That's not new though.
Mm-hmm. That's why you mentioned previously when you are saying when you get into your power, it's just better to remain. I believe Bob said this low key or stealth.
Stealth. Yes. Stealth is the meme of the day. And the more you go into this, well, it's like Brian. He won't even have conversation anymore. He just listening. He just sort of rolling. He might have a question in this arena, but by and large, he ain't got shit to say about nothing.
Yeah.
And still gets every little trinket. There's very little that he misses. Very little.
So I guess this will be for, well, talking about this, then maybe when we describe that the angels were they are segregated because of the job that they do, but the job description that they do. Not necessarily on the hierarchy is based on the job that they do. And then you mentioned that they are holy angels, basically the ones that are closest to the ascended God, the seraphim, cherubim, and Ophanim. But when you mention principalities, when you mention that there's holy angels, that implies that there are also angels that are not holy?
Well, no, we don't. No, well, okay.
Well, that's not the correct terminology to label them that way.
It's all right. We'll work with it. We'll work with it because of the way you're asking it. We can work with it. It'd be like saying if someone is an accountant. Okay? And we'd say that they are a certified public accountant. And let's say someone else is an accountant. Okay? It doesn't mean certified and uncertified. It's just a different type of an accountant. Is that logical?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. One is an officer of the court, and the other one is just a bookkeeper.
Got it.
Both are included in the angel hierarchy, just as they acknowledge archangels in groupings and then lesser angels. That doesn't necessarily mean that the lesser angels are less than an archangel, but they certainly have a different pecking order as far as job. Like in your world, you're at a different level than many others, and that doesn't mean you don't say I'm better than someone else, but yet your responsibilities are very different than others in your employ. So that's sort of the point. You're not saying better or less or more. You're just saying at a different level. You're not saying to the other people around you that I'm better than you are. You might say, but I am better off. We don't mind that. We don't mind that. The only question that we have is, does Fort Worth ever cross your mind?
Oh, yeah, lately, yes.
Good. Oh, good. That's wonderful. Good. Good.
These empires are, when we talk about the empires, the terrestrial, they are administered by principalities. I still don't make the connection. Maybe I'm not clear.
That's because we've not connected it.
Yeah, hey, Margarita, good updating movie is The Adjustment Bureau, which you can see on letmewatchthis.ca.
That'll help you.
I did. I watched The Adjustment Bureau already. Yes, it was
right. So that's a modern version of Angels.
Oh yes.
But Ion, getting back to what Margarita was asking, you mentioned in Revelations that there are certain angels that deal with certain, I want to say like levels of ascension of man. Would that be correct?
No, not so much. It's more like the airline industry. You have first-class passengers and you have low-class passengers or second-class passengers. They go through the same terminal, not necessarily through the same doors. They go through the same TSA. Oh wait, no, there's different TSA lines that they go through if it's an adequate facility. But then they go into the same concourses. They don't drink in the same lounges either. Interesting. It's kind of developing here. You see how this is working off? They're in the confines of the same building, but they have very different outcomes. They ride in the same plane, but not in the same place. They could receive the same service, but they don't. So it's not that the angels are different, okay? It's where you are positioned for the service. Does that help?
So you're as you were saying, Lime, about Gollum being in a different dimension. So would that be more of an appropriate angle to consider that from?
It's a stretch, darling. It's a stretch. I mean, it's a stretch. We'd say if you was in an airplane to pull up. It's a stretch. It's an okay thread, but you just got it would be lots of developing.
Okay. I'll leave it for now then.
Well, keep poking at it. I mean, it's like a chicken ain't good till you get to the bone, honey.
Yeah, I'm very confused about the hierarchy of angels.
Oh, it's easy. They have first class, and then they have business class, and then they have everybody else. And you can give you certain seats based on miles, but they only have so many seats that they can provide for upgrades from economy or whatever that's called. We don't know anything about that. or business class, which we wouldn't ride in, or first class, which is the F first class, not the other kind, the F. That's the one that gets you in all the international lounges. So you want to make sure it's an F ticket. That's the difference. Because even if you're in first class, you see, and it takes an F to get you into the international first class lounges. That's where the masseuses are and the good kimchi is.
So who decides which class you go in?
Oh, you do. You buy the ticket, don't you, darling?
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
See? Isn't that wonderful?
We're buying our first class ticket here. Except we
F
won't be seeing
class,
the angels.
not first. F. You want the cocoon. If you're going to go, get it a cocoon.
But we're not going.
Oh?
Yeah, we are.
We hope you are.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I didn't think.
Because see, you're talking. This question all came up. This poor metaphor came from the delineation of angels, their hierarchy, and the level of service that the angels provide to someone riding on an airplane.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Oh, sorry. I thought I disconnected.
Okay, so I understand there are 9 orders of angels. You said last time there were 9 orders of angels.
Orders, yes.
Region, in each region.
Yes.
So when you're talking orders of angels, are you talking about levels of classes that would be in an airplane?
No, we are not. We are not. We're talking about each airline would have 9 different compartments or levels of people doing things. Some clean the plane, some handle the luggage, some bring in the food, some take the ticket, some point you to the way, some take your ticket, some put you in the seat and give you brown or clear party liquor to drink while you're getting ready to go.
Okay, so when we were going through Revel, we had Michael, Lucifer, and Gabriel. Would they be where would they be in terms of the whole 9 orders of angels in all of the different regions?
Depends.
Would they be like the top dogs?
It depends on whether the napkins have a little buttonhole so you can attach the napkin to your shirt or not.
Sasha, this is Jenny. Think about it this way. Think about everybody in the whole ionic world, all the people who listen to Cash Flow, all the people with private readings, all the people who've engaged for the last 2 years. They're on the plane. Think about economy and think about what happens to people in economy, and they get all herded in together and whatever, and they're on the plane. But what Ion's bringing forth is then there's delineations in that plane. So there's a whole big plane of Iondom, and then there's business class, there's first class, and there's S class. So
that's what Margarita was talking about when she had the concern about the RNA drops being only for the elite. And we agreed. Right. However, it wasn't for us to decide who was in first class.
Mm-hmm.
It's whosoever will. See, that's the point, and that's good. And that was an aha moment for Margarita.
Yeah.
Because it's like, good. Yeah. It is for the elite. We agree. It's just not for us to choose who the elite is.
Yeah, I was looking at it from a different perspective, and then I understood it in a different way. Finally,
Well, darling, when everybody fills out as many damn pieces of paper as you have to, they might see it the way you did too. You mean because you're in that world.
Okay. This is that was almost the last 2 hours, hour 3 and 4 of the rewrite number 35, July 6, 2011, and that's payday for tonight. Maybe Zappa's coming in another few seconds. Anybody want to talk after a little bit? I got to save my throat, so I'm not talking too much. And so we sit here and wait for Bill to play the Zappa.